It smelled so good, milky sweetness. Then he greeted it, and in the end he wanted to find a crack in the ground to leap into and disappear. He dawdled awkwardly, trying to pull away from the embrace. But Bai Su grabbed him in one swift motion and hugged him tight. "What's wrong? Let me hold you a bit longer." Then she sensed that something was off. She looked at Jin Yuani's completely flushed face and his shy gaze. She smiled. "Oh, so it's little Bao saying hello to me." Jin Yuani hurriedly reached out to cover her mouth, anxiously blurting, Don't say that." Then he turned his head away and whispered, "Could you go wait outside the room first, please?" But Bai Su's hands were quick and sure. Jin Yuani's whole body jolted violently. He was just like a boiled crayfish. Red all over. Don't be like this. Be good." Bai Su kissed him, then pressed his hands up over his head and continued what she was doing. There was nothing more to be said. Jin Yuani still wanted to struggle, yet he felt like a fish dangling from a hook, completely unable to break free. Why was Bai Su so strong? Wasn't he supposed to be the man here? "Don't hold it in. I want to hear you. Be good." In any case, afterward Jin Yuani was completely dumbfounded. That person who had been shouting and crying out, was that really himself? He caught his breath as Bai Su carried him off to the shower. Jin Yuani was utterly speechless. Yes, he, a grown man, was carried to the bathroom by his girlfriend. Though she still let him wash himself. But still, that whole thing. Huh? His mind was a complete mess. Forget it. Jin Yuani gave up resisting. He really had felt good, so he decided to clear his mind and just focus on taking a shower. Then he saw in the mirror so many red marks. The upper half of his body was practically a canvas. Every mark testified to what they had just done. Jin Yuani crouched down. He wrapped his arms around himself. His thoughts were in chaos. Everything had happened so fast, and yet, he began to smile foolishly. He was so happy. There was a hint of sweetness. He looked at the hot water already drawn at the steam drifting up in the air. His heart felt completely full. Now he actually wanted to hug Bai Su again. He cursed himself for being so spineless, forced his spirits up, finished showering, and hurried out. When he went out and didn't see Bai Su, a wave of disappointment surged in his chest. Could it be that, unable to hold back a little panicked, he called out, "Susu. Hey, I'm in the kitchen." Leaning on his still weak body, Jin Yuani stumbled and half ran over. Sure enough, Bai Su was there in an apron cooking breakfast. The apron traced out the slender curve of her waist. He wrapped his arms around Bai Su from behind. Bai Su glanced back at him and asked gently, "What's wrong?" He didn't lift his head, just shook it and murmured, "I thought you'd left." When she saw the food was almost done, she washed her hands, wiped them dry, then turned to hug Jin Yuani and said with a smile, "I'm not going anywhere. My boyfriend is right here." Jin Yuani's face turned red, happiness written all over it. After holding each other for a while, Bai Su asked him to keep an eye on the porridge while she went to wash up. Jin Yuani obediently agreed. He tidied up the dining table as well. Seeing the messy beer bottles on it made him think of the stupid things he had done, and he hurried to clean up faster. Once in the bathroom, the softness faded from Bai Su's face. "Host, why are you with the main bottom character?" In the mirror appeared a cold, indifferent face. Her upturned eyes and brows made her beauty striking yet distant. "Host, why are you with the main bottom character?" The system's shrill, puzzled scream echoed in her mind. "Why am I not allowed?" She answered carelessly as she took off her clothes, getting ready to shower and wash up. The system held its tongue for a moment before finally muttering, "But the main bottom is supposed to be gay." Pointless small talk in her opinion. Bai Su ignored it and began to bathe. When she finished and came out, she saw Jin Yuani walking over with a hairdryer, cheeks slightly flushed. "Tool blow your hair dry for you," he stammered. Bai Su smiled and nodded. Jin Yuani then fetched a chair for her to sit on, adjusted the settings, and carefully began to dry her hair. Her hair was long and straight, smooth and fragrant. Jin Yuani couldn't bear to stop touching it. The two of them were quiet, with only the soft whirring of the dryer between them. Once her hair was mostly dry, they had breakfast together. Bai Su asked Jin Yuani what he wanted to do today. Jin Yuani felt shy and a bit torn. Staying home would be very comfortable, but he also wanted to go out with her. Seeing his conflicted expression, Bai Su suggested they go for a walk and buy some things to fill up the fridge. Jin Yuani agreed. After they finished eating, they washed the dishes together. They rested for a bit. Then Jin Yuani went into the bedroom to pick out clothes. This counted as their first date, he thought. So he began choosing very seriously. That was when he felt troubled. He regretted not caring about dressing up before. He barely had any nice clothes. In the end, he picked out his favorite new outfit. When he walked out wearing it, Bai Su praised him. It did look good. It made him appear tall and straight like a white poplar tree. But when Bai Su came out in her own clothes, he suddenly felt a pang of inferiority. She was dressed very simply too in a black shirt dress, yet it gave her an astonishingly elegant air, her beauty breathtaking. He stared at her in a daze, then abruptly turned his head away. Seeing his strange behavior, Bai Su stepped forward and hugged him lightly. "What's wrong?" she asked softly. "Why are you upset?" Jin Yuani shook his head without speaking. Bai Su looked at him, then suddenly pinched his chin, saying seriously, "Be good. I like people who are honest. I don't like those who keep things bottled up." Being stared at like that, Jin Yuani felt both embarrassed and a little distressed. Bai Su leaned in and kissed him. "Don't be afraid. I really like you. If you're more honest, I'll like you even more, okay?" Her soft kiss soothed his restless heart, and Jin Yuani finally murmured, "You're so beautiful. I don't deserve you." When he finished, he turned his head away, the tips of his ears bright red. Bai Su chuckled and kissed him directly. The kiss went very deep. By the time it ended, Jin Yuani was gasping for breath. Bai Su held him. "But in my eyes you shine just as brightly, and you're one of a kind. How can you belittle yourself like that? Next time you're not allowed to think that way. Otherwise I'll be angry and punish you very, very severely." Jin Yuani hugged her and nodded, a small smile blooming on his face, as satisfied as a child given his favorite toy. They decided to go out. They took a taxi to a large shopping mall. First they wandered through a clothing store. Along the way many people noticed the two of them together. Especially Bai Su. Jin Yuani could hear many people talking about her and feel many gazes fixed on her. But Bai Su ignored it all, simply holding his hand. Their fingers were tightly interlaced. Their clasped hands made many onlookers guess their relationship, and quite a few faces showed disappointment. They went first to a men's clothing store. Jin Yuani was taken aback for a moment, then was pulled inside. Bai Su searched for clothes with him. She showed him several sets and asked if he liked them. Jin Yuani looked them over and thought they were pretty good, so Bai Su told him to go try them on. She stayed outside, continuing to browse through the racks. It was a high-end boutique. The sales assistants were meticulously dressed, recommending the latest styles to her with careful enthusiasm. A delicate-looking man also held a set of clothes, pretending to ask a salesgirl something, then tried to strike up a conversation with Bai Su. Bai Su ignored him and simply turned around as Jin Yuani emerged. As expected, he looked great. The casual outfit made him appear youthful and clean-cut. He came out a little shy, but when he saw the man standing beside Bai Su, the blush faded from his face. His lips pressed together as he walked over silently. Bai Su looked at him with smiling eyes and praised him once. Jin Yuani broke into a grin and reached out to hold her hand. She took the initiative to lace her fingers with his, then suggested he try a few other outfits. Jin Yuani shook his head, saying he felt this set was good enough and didn't want to try more. With a helpless smile, Bai Su sent Jin Yuani back to change, while she asked the salesgirl to wrap up all the other outfits she had liked. They were expensive, but she swiped her card without a hint of hesitation. The salesgirl was not only surprised but also envious of Jin Yuani. Even a few people secretly watching wondered if he was some pampered pretty boy. The delicate-looking man only grew more eager. In a syrupy tone, he said things like, "Why did this little lady have to pay for him? How could her older brother be so inconsiderate?" Bai Su let his words go in one ear and out the other, only saying coolly, "Stay away from me, thanks." When Jin Yuani came out, she immediately grabbed his hand and walked out with the shopping bags. The man was left behind, practically choking on his anger. Jin Yuani glanced back at the man's aggrieved face. The irritation in his own heart dissipated, and he started to laugh. Bai Su glanced at him and laughed. "Jealous?" Jin Yuani made a soft sound of acknowledgement, then looked at her smiling face, and replied with a small smile of his own, "Just a little bit." Bai Su tightened her grip on his hand and pulled him toward the women's clothing store. Seeing the dazzling array of clothes inside, Jin Yuani wanted to pick some out for her as well, but he felt that Bai Su would look good in anything. He chose a few sets, and Bai Su said nothing, just went in to try them on. All around them were girls, some sneaking glances at him and whispering softly. Jin Yuani felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Fortunately, Bai Su came out quickly wearing a pale green dress that softened the sharp edge the black dress had given her beauty, replacing it with a fresh, ethereal charm. She looked truly stunning. Jin Yuani hurried over and praised her sincerely. Bai Su smiled and decided not to try on any more. She could tell Jin Yuani seemed uncomfortable, so after choosing a few sets she had them all wrapped up. This time Jin Yuani was quick and handed over his own card. Bai Su smiled without comment. They walked out hand in hand. Bai Su asked whether he wanted to eat out or go home for a meal. Jin Yuani thought for a moment. There was a very good Western restaurant nearby, so he took Bai Su there. They found a good window seat and ordered. But Jin Yuani felt as though someone were staring at him. He turned and saw a tall, extraordinarily handsome blonde man watching him, face somewhat dark, though he still raised his wineglass toward Jin Yuani. Jin Yuani frowned. He didn't seem to know this man. He turned back around. Bai Su had noticed too. She looked over at the man who greeted her with a mocking smile full of disdain. Host, that's... I know. Bai Su looked at Jean Yuani, who was happily about to taste his food, lifted her wineglass, and let a cold smile hide behind it. Bai Su watched Jean Yuani, urging her to try the dishes in front of her, and agreed with a smile. Their cozy time together at the couple's seat was a deep thorn in the man's eyes. He sneered, inwardly planning to teach that vile woman a lesson later. Bai Su, of course, was more than happy to give him that opportunity. Suddenly, as a waiter passed by a tray of red wine, tilted by accident toward Bai Su, she moved quickly, rising to avoid it. The wine spilled over the seat, instead leaving her entirely unscathed. The seemingly flustered and frightened waiter kept apologizing while wiping up the stain on the seat. Bai Su soothed Jean Yuani, who had been startled, and hurried over to check on her. She told Jean Yuani she needed to go to the restroom, and he agreed. As she walked past the man's table, she casually cast him a sidelong glance. The veins on the man's hand bulged as he let out a cold laugh. He stood up too and followed her. After Bai Su entered the restroom, he waited a bit, then took a under maintenance sign from nearby and placed it at the door. Then he stepped inside and saw the woman standing before the mirror. Bai Su looked at him as if she weren't surprised at all. Unease stirred in the man's heart, but since he was taller and stronger than she was, he strode forward, trying to grab her hair in one move. But Bai Su twisted his arm with stunning agility, wrenching it in one sharp motion. The man grunted, cold sweat breaking out as he reached for her with his other hand. Bai Su kicked his knee with a powerful strike. He felt as if the bone had shattered. Then, with a clean over-shoulder throw, she slammed him hard onto the floor. Bai Su sneered, hauled him up, and forced him into a humiliating half-folded posture against the sink. She slammed his face against the mirror, breath instantly fogging the glass. He was utterly disgraced, his carefully slicked-back hair now in disarray. He seethed with hatred. Never before had he been reduced to such a state. He swore to himself he would never let this damned woman go. Cursing me, are you? Her cold voice cut through the air. She lifted his head and smashed it against the mirror again, the pain-making stars burst behind his eyes. Grinding his teeth, he forced out a cold laugh. Yeah, I'm cursing you, you bitch. You're so good at seducing men. Why don't you go sell yourself? Bai Su lifted his face and delivered several brutal punches, watching his features swell and redden, nose bleeding, before smashing his face into the mirror again. Look at you. How pathetic. Never been this pathetic before, have you? I'm beating you like the filthy thing you are. Happy? She said with a chilling smile. His breathing grew ragged as he thrashed in panic, but she stomped viciously on his knee joints. A terror-stricken realization flooded him as searing pain tore through both legs, as if they would snap at any moment. You dare? He roared. He no longer cared if anyone heard. The looming possibility of crippled legs sent him into full-blown panic. What are you scared now? Her icy tone made him shudder. Aren't you the one who loves breaking other people's legs the most? Didn't you hate it the most when others tried to run from you? Didn't you do everything you could to threaten and terrorize anyone you didn't like? What afraid now? Now you get to taste it for yourself. Enjoying it. Each word came with a fresh wave of agony in his legs, a dislocated arm screaming in pain, and the throbbing in his face. All of it finally making fear seep into his bones. Yet the madness inside him surged up once more. He let out a harsh laugh. Enjoying it? If you've got the guts, kill me. You think my family will let you go? Even as he spoke, he struggled desperately. Bai Su sneered, reached into his pocket for his phone, then flung him into one of the stalls in the women's restroom. Watching him lie scattered on the floor like a broken doll, she expressionlessly took out her own phone and began taking photos and recording video. You! He instantly understood what she intended, rage twisting his features. Bai Su smiled. Scared? Don't you just love doing this sort of thing yourself? Then she pulled the card from his phone and tossed the device into the toilet. She said with a light laugh, I'm taking your card and these videos with me. If you try anything vile again, I'm sure this material will cause you plenty of trouble. Especially with your enemies, don't you think? Seeing his hateful expression, she went on. So what if you have backups? Worst case, it's you die or I die. With that, she turned and left. Host, all the surveillance footage has been taken care of. Good. You're somewhat useful after all. Turning away, Bai Su straightened her clothes a bit, rinsed her hands under the tap, and then walked out. Jean Yuani sat there anxiously. When he saw Bai Su come out, he hurriedly went up to her and asked worriedly, Why did you take so long? Bai Su took his hand and smiled. It's nothing. I just ran into someone whose brain was a bit diseased and gave them a small lesson. Jean Yuani immediately tensed up. You didn't get hurt, did you? I'm fine, it was just a friendly sparring match. Jean Yuani was still uneasy. Since they had almost finished eating anyway, he quickly pulled Bai Su away with him. The two of them went to a supermarket, bought some daily necessities and food, and returned with their hands full. Hand in hand, they walked home carrying many items, their faces radiant with smiles. Back home, they locked the door and Jean Ewan let out a sigh of relief. After putting everything away, the two of them leaned against the sofa watching television and chatting. When they were hungry, they cooked together. It felt very peaceful. There was no loneliness at all. For Jean Ewan, it was like stepping into a whole new world, and he loved being held in by Sue's arms. Yet happy times passed quickly. At night, when it was time to sleep, Jean Ewan grew conflicted, wanting to speak yet holding back. Bai Su pretended not to ask and simply told him to go to bed. Jean Ewan went into the room in a tangle of emotions, lay on the bed, and silently scolded himself for being so unreserved. Just then the door opened and Bai Su came in carrying a glass of milk. Jean Ewan's face flushed and he hid his face under the blanket. Bai Su smiled. "Baby, am I not welcome? Then I'll leave." Jean Ewan hurriedly peeked out and saw Bai Su standing there at ease watching him. Knowing she was teasing him, he looked at her with a mix of shyness and annoyance. After laughing her fill, Bai Su stepped forward, kissed Jean Ewan on the lips, then slipped into his covers and wrapped her arms around him. A faint smile appeared on Jean Ewan's face. The two of them lay quietly under the blanket, talking about nothing in particular. Jean Ewan remembered he had to work the next day, and that he would be leaving Bai Su. He still wasn't used to the thought, so he reported his schedule to Bai Su in advance. Bai Su nodded, kissed him, and the two slowly drifted into sleep. Elsewhere, the severely injured man was eventually taken to the hospital by the subordinates he had summoned. On the surface, his wounds did not look serious. The damage was all internal. The bones in both legs were indeed shattered, as were the bones in his hands. With all four limbs bound tightly in bandages, the man, driven to the extreme by rage, instead grew unnervingly calm. His subordinate carefully reported the situation. The surveillance cameras were broken with no footage recorded, and they could not trace that woman's background at all. It was as if she had appeared out of thin air. The man sneered. He absolutely would not let them go. The next morning, Jean Ewan got up early, intending to make breakfast for Bai Su, and then call her to get up and eat. After they finished breakfast, Jean Ewan reluctantly got dressed for work. Just then he noticed that Bai Su had also changed her clothes and looked ready to go out. Puzzled, Jean Ewan asked, Su, are you going out?" Bai Su nodded. "I don't have anything in particular to do. I'll just go to work with you. I won't disturb any of you." Jean Ewan thought it over. Since he was a team leader and had his own office, he nodded. In truth, he was delighted that Bai Su would be by his side all the time. When they arrived at the company, many people stared at the woman beside him. Her high ponytail, white shirt, and black pleated skirt. She was so beautiful she looked like a star under a spotlight, and like a black swan rose impossibly striking. In the elevator, a usually brash colleague, who was on good terms with Jean Ewan, grew uncharacteristically restrained as he greeted him. Jean Ewan greeted him back. Seeing his colleague's curious and amazed gaze fall on Bai Su, he felt proud. Twice over. And said with a hint of pride, "This is my girlfriend Bai Su." Bai Su also gave the colleague a polite greeting. The colleague exclaimed, "Your girlfriend? She's so beautiful. Weren't you single not long ago? How did you manage to stop being single so fast?" He looked utterly envious and jealous, waggling his eyebrows comically. Jean Ewan smiled shyly. Oh ho, the colleague hooted, egging him on as the three of them walked out of the elevator together. In the office, everyone who saw the great beauty was momentarily stunned, then watched as Jean Ewan and Bai Su entered his office. Immediately after, several people grabbed the chubby colleague, who had followed behind them, eyes gleaming like hungry wolves as they stared at him. The colleague felt as if he might be eaten at any moment. Regardless of what was happening outside, once inside, Jean Ewan, seated Bai Su in his own swivel chair, cleared a corner, set up a small table, took out a few magazines, and even dug out the snacks he kept in the office for himself, all for Bai Su. Bai Su let him settle her in the seat and watched with a smile as he bustled around on her behalf. Still feeling dissatisfied, Jean Ewan planned to order more things online to make her stay even more comfortable. Seeing him frown, Bai Su reached out her hand. Jean Ewan instinctively took it. She gently swung their joined hands and smiled. "It's enough. Go to work." Jean Ewan had no choice but to nod. When he opened the door, the few people plastered against it scattered like startled birds and beasts. Black lines seemed to appear on Jean Ewan's face, but he still took a moment to assign them some work. Finally, he turned back toward his desk to deal with documents. Many people came by the office that day, always bringing small questions, yet their eyes kept drifting toward Bai Su. Helpless and knowing their real intentions, Jean Ewan stepped out and gave them a firm yet weary scolding. Only then did the group finally settle down. From then on, Bai Su and Jean Ewan lived days where they went to and from work together, cooked together, took walks, and enjoyed leisure time together. The people in the office also gradually became familiar with Bai Su. However, on this particular day something happened. In the late afternoon, as the workday was ending, Bai Su, dressed in a light yellow pleated skirt, received a phone call in the office. She was told she needed to go out to pick something up, and she asked Jean Yuani to wait for her. Jean Yuani nodded. He obediently sat at his desk working through documents. Suddenly, the office door opened. He instinctively looked up in delight, thinking Bai Su had returned. Instead, two strangers appeared. One sat in a wheelchair. Though his face was haggard, his good looks remained. Only his expression was dark and brooding. A burly man stood behind, pushing the wheelchair. "Who are you?" Sensing their aggressive intent, Jean Yuani secretly took out his phone from his pocket, ready to call the police. But the other man who had come in grabbed his hand in one swift motion. The phone fell and was brutally crushed underfoot. Jean Yuani was slammed hard onto the desk, unable to move. The man in the wheelchair sneered. "Trying to call the police? Trying to find that cheap woman? She's not coming back." As he spoke, he in satisfaction ordered the man behind him to take out a tablet and start streaming that woman's misery live. At the same time, he had the man holding Jean Yuani drag him over. He seized Jean Yuani, gently stroked his face, then clamped his fingers around his chin. He smiled. "Have you forgotten me, little Yuani? It's me, Lu Zi." Jean Yuani's pupils trembled violently. Didn't you go abroad? Why are you doing this? What did you do to Su? Su, how intimate that sounds. I'm so jealous," Lu Zi said, his expression turning cold as he let out a mirthless laugh. He sneered. "I went to such lengths to drive away the people around you, only to find that, before I returned, someone got to you first. She really deserves to die." His hand tightened around Jean Yuani's neck, exerting pressure. Watching Jean Yuani's face flush red and his eyes grow moist, he laughed again. "From now on she'll vanish completely. You may be dirty, but I'm sure she hasn't used that place yet. I'll claim you, and when you watch her suffer, I'm sure you'll bite down on me very tightly." Breathing hard, Jean Yuani turned his head away, refusing to look at him as he listened to the filthy words. He struggled desperately, only to have the man beside him break his leg and arm. A surge of searing pain washed over him. Jean Yuani's face went deathly pale as he collapsed. Lu Zi laughed. In Jean Yuani's eyes, he was like a demon as he said, "This is what happens when you don't listen." He then ordered his subordinate to turn on the tablet, intending to leisurely enjoy Bai Su's suffering. After walking out of the office building, Bai Su sensed something was wrong, though her expression did not change. She approached a courier, reached out to take a package, but the courier insisted she open it first to inspect the goods. She obliged, using the box as a shield. A blade stabbed through the cardboard. Bai Su twisted the box, wrenching the attacker's hand a full 180 degrees. He cried out in pain as she sent him flying with a punch, his body rolling across the ground. Men hiding nearby rushed out when they saw this, each wielding a long machete or a spiked club. A voice in her mind reminded her, "Host, someone is live streaming this." Bai Su glanced at the person holding up a video camera and sneered, "Your master really has time to spare. Actually enjoys watching live streams. Stream this straight to the police station and online," she said coolly, "and turn on the recording function of the cameras in the office as well." The police and the internet exploded as a strange live stream suddenly appeared. They saw a group of men attacking a woman, one against many. A seemingly delicate woman facing a crowd of burly men with weapons. She was breathtakingly beautiful, and the outcome seemed obvious. Everyone felt a bad premonition and watched with bated breath. What a vile act of gang violence. The woman in the light yellow pleated skirt was forced back step by step and seemed to cry out, "Why are you doing this to me?" A man sneered, "You shouldn't have provoked someone you never should have crossed. Now die." Phones rang off the hook at the police station and officers rushed to respond. Comments scrolled nonstop as the live stream's popularity shot to the top. Viewers trembled, lamenting in advance, as though they were about to witness this extraordinary woman die on the spot. But the next second their eyes widened. Was this lightning-fast, ruthlessly efficient fighter really that same astonishing beauty from a moment ago? They saw her execute a perfect back throw, snapping a burly man's arm and seizing his weapon. The comments section exploded. Question marks flooded the screen as everyone questioned whether such speed could really exist. Some asked, "Why does she look like she's doing this so effortlessly? That guy must weigh over 200 Gene, right?" With the weapon in hand, Bai Su blocked the attacks of the men in front, then spun and kicked the one trying to strike from behind, sending him flying. With devastating speed, she aimed for the most sensitive points on their bodies with her strikes. Viewers fell silent, then typed, I can feel the pain. Me too. I don't even have that part and it still hurts. 1, 2. Beyond those places, she followed up by methodically breaking their hands and feet. One woman against many, yet by sheer speed and strength, she moved freely among them. Her skirt flared and swirled as if she were dancing. Yes, graceful. In the midst of this violence, she was terrifying yet mesmerizing. It looked like a bloody work of art, but the precision of her strikes and her ease made it less a gore fest and more a visual feast, a dazzling martial arts performance. Her expression remained cool, as if this brutal scene had nothing to do with her even while her hands showed no mercy. Her ethereal beauty and aloofness made her seem divine, yet the blood accidentally splattered on her face made her look like a fallen deity, a god fallen from grace. Noble yet wicked, her presence struck the viewers like a visual thunderbolt. They held their breath, eyes glued to the screen, cheeks flushing and hearts pounding. In no time Bai Su had ruthlessly subdued the entire group. Men lay sprawled all over the ground while she only slightly flushed, casually tossed aside the blood-stained club and rushed upstairs. It was only then that the viewers seemed to wake from a dream. So cool. My mom asked why I'm kneeling here licking my phone. Goddess. She's my goddess. So unbelievably cool. She's so cool and so beautiful. She's my wife. No, calling her husband wouldn't be wrong either. What are you thinking? She's my wife. Within a minute I want every bit of information about this woman. The goddess ran upstairs. What is the cameraman thinking? Hurry and follow her. Exactly. Follow the goddess. Something must have happened. Follow her. The barrage of comments demanded. The live feed suddenly cut to an office. The room was a mess. A man lay on the floor, his face contorted in pain, while another man sat in a wheelchair, veins bulging with rage as he held a tablet. At the end, he seemed faintly panicked yet still ordered his subordinate to haul the fallen man up by force. Viewers were baffled. They didn't want to watch this. Although it was clearly suspicious, what they wanted to see most was still the goddess. Their wish was granted in the next moment as the woman in the light yellow pleated skirt appeared on screen again. The comment section came alive once more. Goddess. Being without you for a moment felt like 3 autumns gone. Someone wrote. After a while viewers calmed down from the joy of seeing her again. Wait, did the goddess run into the building to save that man? Someone asked. Huh. Why does this building, this office look so familiar? Explain, where is this? I'll go save the goddess right now. Another wrote. Something's about to go wrong again. Why aren't the police there yet? Lu Zi looked at Bai Su standing in the doorway and sneered. Impressive. They still couldn't take care of you. Bai Su looked at him. What exactly do you want? Lu Zi burst into loud laughter. Don't you love Yuani so much? Then prove it to me, will you? He signaled the burly man restraining Jin Yuani. The man drew a knife and pressed it against Jin Yuani's neck, dragging him closer to the window where rows of tall buildings loomed outside. Bai Su looked at Jin Yuani. Choking up, he said, Su, don't worry about me. Don't do anything stupid. She gave him a soothing smile, then turned back to Lu Zi. So? Lu Zi tossed a knife to Bai Su and snarled. Then use this knife and cut off one of your own hands first. The viewers exploded. No. Who is this guy? How dare he treat the goddess like this? Is he insane? If anything happens to the goddess, I will never let him go. Someone wrote. Someone noticed that this particular comment seemed to come from a member of a powerful family. The internet was in total uproar. Many great families and corporations were now watching the live stream. Lu Zi, of course, had no idea that his every move was being broadcast. Nor did he know what was about to come. The clan patriarch crumbled under a barrage of accusatory and termination calls, glaring furiously at the live stream and ordering his subordinates to draft an official announcement, severing all ties with Lu Ziying. Bai Su picked up the dagger and gestured it toward her own hand. No. Su. Don't. Lu Ziying, you monster. Jin Yuani burst into tears, frantically shaking his head at Bai Su, begging her not to do it. Su. Don't. I'm not worth it. Lu Ziying, you bastard. Why don't you just die? His voice, thick with hatred, pierced the air. A faint bitterness stirred in Lu Ziying's heart. He truly loved Jin Yuani. Yet how had things come to this pass? There was no time for reflection. He fixed Bai Su with a cold, unyielding gaze. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Is this all your so-called love amounts to? Mere mockery. Bai Su met his eyes and smiled faintly. Then what precisely did you go to such lengths for? You claim to love Jin Yuani. So is this truly love? Is this affection? To break limbs? To imprison? To force? Lu Ziying recoiled as if struck at a raw nerve. Speechless, unable to refute. For without Bai Su's intervention, he would indeed have carried out exactly those acts against Jin Yuani, who had never returned his feelings. To him, desire demanded possession, by any means necessary. Law and morality held no weight. His upbringing had taught him that what one desired must be seized. If unattainable, it ought to be destroyed. With a cruel smirk, Lu Ziying commanded. Then prove your love now. Take this dagger. Do it. Bai Su lifted the dagger, examining its sharp, gleaming edge. She pressed the blade to her palm and drew it across. blood welled slowly crimson and vivid. Host? Su. Goddess? No. A chorus of anguish erupted from the online audience. A cruel, triumphant smile flickered across Lu Ziying's face. Then in the next instant the dagger shot forward like lightning, burying itself deep into the forehead of the thug, holding Jin Yuani hostage. A sickening crunch echoed. Then silence. The man collapsed. Jin Yuani froze, then crumpled helplessly onto the floor. Lu Ziying's pupils contracted violently, his expression shattered by disbelief. Bai Su remained impassive, merely wiping the blood from her palm. A deathly hush fell over the room. In the next second, the internet exploded. Goddess, marry me? Unbelievable. Absolutely breathtaking. That precision, that power, flawless. Perfect. Utterly perfect. She's beyond extraordinary. Truly worthy of my goddess. From this moment I am her devoted disciple, faithful unto death. Harm her and I will hunt you down without mercy. Lu Ziying, you'll pay for this. You dared lay a finger on my goddess? Bai Su strode forward, delivered two sharp slaps across Lu Ziying's face, deftly parried his counterattack, snapped his wrist, and gripped his chin with icy disdain. It seems you've learned nothing at all. How pathetically weak. She then turned toward Jin Yuani, still dazed and trembling, and knelt beside him, careful not to jostle his injured limbs, as she spoke softly, soothingly. Tears glistened in Jin Yuani's eyes. Bai Su gently kissed his brow. The online audience fell utterly silent. Who is this person? Who dares stand beside my goddess? Is he even worthy? Wah, goddess knew. And yet, she's so tender like this. I love her even more. One. She glows, like starlight given form. That kiss, so gentle. I ache for it too. Lu Ziying staggered back, pain flaring anew. His limbs still healing, the fresh agony searing straight into his skull. At that moment footsteps echoed at the door, and police officers swiftly took him into custody. Bai Su rose. A young officer approached, eyes alight with awe and reverence. Goddess? Ma'am. Are you all right? She glanced at her bleeding wound and shook her head. My boyfriend needs medical attention. The young officer fell speechless. Nearby officers' ears pricked, exchanged stunned glances. Online viewers collectively froze. Huh. Something cracked. Oh, it was their hearts shattering. The young officer quickly regained composure, signaling for medics to move in. With meticulous care, they lifted Jin Yuani onto a stretcher. Jin Yuani had already slipped into unconsciousness. Lu Ziying wondered why the police arrived so swiftly, but he felt no fear. His family would handle everything. He sneered, voice laced with arrogance. Don't touch me. The officers showed no leniency. After such a scandalous act, his arrogance earned only swift, firm restraint and a direct escort to the station. Bai Su, meanwhile, was respectfully escorted into the ambulance. A nurse blushed deeply, eyes sparkling as she carefully bandaged her wound. Bai Su offered a quiet word of thanks and kept her gaze steady on Jin Yuani. The nurse studied Bai Su's serene profile, her heart swelling with both tenderness and quiet envy. Then, unable to hold back, murmured words of comfort. Bai Su smiled, a soft, fleeting warmth, and the nurse flushed crimson. At the hospital, commotion rippled through the corridors. When onlookers recognized the woman as the legendary goddess, from the viral livestream, crowds gathered, drawn by awe, not intrusion. Still no one dared impede urgent care. They lingered at a respectful distance. Some even launched live streams, their viewer counts surging exponentially. Viewers flooded the stream with gifts, each hoping to nudge the camera closer to the goddess. Others frantically typed questions. Which hospital is this? The young streamer's face burned with excitement. He'd begun streaming solely to raise money for his grandmother's medicine. Now an avalanche of donations had him rushing forward, pulse racing. Nurses blocked the crowd, reminding them hospitals required quiet and decorum. But the boy slipped away, having memorized every corridor during his days spent waiting there. Bai Su waited alone outside the operating room, calm, composed. Nurses offered companionship, but she declined. Her fingers brushed the bandage wrapped around her palm. Streamer, get closer. I'll send gifts. Yes, move in. I need to see the goddess. Strange. Why can't we find anything about the goddess online? She looks so lonely. My heart aches. I wish I could comfort her. Streamer, please speak to her. I'll boost your visibility. I'll shower you with gifts. A meteor shower of digital gifts cascaded across the screen. The boy's face flamed red, his hands trembled. He glanced at the solitary woman seated quietly, and though he longed to approach, he sensed her need for solitude. Yet thoughts of his ailing grandmother steeled his resolve. He stepped forward, Footsteps echoed. Bai Su didn't look up. Hello, G Goddess. A shy, youthful voice broke the silence. She lifted her gaze. The live stream chat erupted her face. My vision spinning? Is this the goddess of beauty reborn? Can mortals truly be this exquisite? What is it? Her voice, clear and melodious, sent the chat into ecstatic frenzy. The boy's ears burned crimson as he stammered. I'm your fan. I'm live streaming. I know it's rude, but so many people adore you. Bai Su replied, disinterested and calm, thank you. He quietly sat nearby. Not too close. Holding up his phone, Goddess? May I ask your name? She answered politely, Bai Su. His blush deepened. Goddess. Why did you endure such danger today? It was terrifying. That too was what the entire online world yearned to know. Bai Su paused thoughtfully, then said, true love does not harm, imprison, or coerce. It cherishes, respects, protects, and honors boundaries. Love begins in emotion, yet halts where propriety begins. Then she looked directly into the lens. Can love born of force ever be pure? The chat froze. Then after a breathless pause erupted anew. I used to love those forced love tropes in novels. Now I feel deeply ashamed. Exactly. The fruit of coercion never ripens sweetly. We understand, Goddess. The chat scrolled relentlessly. Watching the world's moral clarity deepen, Bai Su smiled. Soft, serene, luminous. Like snow lotuses blooming within flawless ice crystals. Radiant, pristine, transcendent. Viewers were left spellbound. Screens flooded with screenshots, frantic admiration. Yet Bai Su soon let the smile fade, and gently dismissed the boy. In the VIP ward, Jin Yuani lay unconscious, limbs swathed in bandages. Bai Su stood outside listening intently as the physician spoke. Though stern and reserved by nature, the doctor addressed her with unusual gentleness, while nurses watched awestruck in silence. After the medical team departed, Bai Su entered and settled beside the bed. She opened her phone, ordered fruit and kanji via delivery app. Night had fallen. She retrieved the order herself, wearing a mask. But her pale yellow dress drew immediate attention. Crowds surged forward, eyes shining, chanting, Goddess. She navigated the throng with quiet grace, finally returning to the room. Jin Yuani remained asleep. She arranged the food, washed the fruit, dampened a cloth, and gently wiped his face. Gradually his eyes fluttered open. Bai Su smiled, you're awake. Carefully she raised the head of his bed. Still dazed from anesthesia, Jin Yuani gazed at her through foggy eyes, whispering hoarsely, Su, your hand. Su. She soothed him with unwavering tenderness. Once his strength returned slightly, she fed him kanji. Then peeled an apple with practiced ease. He feared he'd lose his job. Perhaps even resign and start anew. But when he called his employer, the response stunned him: full paid leave, no questions asked, and immediate reinstatement upon recovery. Jin Yuani stared blankly, disbelieving. Too exhausted to dwell, he simply thanked his boss and hung up. He told Bai Su, who only smiled faintly, then gently urged him back to rest. For patients with limited mobility, personal hygiene posed inevitable challenges. Using the restroom was manageable. He was carried and then left privately to attend to himself before being carried out again, ears burning crimson. But bathing was different. With limbs forbidden from contact with water, only careful, gentle wiping remained possible. And the thought made Jin Yuani flush from cheeks to collarbone. He'd already been fully exposed. His body thoroughly, intimately cleansed, even teased with tender, deliberate care. The first time, overwhelmed with shyness, he'd instinctively tried to squirm away. Yet bound and helpless, he'd lain there like an offering. The tingling sensation of the cloth-traced nerves already heightened, eliciting soft, involuntary whimpers. Then came a gentle kiss, warm, grounding, before the tender ministrations resumed. Each time the vulnerability remained profound. Yet gradually something deeper unfolded. Even now, faint red marks across his chest still pulsed with warmth. And yet he smiled. Bai Su re-entered carrying fresh supplies. What's brought this smile? What are you thinking of? Her voice was soft, affectionate. Of you, he confessed honestly, and received a tender, lingering kiss in return. She unpacked the meal containers. Colleagues had visited earlier, bringing thoughtful gifts. Bai Su had graciously stepped out, both to give them space and to fetch more essentials. Their warmth had warmed Jin Yuani's heart. They'd gaped awestruck. Did she train in martial arts? How else could she move with such mastery? Jin Yuani blinked, baffled. Seeing his confusion, and recalling his condition, they sympathized instantly. One pulled out a phone, replaying the livestream he'd watched countless times. Watching the poised, fearless woman on screen, Jin Yuani felt wonder and mild bewilderment. Yet remembering their first meeting, it no longer seemed so improbable. Still uncertain whether she trained, he hadn't asked, and she hadn't volunteered. His colleague sighed, disappointed, but let it go. Bai Su went downstairs to collect takeout. She'd recently discovered a superb local eatery, one that offered exclusive in-hospital delivery. She planned to request direct delivery to the ward. The delivery staff agreed readily. Bai Su expressed sincere gratitude, then walked away ignoring the deliverman's flustered half-formed words. Back in the room, colleagues still lingered. She greeted them warmly and set out the food. They grew stiff with nervous anticipation. Bai Su, however, remained effortlessly composed, sitting quietly flipping through a magazine. As colleagues chatted lightly with Jean Yuani, a knock sounded. A couple entered, followed by two young men, one a vibrant university student. Jean Yuani blinked in surprise, then dutifully greeted them, "Father, Mother." They swept in, scolding him for not informing them of his injury, then fussing over him with tender concern. The two young men entered. Jean Yuani nodded. "Brothers." One grinned back, "Brother." All four gathered closely. Sensing the shift, colleagues excused themselves gracefully. Once the elders settled, their gazes drifted, then arrested, upon Bai Su. They were visibly struck by her presence. Jean Yuani introduced her simply. "This is my girlfriend, Bai Su." Su greeted them. The couple looked at the woman quite satisfied. The young man beside them kept staring at her curiously and asked, "Has Su practiced martial arts? Her skills are impressive." Bai Su nodded. The young man moved his chair closer to her and said, "Would you be willing to teach me? I really want to learn." Bai Su frowned and glanced at Jean Yuan-yi. She shook her head. "No, I have to take care of your brother." The young man showed a look of regret. "Then, once he gets better, I'll ask you again." "Xiao, don't be reckless," another serious man said. He stepped forward and extended his hand. "Hello, I am Jean Yuan Mao, currently working at the group." Bai Su blinked and reached out her hand. The two shook hands briefly, and Bai Su withdrew her hand, leaving Jean Yuan Mao with an awkward gesture. Jean Yuan-yi cleared his throat, chatted with his brothers for a while, then excused himself, saying he needed to rest, and told them to head back. Jean Mu hesitated, asking if she should stay to help care for him. Jean Yuan-yi smiled and said, "No need, Mom, you still have to work, and I have Su taking care of me." Jean Mu sighed and thanked Bai Su, who responded politely. Jean Yuanja offered to help Bai Su take care of Jean Yuan-yi, but was politely declined by Jean Yuan-yi. The four of them finally left. Jean Yuan-yi sighed in relief. Bai Su looked at him, wanting to laugh. Jean Yuan-yi pouted and huffed. "Aren't my brother and sibling very outstanding and good-looking?" Bai Su opened the lunchbox, lifted the meal tray on his hospital bed, and smiled. While saying, "Oh, there's such a strong scent of jealousy," she then kissed Jean Yuan-yi. After realizing what happened, Jean Yuan-yi shyly smiled and started eating with her. He was now able to use chopsticks. While eating, Jean Yuan-yi asked, "You've met my parents. When can I meet yours?" Bai Su paused. Seeing this, Jean Yuan-yi thought she was unwilling and quickly lowered his head, saying, "I was just casually mentioning it." His voice grew softer. Bai Su sighed, gently touched Jean Yuan-yi's hair, and said softly, "I'm not unwilling. Once you recover, I will take you there." Jean Yuan-yi recalled Bai Su had previously mentioned she had run away from home. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he said, I almost forgot you ran away from home." He cautiously asked, "Did you have some conflict?" Bai Su placed a piece of meat on his plate and said lightly, "It's not really a conflict. You'll understand later." Seeing Bai Su didn't want to elaborate, Jean Yuan-yi didn't press further and started eating. After finishing their meal, Bai Su pushed him in a wheelchair to the garden downstairs for some fresh air. When his hands and feet were almost healed, Jean Yuan-yi prepared to go home. Not exaggerating, many nurses and doctors sent them off with red eyes, but it was mainly for Bai Su. During his hospital stay, many doctors and nurses would come by. Even the delivery boy did, and his younger brother would also follow him to the garden. Jean Yuan-yi thought, "So it's better to leave early." Upon returning to their place, it was surprisingly clean. Bai Su said she had the cleaning service come early. Back in his little nest, Jean Yuan-yi relaxed. He eagerly sought hugs and kisses. Turning on the TV, he suddenly remembered that terrifying man Lu Ziyi and wondered about his fate, so he asked Bai Su. Bai Su answered that he went to prison. Jean Yuan-yi nodded, feeling relieved, as such a despicable man going to prison was not regrettable at all. In fact, Lu Ziyi's fate was far worse. When he was brought into the police station for questioning, he was still arrogant. However, when his misdeeds were laid bare, he realized someone was targeting him. When he was in the police station without anyone bailing him out or visiting him, he understood he had been abandoned. His injuries were not treated well because the doctors and nurses disliked him. Why? When he was sentenced to life imprisonment and sent to prison, when he was pinned down and tortured, he could never have imagined he would fall to such a state. Why? He murmured in agony. Why? The man who was enjoying the beating spat at him because you messed with the wrong people. Before he fainted, he heard a few men say, "Daring to harm such a beautiful goddess, you deserve this." The guard police turned a blind eye because someone above had instructed them likewise. They didn't want him to have it easy. They wanted him to live in pain. It turned out, It was all because of that woman. He fainted and dreamed a dream. In the dream, Jin Yuan-yi was without that woman. After returning to the country, he got close to Jin Yuan-yi. He even forced him in the office. Jin Yuan-yi was unwilling to accept him and was imprisoned, threatened with his family, and forced every day. During this time, Jin Yuan-yi managed to escape once, but after being caught, his tendons were cut. After healing, Jin Yuan-yi learned to be obedient and even pleased Lu Ziyi, so gradually Lu Ziyi allowed him to go out. However, one time he was caught by his opponent. By the time Lu Ziyi arrived, he could not escape due to his leg injury, and he was stripped and assaulted by several men. Red handprints marked his face. He stared blankly, his eyes completely devoid of light. Lu Ziyi truly liked Jin Yuan-yi. Seeing this scene was akin to a breakdown. He went mad. He tortured those men mercilessly. However, Jin Yuan-yi had lost the will to live. Burning with fever, he merely opened his vacant eyes and murmured, "Why did you hurt my feet? I can't even escape." Lu Ziyi finally began to realize his mistakes. He started to soothe Jin Yuan-yi, dared not to restrain him, and tried to win his affection. Jin Yuan-yi had always ignored him and showed him a cold face. Lu Ziyi suppressed his temper and endured. But when he discovered that Jin Yuan-yi wanted to commit suicide, he forcibly restrained him in anger. When he came to Jin Yuan-yi was already unresponsive. He was filled with guilt and quickly sent him to the hospital. From that moment on, Jin Yuan-yi fell into a completely closed state, and even the psychologist could not help him. Lu Ziyi watched as the puppet-like Jin Yuan-yi grew thinner and felt regret for the first time. He shed tears and could only hold Jin Yuan-yi tighter. In this twisted relationship, the true culprit Lu Ziyi felt pain and regret. He began to confess to Jin Yuan-yi, but he could not turn back. Water spilled cannot be retrieved. A broken mirror cannot be made whole again. Jin Yuan-yi had once hated him, but now he felt nothing for him. In the end, Jin Yuan-yi committed suicide using a hidden test tube to stab into his throat, gradually severing his trachea. Jin Yuan-yi was a person who feared pain, but he had been suffering all along. The final method of death was also painful. Yet at the end he felt a trace of freedom and relief. By the time Lu Ziyi discovered it, it was too late. On the table remained a line of bloody words, "I never want to see you again." Lu Ziyi collapsed on the spot, recalling their first encounter through misty tears. In high school, he saw a cute little treat, so he intimidated those close to the boy, causing him to be isolated. Unfortunately, when he intended to take further action, he was sent abroad. The clean young boy back then, now he was pale and withered, devoid of vitality. A death was a blessing for him. Lu Ziyi finally admitted with unbearable pain that he was wrong. His twisted love had ruined the boy he cherished. Lu Ziyi awoke in tears, looking at the empty prison, feeling his body ache and thinking of that woman. He cried and laughed. The dream was too real, the heavy despair and regret suffocating him, making him feel as if this dream was an experience from a past life. He gasped for breath while shedding tears. If this dream were truly from a past life, then in this life he would just let it be. As long as Jin Yuan-yi could be happy, everything now was his own doing. On the other side, Jin Yuan-yi woke from the nightmare, tears streaming down his face, filled with deep despair and sorrow. "Sweetheart, what's wrong? Baby?" The woman hugged him, turned on the bedside lamp, wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tissue, then kissed his cheek, soothing him gently. Jin Yuan-yi looked at her through his tears. The warmth beside him was real, and she was real. He pounced on Bai Su, crying, "I had a nightmare and you weren't in it? In my dream." Lu Ziyi. Sob, sob, sob. Bai Su patted him while soothing, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. It was just a dream, no need to fear." She understood in her heart that it was likely the last remnants of consciousness being purified after the previously polluted world. She comforted him for a long time, continually kissing Jin Yuan-yi until he fell into a drowsy sleep. Bai Su sighed in relief. However, it wasn't long before Jin Yuan-yi was startled awake again. He felt completely insecure, and Bai Su woke up too, constantly comforting him. Looking at him, Bai Su thought for a moment and decided to take out a small square box from the drawer. Jin Yuan-yi stared at the small box, widening his eyes, wondering if... Bai Su smiled at him, gesturing for him to open it. He trembled as he opened it, revealing a pair of beautiful silver rings. His face turned red, and he couldn't help but cry again. Bai Su was both amused and helpless, quickly handing him a tissue, explaining that this was what she had gone downstairs to get from the office. She had originally planned to propose to Jin Yuan-yi at a good moment, but he was currently too insecure, so this ring was just right to use now. Under the warm lamp light, the woman gazed seriously at Jin Yuan-yi, took out a ring, and gently asked, "Mr. Jin Yuan-yi, will you love me, always accompanying me for a lifetime without parting until death separates us?" Jin Yuan-yi was about to shed tears again, feeling that he was being too pathetic. Yet he was truly very happy. He had never been this happy before. The shadows of nightmares seemed to evaporate in the sunlight. His heart raced. He suppressed himself, nodded, and said earnestly, I do. Then Bai Su slowly placed the ring on his finger and kissed his hand that wore the ring. Jin Yuanyi felt his heart burning. He imitated Bai Su saying his vows, taking a ring to place on her finger, and kissed her finger. It felt wonderful. He tightly embraced Bai Su. The dream was too real, akin to experiences from a past life. It was too despairing and terrifying. If it was indeed from a past life, then in this life encountering Bai Su was truly wonderful. Fate finally compensated him once. Jin Yuanyi accepted Bai Su's kiss, and for the first time opened himself warmly and actively. His fair skin shone dazzlingly under the light. Bai Su was surprised looking at the blushing person beneath her. She cherished him with a kiss. Baby, so passionate, I really like it. These affectionate words made Jin Yuanyi's face turn even redder. Bai Su's dominance and possessiveness filled him with emotions that made him want to cry. Tears indeed flowed as the woman kissed them away softly. Sweetheart, is it getting close? Jin Yuanyi held her, pulling them closer. His lips, red from the kisses, parted as he revealed his strong desires to the woman on top. Not yet. More, hurry up. I really like it. The next day, Jin Yuanyi collapsed on the bed feeling completely drained. However, seeing Bai Su full of energy, he gritted his teeth, determined to exercise more and take some tonics. Thus the two became even more inseparable. When they went to work, the rings on their fingers nearly blinded their colleagues. Colleagues teased them, noticing the atmosphere between them had grown more intimate, especially Jin Yuanyi, whose gaze at Bai Su was almost tangible. He constantly mentioned Bai Su feeding his colleagues a lot of dog food. Bai Su was going to take Jin Yuanyi to meet her parents. Jin Yuanyi was very nervous, extremely nervous, and had trouble sleeping for several nights thinking about these matters. Seeing him tossing and turning, Bai Su pulled him into a few hours of evening exercise, and he was so exhausted he finally fell asleep. Bai Su felt helpless. She had told him before that her family was actually quite nice, so there was no need to be so nervous. However, Jin Yuanyi couldn't control himself. He woke up early that day, continuously selecting clothes, feeling that none of them were perfect enough. In the end, Bai Su chose an outfit, and after they coordinated their couple's attire, Jin Yuanyi finally felt somewhat satisfied. The two took the gifts they bought yesterday and boarded the plane. Jin Yuanyi had never flown before, so everything was new to him. The two wore masks, but they both had an extraordinary aura, attracting a lot of attention. After getting off the plane, a black Bentley came to greet them. The butler, excited, called out to Bai Su, Monsieur, finally back. The master and mistress have missed you. Bai Su nodded and smiled. Uncle Lee, it's been a long time. Is everything at home all right? The butler nodded, wanting to say something, but then saw Jin Yuanyi beside her. He restrained his smile and said seriously, Young Master Jin, hello. Jin Yuanyi stiffly replied, Hello, Uncle Lee. The butler opened the car door for them to get in, then took a seat in the front, and the car set off. The flow of people on the road gradually decreased as they entered the suburbs. Jin Yuanyi held Bai Su's hand, feeling a bit awkward, occasionally glancing at Bai Su, and then looking out the window. Uncle Lee chatted with Bai Su about family matters. Jin Yuanyi remained quiet, listening attentively, wanting to gather more information about Bai Su. Suddenly, Uncle Lee mentioned Jin Yuanyi and inquired about his preferences regarding food. Jin Yuanyi answered one by one. As they spoke, the car drove into a large villa that could even be described as a manor. On both sides of the road were huge gardens and pavilions. As they entered the villa, the hall was filled with people. The couple sitting in the center sat upright. Seeing them, the woman couldn't help but cry, holding a handkerchief. You heartless one, you haven't contacted your family for so long. Haven't I just been a bit strict with you? You're so ungrateful, sob, sob, sob. Bai Su sighed, first helping Jin Yuanyi to a seat on the side. Then she walked over to sit beside the woman, affectionately leaning against her, wrapping her arms around her, and said, I was wrong, I'm sorry, Mom, please don't cry, you look prettier when you smile. The woman hugged her tightly, affectionately calling her my dear treasure. With affectionate amusement, he tapped Bai Su's nose. You really can't bear even a little grievance. Then, feigning a stern face, he added, You caused quite a stir outside this time. Fortunately, your elder brother was watching over you. Bai Su looked toward the elder brother with gold-rimmed glasses and beamed. Thank you, big brother. The elder brother smiled helplessly. The nearby siblings chimed in, each declaring how much they had missed Bai Su, and that they had prepared many gifts to give him later. After the warm bustle of well-wishing, Jin Yuanyi felt everyone's attention settle squarely upon him. That evening, exhausted from politely enduring the Bai family's enthusiasm, Jin Yuanyi felt utterly drained. Bai Su smiled as she massaged him and asked, Are you happy? Jin Yuanyi returned a sincere smile. Yes, I'm happy, because more people know about our relationship now. You are mine and I am yours. As the wedding rites approached, he was determined to claim her. He looked up at Bai Su, held her close, and shared a deep kiss with her. From then on, he vowed to stay with Bai Su forever, until their hair turned white. Bai was a tall, slim, fair-skinned youth, delicate of feature with clear, phoenix-like eyes. He liked to let his slightly long bangs fall over his face, keeping his head bowed and speaking little. His disposition was aloof, casting an aura of cold solitude. As a result, he had few deep friendships at school and kept to himself. There had been someone he cared for, a person who had once helped him. Unfortunately, that person transferred schools this semester, though they remained in occasional contact. This reunion was what Bai most eagerly awaited. His mother had died when he was young, and he had taken on the household duties early. With a father who neglected the home and drank, he suffered beatings and was often sent on errands. His father, addicted to gambling, was ultimately driven by his desires. After accumulating huge debts, he vanished without a trace. He watched as a group of hulking men burst into his once empty home. They looked dangerous. One middle-aged man in sunglasses sat imperiously on the sofa, regarding the bound youth and smiling as he laid out the situation. A chill ran through Bai as a man beside him gripped his arm so hard he could not move. The middle-aged man eyed the youth's striking pale skin and delicate looks, grinned, and with a leering tone tipped up his chin. "If you can't pay, then repay with your body, ha ha ha." "No." The boy shook his head, frantically trembling. "I'll work hard to pay it back. Please." A man tore open his school uniform and began groping him. "Such fine skin, tisk, better than any woman's, you sly thing." Bai struggled wildly but was slapped impatiently and then pinned to the floor. Lecherous gazes surrounded him as the man atop him began kissing his neck. Bai felt it would be better to die than to endure this humiliation. A tremendous crash came from the doorway. The man on top stopped and turned, then was kicked flying to the side. The others froze, stunned by the newcomer's speed. They saw a tall woman and, enraged, rushed forward, some grabbing makeshift weapons. Unexpectedly swift, the woman felled a man with a single punch, sending him slamming into a wall. He writhed in pain as if grievously hurt. She snatched a club and, with astonishing speed, strength, and ruthless precision, quickly subdued the group. Seeing the men sprawled on the floor, the sunglasses-wearing man staggered up and tried to flee. The woman seized him, slammed him down, tore off his belt, and bound his hands behind his back. Only then did she look at the youth. From the moment she entered the fray, he had slowly emerged from numb despair, quietly straightened his clothes, and huddled in a corner. Bai watched the woman's gallant bearing with a stunned heart. Such a pack of burly men had been so effortlessly dealt with. When she looked his way, he trembled, stood up, and managed a shaky thank you. She stepped forward, steadied him, ruffled his hair, and said, "Want revenge? This man is powerless now." The man on the ground begged for mercy, kneeling in disgrace. The youth looked bewildered and helpless. Should he hate him? He did hate him, so filthy, so filthy. But the man was a debt collector. Even if he killed him, what then? The boy's despair threatened to drown him. Seeing his turmoil, the woman simply sent him to the bathroom and told him to wash. She would handle everything. Like someone rescued by a benefactor, Bai instinctively leaned on her and complied. She hurled a pocket knife toward a man's hand as he tried to reach for his phone. He screamed and was struck down the next second. She told the youth she would step out briefly and return at once. After hearing his response, she went over the fallen men again to ensure they remained unconscious, took from them anything that identified them. Cash and bank cards included. She slashed their faces, severed tendons in hands and feet, applied rough bandages, and then, dragging each man by the arm, loaded them into a battered van she had rented. That night, the city's largest seedy entertainment venue received a batch of goods. The delivery men even paid to be rid of them, intent on forcing them to service clients. The manager could hardly hide his delight. The masked delivery men spoke gruffly and insisted this was ordered from above. The manager feigned understanding. So many had been delivered this way, they had grown used to it. Even when asked to record their faces, he readily agreed. He drugged them as requested, added that person's email, and had the men hauled inside. Soon the videos arrived. Under dim hallucinatory lights, the men were abused by groups of men and women, each face a tangle of pleasure and pain. The man in the van smiled, shed his disguise, and drove toward Bai's home. After setting everything in motion, she created an anonymous account and uploaded the videos to the internet. She even used the system to ensure the videos would not be taken down. She cared little for the online storm. In the van, she had subtly manipulated them, enough to muddle their memories so they would not recall where they'd been. She sneered at such filthy places. She had planted something. A surprise for those corrupt establishments. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, in the empty room, the youth's forced strength ebbed away. He slumped to the floor as memories surged back. So disgusting, so filthy. The revulsion of being touched by such vile men, the nausea of being kissed. He vomited violently, though having eaten little he brought up only saliva. He tore off his clothes, turned on the tap, and heedless of the cold, scrubbed furiously at the places that had been touched until his skin was raw and reddened. He lost track of time as the pain from scrubbing rose. His mind remained gripped by self-loathing. So filthy. Your skin's better than any woman's. He stared at his reddened skin, dug at it until it bled, laughing and crying at once. Pain? That would be fitting. Still so filthy. What will become of me? Better to die now than endure this shame. At least then I might die clean. Yes, clean. After making that resolution, he grew strangely calm, his face blank and numb. He washed himself again until he felt clean, put on fresh clothes, and then took out the razor his unreliable father had left behind. He poised to cut when the door suddenly burst open. The razor was snatched away, but not before it left a thin cut. The woman dragged Bai into the living room, produced disinfectant and bandages from her bag, and carefully tended his wound. Bai watched her stunned. She showed no anger and did not scold him. She tidied the chaotic living room, threw away the old sofa cover, and took items from a bag on the table. They were ready-made food and drinks from a convenience store. She washed a plate, arranged the food, sat beside him, opened a bottle of soy milk, and turned on the television. She moved with the ease of a homeowner. Bai could only stare. She, hungry too, shoved a bowl into his hands, picked a forkful of noodles onto his plate, and said, "Eat." Bai remained dazed. She sighed, stroked his hair, pleasant to the touch, took the bowl from his hands and pulled him into an embrace. She murmured gently, There, it's not your fault. Don't be so sad. I will protect you. Look, I'm very capable. I took care of them. They've received their punishment. They won't trouble us again. Don't be afraid," she said, patting his back softly. Her tenderness and warmth soothed him. Bai slowly returned the hug and began to cry. She sighed with relief. Crying meant he felt a little lighter. She continued to comfort Bai until he had cried his fill and calmed down. Seeing that his tears had soaked her clothes, his face flushed an even deeper red. With swollen, reddened eyes, he awkwardly apologized to her. She was unconcerned. Wiping him with a tissue, she pinched his reddened ear playfully and said affectionately, "Don't be afraid. Are you hungry? Have some, okay?" He had little appetite, but his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. He lowered his head and clutched his belly. She smiled wordlessly, handed him the bowl, and urged him to eat while it was warm. Then she removed her mask. The youth had wondered whether her constant mask had been to hide her face. He had not expected her to be so beautiful. She looked somewhat youthful, likely not much older than he was. Her beauty startled at a glance. Comforting yet dazzling, like peach blossoms nourished by spring rain, saturated with delicate allure. Her upturned peach blossom eyes and crimson lips were punctuated by a small mole that lent a touch of seduction. When she raised her gaze, her long lashes made her seem even more innocent and lovely. Confronted with such exquisite beauty, the youth's heart quickened and his cheeks flushed. His thoughts scattered. He bowed his head and hurriedly ate the noodles to distract himself. The noodles tasted pleasant. He finished the mouthful almost without thinking. He could not fathom that such a young-looking girl could bring down so many burly men. His mind raced while in reality she kept serving him food. When he realized the heap of food before him, he felt a mix of amusement and warmth, thanked her, and urged her to eat as well. She finally ate, and seeing the boy's spirits lift, she said, "My name is Bai Su. My mother has some ties with your mother. We weren't living here before, but now that we're back, my mother heard about your situation and had me come to keep you company." The youth paused, his cold voice softening. Bai Su, thank you. Please convey my gratitude to my aunt." She laughed. "You can call me Susu. May I call you Xiaoyi?" His ears flushed deeper, and after a long moment he managed to say, "Okay." They continued eating. When he felt full, he set down his bowl and chopsticks. Bai Su asked, "Are you satisfied already? Do you want more?" "No," Bai said with a faint smile. "I can't eat any more." Bai Su nodded, finished quickly, then had Bai help tidy up and wash the dishes while chatting and asking about his preferences. Bai answered obediently, mild flavors, likes grapes the color blue, and enjoys music and reading. He reciprocated by asking Bai Su about her tastes. After the dishes, they sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. A news bulletin showed that the city's largest Jinbi entertainment venue had erupted in a fierce blaze. He stared blankly. Bai Su then showed him other headlines on her phone. Shocking. These men were doing such things. Group orgies? The crackdown must be firm. Bai was at a loss and glanced at her. Bai Su opened a screenshot. Bai recognized several faces among the images and thought, could it be? He snapped his head up to look at Bai Su. She smiled faintly and nodded. He felt a bitter satisfaction mixed with fear at the prospect of their retaliation. He hardened his expression, his features cold as frost. Looking at Bai Su, he said earnestly, "They will retaliate. You should leave. You don't need to wade into this mess." He retreated into his distant, shut-off manner. He insisted he could suffer alone and asked her not to help. Better that he go to hell by himself. Don't come near him, don't help him again. Bai Su studied him. He resembled a harmless little hedgehog curled up and raising soft quills to protect himself. She sighed. He was like an autumn pool, cold and undeservedly pitiable. No wonder he had been repeatedly humiliated and taken advantage of. Bai Su reached out and ruffled Bai Yi's hair with gusto. It feels nice. Very manageable. Bai Yi, bewildered by the sudden action, was forced to lift his head. Bai Su plucked at his bangs and saw his slightly red-rimmed eyes and beautiful pupils. Bai Su smiled and said earnestly, I told you I'm here to protect you. I'm very capable, will you trust me? They won't come for revenge. Even if they do, I'm not afraid, and my family is incredibly powerful. Bai Yi was taken aback, unable to articulate his thoughts. At that moment he realized that while they were both sitting, Bai Su was actually a few inches taller than him. So he was looking up at Bai Su. Her beautiful and enchanting face was so close and the fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Her gaze was so focused and sincere. Bai Yi was stunned, his heart racing as he was embraced by Bai Su. All right, stop thinking. It's quite late. Have you finished your homework? You have school tomorrow. Should we take a break? As she spoke, she reached out to pat his back. Bai Yi's attention was diverted, and he murmured, I still have some homework left to do for tomorrow. Bai Su nodded and then released him. As Bai Yi left the warm embrace, he still felt somewhat unaccustomed, but he didn't show it. Although his expression remained slightly aloof, it had softened considerably. He pursed his pale lips. Bai Su looked at him and suddenly smiled. Do you want another hug, Xiao Yi? Bai Yi was caught off guard, his hidden thoughts exposed, and his ears turned red. He stammered as he got up, awkwardly mumbling that he needed to do his homework before entering his room. Bai Su smiled and made a phone call. Bai Yi entered his room, his face flushed. He took a few deep breaths to calm down. He looked around at the familiar layout, settled down, sat at his desk, and took out his backpack. Opening the textbook, his head was still quite disorganized. So much had happened tonight that it was enough to be heart-stopping. Now that he had calmed down, he still felt turmoil within. He took a deep breath, trying hard to settle down. Stop thinking. He struggled to suppress the negative emotions that rose again and began to write his homework. After a while, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Bai Su entered carrying a plate of fruit and milk. She walked in and placed the items on the table. Bai Su looked at him and smiled. You've worked hard, eat a bit to refresh yourself. Bai Yi thanked her. Bai Su glanced around, fetched a chair from outside and sat beside him, observing Bai Yi's serious profile. Why are you blushing? She smiled and then said, Bai Yi, you're about to take your college entrance exams. Let's move to a new place. Changing the environment might help you focus better, and you won't have to worry about being disturbed. Bai Yi paused and said softly, but I don't have any money. Bai Su pinched his ear and said, I do. I've already found a place. We can move tomorrow. Bai Yi looked at her incredulously. You. He still wanted to refuse, saying that would be too much trouble for you. Bai Su put her hand down, propped her chin on her hand, and looked at him. It's fine. You'd be sharing the rent with me. As for the rent, since we're in the same class now, I just need you to tutor me and cook for me, and I'll cover the grocery and reward for you. How does that sound? Bai Yi looked at her, and Bai Su looked at him with sincerity. Bai Yi tightened his grip on the pen, suppressing his thoughts. Why are you so nice to me? He could tell that she didn't care about the tutoring or having someone cook. She was saying these things for his ridiculous sense of pride. Bai Su smiled and said, because I believe you'll be exceptionally talented in the future, so I want to invest in you first. Bai Yi felt a bit disappointed inside, but he looked at her seriously and said, I will definitely repay you in the future. His voice was filled with determination. Bai Su looked at his pale lips, which had a hint of pink, and smiled. I look forward to it. In the days of being a heroine in a Broken World 5 nightmare. After finishing his homework, it was a bit late. Bai Yi was urged by Bai Su to wash up, and after drinking a glass of milk, he was pulled into the room. He sat on the bed. Bai Yi looked at Bai Su and hesitated, saying, Where will you sleep? Bai Su casually replied, I'll just sleep on the sofa outside. Bai Yi thought for a moment, took out a set of clean bedding from his wardrobe, and said, You can sleep here, I'll sleep outside. Bai Su pressed him down and said, No need, I'm not that delicate. Bai Yi still felt it was not right for Bai Su to sleep outside alone. Bai Su decided on a compromise. She laid out a mat on the floor in the room. Bai Yi insisted she sleep on the bed while he would take the floor. Bai Su helplessly said, You're used to sleeping on a bed, and... She leaned closer to Bai Yi, looking at his flushed face, and smiled. The bed smells like you. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep well if it's too fragrant. Bai Yi's face turned even redder. He glared at her in embarrassment and anger, saying, You always make fun of me. Nevertheless, he complied, spread the blankets on the floor, and even brought a new pillow for Bai Su. After all the fuss, they lay down. Bai lay on the bed in the pitch-black room quietly listening to his own breathing. There was another faint breathing sound. He closed his eyes, feeling a rare sense of nervousness. He didn't dare to turn over. Suddenly, Bai Su's voice broke the silence. Can't sleep. Shall we plan what to move tomorrow? You can add to the list. Blankets, water, cups, books. Isn't this a new way of counting sheep? He thought aimlessly while obediently listening, eventually falling into a drowsy sleep. You're worse than a woman. Then you come and pay the debt yourself. The grotesque face and nauseating feelings appeared in his dreams. No. Don't. He was trapped in a nightmare. So disgusting. So dirty. Ugh. Then he was enveloped in a warm embrace, and a gentle voice soothed him. It's okay, don't be afraid, it's all over. He clung tightly to that warmth, opening his misty, tearful eyes, looking pitiful and adorable like a small beast seeking shelter. Bai Su combed through his hair damp with cold sweat and gently touched his face. He was trembling all over, his complexion extremely pale, but his body felt increasingly hot. Oh no, I've got a fever. Bai Su felt somewhat helpless and softly coaxed Xiao. Can I get you some medicine for your fever? You're running a bit of a temperature. As she spoke, she loosened her embrace. But Bai hugged her tightly, saying no. 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 Woo-woo. Bai was a bit disoriented and could only hold on to Bai Su like a drowning person clutching onto the last straw of salvation. Bai Su thought for a moment and then picked him up. Bai was cradled in her arms like a child, clinging to Bai Su like an octopus. His hands tightened around Bai Su's neck. Of course, Bai Su thought this position would make it easier for her to find things. She remembered seeing cold medicine in the cabinet outside. Bai leaned in her arms, still crying. Bai Su gently comforted him. After finally getting the medicine, she coaxed Bai to take it. Bai still didn't let go. Bai Su glanced at the time. After all the fuss, it was already 3:30 a.m. Seeing him like this, he wouldn't be able to go to school tomorrow. Bai Su directly opened his contact list and called his homeroom teacher to ask for leave. The homeroom teacher, awakened by the consecutive calls, was bewildered. He glanced at the time. It was only 3:40 a.m. The homeroom teacher's irritation was palpable. Hello. Let me see who is so unreasonable as to disrupt someone's peaceful sleep. Teacher, what a coincidence. You're still awake. The thing is, Bai has a high fever and needs to take a day off tomorrow. Sorry for the trouble. After saying that, she hung up. Beep, beep, beep. The homeroom teacher. No matter how pleasant the voice was at this moment, it was quite annoying. What a coincidence. Still awake? Bai Su smiled slyly on the other end. Sorry, homeroom teacher. Bai still held Bai Su tightly, quietly sobbing. Men are also made of water. Bai Su sighed. Afraid he would become dehydrated, she fed him a glass of water. Then Bai Su simply lay down in the blanket with him, holding him until they both fell asleep. The homeroom teacher was just playing along, or in real life, if there isn't something particularly urgent, it's best not to disturb someone's sleep. In the days of being a heroine in a broken world, 6 moving, the school schedule gradually awakened Bai. He felt dizzy, his body ached, and he was weak, unable to gather strength. The next second, he felt himself being held tightly, something soft and fragrant. He was dazed for a moment, then looked up to see Bai Su's sleeping face. Bai. His chaotic memories gave him the answer. He immediately turned red all the way to his neck. Suddenly, it felt like spring had come overnight with countless peach blossoms blooming. Bai felt both shy and frustrated, but his usually cold body felt warm at that moment. He was momentarily captivated, but quickly regained his senses. Looking at the brightening sky, he gently got up, forcing himself through the lingering drowsiness, and glanced at the alarm clock. Oh no, I'm going to be late. It's already 7:30. His face went blank for a moment as he hastily tried to get up, only to be pulled back down by Bai Su. Bai Su stroked his hair. She hadn't fully woken up yet and sleepily said, sleep a bit longer. Bai felt anxious and tried to get up again, saying, I'm going to be late. Bai Su patted his back. It's okay, I called in for you last night. Sleep a bit longer. Bai. Hearing Bai Su say this, he relaxed. His body still felt unwell, but staying in this person's embrace made Bai feel his temperature rising. He struggled, thinking of leaving Bai Su's embrace, but she held him tightly. Bai helplessly said, my skin is turning pink and red, my eyelids are turning pink too. Bai Su, I should get up. It's not good for us to sleep together. Bai Su opened her eyes, glanced at him, ruffled his hair, then released him, getting up and saying, I'm going to wash up, you can continue resting. Get up later for breakfast. I'm going to contact the moving company. Bai lay in the warm blanket, watching Bai Su get up with determination. He felt a bit dazed, and the disappointment in his heart was something he tried hard to ignore. He murmured an and wanted to continue sleeping, but as soon as the door gently closed, he found it hard to fall asleep. He flipped over in the blanket, then flipped over again, catching a hint of a fragrance that did not belong to him. His face turned even redder and he moved a bit further away. After a while, he quietly moved closer again. Bai Yi's drowsy mind gradually fell asleep once more. He didn't know how long it had been. Bai Yi was gently called awake by Bai Su, who was holding a bowl of white porridge with medicine and a cup of water beside her. Bai Yi, feeling weak in his arms and legs, was gently supported by Bai Su. He wanted to take the bowl, but Bai Su didn't give it to him. Instead, she fed him porridge spoon by spoon and made him take his medicine before he could sleep again. When Bai Yi woke from his dreams and felt the bumping motion, he realized he was being held by Bai Su into a car. He was placed in the passenger seat, watching Bai Su get into the driver's side. Still a bit dazed, he opened his confused eyes to look at Bai Su. Bai Su patted his head and said, "I've packed your things. We're renting a car to our new home. Is there anything else you need to move?" Bai Yi thought for a moment. The most important thing was his mother's belongings, a small box kept in his room. Bai Su should have brought that too. So he asked, and after receiving a positive answer, he felt at ease. The door of the house was already locked. The van set off. Bai Yi watched the familiar streets gradually recede, feeling a mix of emotions and some unease. He secretly took a glance at Bai Su, admiring her handsome profile even while wearing a mask, and calmed himself down. Their new home was in a high-end community. Bai Yi was somewhat surprised, not expecting Bai Su to be so wealthy. After greeting the security guard, Bai Su parked the car in the underground parking lot, next to the elevator which led directly to their apartment. Bai Su first helped Bai Yi out of the car, and then led him to their new homeroom 1501. When they exited the elevator, there was only one unit on each floor. Bai Su entered Bai Yi's fingerprint into the electronic lock and told him the password before bringing him inside. The interior was fully furnished with a beautiful blue sofa that looked soft and comfortable. Bai Su settled Bai Yi there and planned to go move their things. Bai Yi wanted to help but was refused. Bai Su brought him some fruit, poured a glass of water, and went off to move things. Bai Yi had no choice but to give up. He looked around the house. It had 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom with a dining area and large windows on the balcony. The decoration was clean and tidy. So this would be his new home from now on. Bai Yi still found it hard to believe as he curiously observed the brand new house before helping Bai Su unpack the belongings and placing them in his own room. After the two of them finished tidying up, it was already afternoon. They casually ordered takeout. Bai Yi took his medicine, and after eating they both went to rest. System host, this world is a bit special. There's another task target? Bai Su smiled. The system dared not speak nonsense and only provided information about another person. Should she be glad that they attend the same school? Otherwise she'd have to run back and forth. Fortunately, the system did not issue any danger alerts for the other person. To avoid being spread too thin, she thought for a moment and decided to buy some things. By evening, Bai Yi already felt much better. He pulled off the blanket, got dressed, and opened the door to find Bai Su sitting by the table in the living room. In front of her was a computer, her fingers flying across the keyboard. The blue and black light from the screen cast a glow on her face which looked a bit pale. Hearing his movements, she looked up at him, paused her actions, stood up, and asked, "Are you hungry? Want to eat something?" Bai Yi nodded and walked to the dining area, watching Bai Su serve the food, and he followed her. Breakfast consisted of porridge and some dishes. They sat facing each other at the table. Bai Yi was preoccupied, eating slowly. Bai Su glanced at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Yi hesitated and said, "I have to go to school tomorrow." Bai Su nodded and said, "I'll take you there tomorrow. The school isn't far from here. I'll accompany you. I'm here to protect you." Bai Yi's heart stirred, and he felt a warmth on his face. He hurriedly lowered his head, saying, "Thank you." Bai Su finished eating, watching him, while Bai Yi felt her gaze, and became flustered, unable to help but retract his movements. Bai Su noticed his increasingly red face and slow eating. She stopped looking at him, said a few words, and then left the dining area. Bai Yi relaxed his tense nerves only after Bai Su left. Without needing to look in a mirror, he knew just how red his face was. He tried to calm himself down before continuing to eat. After finishing, he cleaned the dishes and tidied up the kitchen a bit. Back when he was at home. Back then, doing these things had evoked no particular feeling. But now a profound sense of calm and quiet happiness settled deep within his heart. He shook his head and stepped outside. Bai Su sat on the sofa, leafing through what appeared to be their textbooks. Bai Yi watched with mild curiosity. Then Bai Su beckoned him over and the two settled side by side. She handed his phone back to him. Bai Yi paused, suddenly recalling that last night he had been chatting with a classmate toward whom he'd once felt a faint budding attraction. Something he'd once eagerly anticipated. Yet now he realized he wouldn't even remember it unless he happened to glance at his phone. And even when the memory surfaced, none of that old anticipation remained. He gazed at his own reflection in the phone's darkened screen. Indeed, he no longer felt any urge to make that call. Just then the phone rang. Instinctively, Bai glanced at Bai Su. She wasn't looking at him. A hollow ache bloomed inside him. He pressed his lips together, his expression cooling slightly before murmuring, "I'll take this call." Bai Su nodded, absently turning her attention back to her book. She read swiftly, and took notes just as quickly. Bai rose and walked slowly toward the balcony to answer the call. Outside, city lights shimmered against the velvet night, studded with a few scattered stars. "Hello, Bai. Why did it take you so long to pick up?" A rich, resonant voice came through the line. Bai let the cool evening breeze wash over him and replied quietly, "I was occupied." "Oh, with what? Can you tell me?" He frowned instinctively. "No. It's something personal." "Bai, what's wrong? Are you angry with me?" "Why, I'm not angry. I'm simply tired. How have you been lately?" "Fine, I've been." As Bai listened, his attention drifted. He turned. And there she was, Bai Su's silhouette stretching lazily after finishing a book, rising and locking eyes with him instantly. Caught off guard, Bai whirled around, cheeks flushing. Not quite understanding why he felt so inexplicably guilty. "Hello, hello, Xiaoyi, are you there?" Bai cleared his throat. "Sorry, I didn't catch that. The signal's poor." He couldn't explain why he'd lied so reflexively. The voice on the other end kept talking. Endlessly, Bai gazed up at the inky sky, responding only with the occasional murmur. He'd always sensed they belonged to entirely different worlds. Yet they'd stayed in touch, partly because the other person pursued relentlessly, partly because, truth be told, he'd harbored quiet, unspoken hopes of his own. But now, he found the voice grating. Another target in Chaos Walker Su Isha was a transfer student who arrived just days ago. Yet on his very first day, a crowd of mischievous classmates had already dubbed him campus beauty with mocking laughter. With hair falling just past his shoulders, he possessed an androgynous beauty. Delicate yet resolute. His eyes often held a melancholy haze. His slender frame lent him an air of fragile fragility. These past few days he'd been relentlessly pursued by a school bully, a towering, broad-shouldered figure with a defiant wolf-tail haircut and silver ear studs. That pursuit began as nothing more than a drunken bet among friends when a round of rock-paper-scissors, and for 1 month win over this campus beauty. Then discard him without a second thought. The boy speaking wore a sly, shifty grin. He was gay, and deeply humiliated when his confession had been flatly rejected by that wretched boy. So he devised this scheme to exact revenge upon Su Isha. The bully knew full well he was straight, but he loved games and he played them well. Amid a chorus of ambiguous cheers, he embraced the challenge with unexpected seriousness. He made grand gestures, delivering breakfast with fanfare, appearing constantly before Su Isha, demanding he attend his basketball game tomorrow afternoon, and bring water, or else face detention threats and unwanted physical contact after school. Su Isha could bear it no longer. He knew the bully's behavior had grown increasingly aggressive, from verbal warnings on day 1 to outright groping within 24 hours. He pressed his lips together and lowered his gaze. He heard the whispers, the hushed, cruel murmurs of his classmates, yet he could not resist. His strength was childlike beside that brute's. He tried confiding in his homeroom teacher. Instead, the teacher accused him of provoking the bully. Tears brimming, he fled the office in silence. He wandered home hollow-eyed. It wasn't truly his home. He felt no sense of belonging. After his parents' passing, he'd moved in with his aunt, hence the transfer. Living under another's roof was stifling. Once he turned 18, they would ask him to leave. City lights shimmered across the bus window like liquid gold. What would tomorrow bring? Why had fate dealt him such cruelty? Since childhood, he'd endured relentless bullying, once dreaming desperately of rescue. But those dreams had long since dissolved into bitter illusion. A heartbreaking vulnerability softened his features as he walked home. His aunt and uncle were out, off to the cinema with their young son. The house stood empty and silent. He ate cold leftovers, showered, did homework, and lay awake sleepless. He resolved to find part-time work. The next morning, Bai Su rode her bicycle to school, with Bai seated carefully behind her. He gripped the seat with both hands. A gentle breeze carried the faint, warm scent of her body wash, similar to his own, yet richer, more intoxicating. His ears flushed pink as he glanced around, silently memorizing the route. They parked near campus. Bai Su locked the bike, and they entered the school gates side by side. Wearing a mask and her uniform, Bai Su passed through unnoticed. Their synchronized stride drew curious glances from many students. Even masked, her graceful height and elegant proportions were unmistakable. Her long, straight hair gleamed, her eyes sparkled with uncommon brilliance and poise. They parted reluctantly at their respective classrooms. Yet Bai Su promised to walk home with him after school. Inside her classroom, whispers rippled among classmates. Bai Su's gaze swept the room, and landed instantly on the other target, Su Isha. His seat sat empty. Without hesitation, she strode over. "Excuse me. Is anyone sitting here?" Suija looked up startled. By the voice's startling clarity, by the proximity. Her luminous peach blossom eyes held his. A strand of her glossy black ponytail slipped softly over her shoulder, carrying a whisper of fragrance. His heart skipped. He shook his head, then flustered nodded. But Bai Su had already taken her seat. TSK. This one's got no sense of self-preservation sitting beside the bully's chosen prey. Exactly. She may look stunning, but the bully won't show mercy. TSK. Around them voices brimmed with smug, gloating delight. Suija tightened his grip on his pen. He refused to drag an innocent person into danger. "Classmate," he said quietly, "perhaps you should reconsider sitting here." His voice, perfect for lullabies softer than Bai Yi's, almost tearful, stirred a mischievous thought in Bai Su's mind. She pulled out her textbook and turned to him. "Hello, I'm Bai Su. Bai as in daylight, Su as in awakening. And you?" Suija glanced at her, his eyes distant, reserved. He lowered his gaze and murmured Suija as in to think Sha as in banishment. Then he returned to his textbook. "I suggest you don't stay here. It will bring trouble." Bai Su smiled. "I am trouble myself. So why fear more? Don't worry." Her voice rang clear and bright like spring rain soothing parched earth. Suija felt a flicker of confusion. Did people really announce themselves as trouble so openly? Before he could ponder further, the surrounding chatter swelled again. Bai Su, finding the noise unbearable, rose and faced the class. "Have you all memorized your textbooks? Are your grades perfect? If your mouths are so busy, surely your families didn't send you here to become gossiping harpies." Many students flushed crimson, torn between admiring her voice and wanting to retort, speechless, stunned into silence. One slouching student, his uniform askew, scoffed loudly. "Who do you think you are? I'll say whatever I please. You can't stop me. Go ahead. Keep sitting there. Just wait till you're sobbing too hard to speak." Bai Su met his gaze directly. Her sharp, unwavering stare pressed down on him with palpable force. He squirmed, then bristled at his own discomfort. Sensing everyone watching, his pride flared, and impulsively he lunged forward, determined to teach her a lesson. Amid gasps he charged, arm raised to slap her across the face. Bai Su dodged, then seized his arm at a precise acupoint, using his own momentum to immobilize him. He shrieked like a slaughtered pig. "Eh, it hurts. What did you do to me?" Clutching his arm as if it had shattered, he glared at her, contorted with pain. Bai Su remained perfectly composed. "Did I do anything? Did anyone see? Are you a tempting fraud? A grown man, so fragile? How absurd." Most classmates, judging the boy the instigator, and having seen nothing but Bai Su's evasion, now viewed him with suspicion and disdain, convinced he was staging a false accusation. His closest friend rushed forward, snarling, "You wretch! What did you do to Chong Gu?" He reached for her throat, but Bai Su moved faster, seizing him mid-lunge and executing a flawless lightning-fast hip throw. A thunderous thud echoed. Another scream pierced the air. Students shifted uneasily, astonished, fearful, intrigued, some slipping away to fetch a teacher. Bai Su noticed, but paid them no mind. Her gaze locked onto the two fallen boys. For a fleeting moment her eyes gleamed with cold, inorganic light. In a voice like frozen steel, she declared, "Don't provoke me." Her tone was glacial, her presence overwhelming. In that instant every student, even those uninvolved, felt a chill crawl up their spines. Then she calmly resumed her seat. Chong Ji's arm gradually ceased its throbbing agony. Yet the phantom pain still coiled tightly around his nerves. He examined it, not a single mark marred his skin. He realized he'd stumbled upon someone formidable. Wordlessly he helped his friend up, and stalked away, face ashen with humiliation. When the teacher arrived, students mumbled evasively, clearly intimidated. Unable to extract any coherent account, the teacher dismissed the incident unresolved. Beside her, Suija sat utterly stunned. He could no longer focus on his textbook. An idea had formed, yet morality forbade him from acting upon it. But he stole another glance at Bai Su. Bai Su caught his gaze and asked, "Is something wrong?" It was reading period. Friday mornings always echoed with the steady murmur of students reciting texts. Yet Suija heard her voice with crystalline clarity. He studied her, her eyes pure and luminous, her delicate, confident gaze unwavering, as if no obstacle could ever daunt her. The classroom buzzed with noise, yet he found himself drawn inescapably toward her. She blinked. A jolt ran through him, warm electric tingling deep in his chest. He jerked his eyes away, never voicing the question burning in his mind. At break time, the bully swaggered in, flanked by his entourage. His gaze fell immediately on Bai Su, seated beside Suija. He sneered. unprepared for anyone daring to touch his quarry. With a sidelong glance, he signaled his lackey. The lackey advanced, intent on overturning Bai Su's desk. Bai Su planted her foot firmly beneath the desk. Immovable. Onlookers snickered. Humiliated, the lackey raised his hand to strike her. Bai Su rolled her eyes. Such lengthy wind-up meant he'd be flattened before landing a single blow. She shoved him sharply and tapped a pressure point. He crumpled like a porcelain doll, shrieking. Classmates whispered, "Here we go. Another fraudster." The bully's brows knotted. His subordinate's disgrace seared his pride. Striding forward, he radiated raw, arrogant dominance. "Hey, what did you do?" Girls nearby sighed dreamily, "So handsome." Bai Su ignored him. Turning a page, the bully sneered and snatched for her book. Bai Su slapped his hand with the book. Pa! A sharp, stinging impact that sent shockwaves up his nerves. Yet his skin remained unmarked, unervingly pale. True to his title, the bully bore pain stoically. He stared at his throbbing hand, intact, unblemished. He laughed coldly. "Impressive. I underestimated you. I don't hit girls, but you've crossed me. Do you even know who I am?" Bai Su, childish. Enraged by her indifference, his famed axe-carved face hardened further. "If you wish to beg forgiveness, leave this seat now and kneel before me to apologize." Bai Su didn't glance up, only uttered 3 words, each dripping with theatrical disdain, second-rate delusion. Furious, the bully, having trained in basic martial arts, lunged to seize her collar. Bai Su twisted his wrist, struck a vital point, and shoved, sending him staggering backward. The air froze. His face darkened, stormy, livid. "You dare!" He charged again, veins bulging, fists raised in practice stance. Reaching for her, he was fast. But she was faster, a low, sweeping kick followed by a clean, devastating push, sending you far, far away. The bully's face cycled from green to ghastly white. Classmates' faces flushed crimson. Not from fear, but from suppressed laughter. His lackey rushed forward, steadying his bent-over leader. "Boss, are you all right?" The bully nearly tore his mouth open. Terrified by his icy glare, the lackey assumed it was directed at Bai Su, and snarled, "You wretched woman. Despicable, shameless." Bai Su nearly burst out laughing. A grown man bullies a frail, helpless girl and claims righteousness. Laughter bubbled up uncontrollably. Su Yi's tension dissolved. His breath eased. Unaware, his eyes lit up, fixed adoringly on Bai Su. She turned and caught him staring. His cheeks flushed, rosy, flustered. He fumbled for a book to hide behind, but she'd already glimpsed his expression. Bai Su thought how utterly adorable. The bully, unable to endure further humiliation, shot her one venomous look and stormed out, boots pounding the floor. His abandoned breakfast sat untouched. Classmates now regarded Bai Su with open admiration, drawn irresistibly to strength, discarding earlier dismissiveness for genuine awe. At break, a crowd gathered around her. "Bai Su, you're incredible. Did you study martial arts? Bai Su, where are you from? And who is your master? Bai Su, let's be friends. The kind where you protect me. Bai Su." Bai Yi had been called to the teacher's office for a heart-to-heart talk during morning reading, so he learned that Bai Su had phoned the homeroom teacher late at night. Gazing at the homeroom teacher's forced smile, Bai Yi suddenly found it amusing, though he did not laugh aloud. When he returned to his seat, he overheard his classmates animatedly discussing how a girl from the neighboring class had single-handedly driven off the school bully, their retelling bordering on mythic. A faint sense of foreboding stirred within Bai Yi. For once he proactively asked who the girl was. His classmates were mildly surprised, but just as eagerly answered. It was Bai Su. His heart tightened. Yet when he heard she had successfully repelled the bully, he exhaled in quiet relief. Just as he leaned in to listen further, the bell rang. Suppressing his urge to seek her out, Bai Yi settled into his seat and focused on class. Still, his thoughts kept drifting. Meanwhile, Bai Su sat calmly through her lessons. Su Yi sat quietly too. Yet his gaze unbidden lingered upon her from the corner of his eye. This morning's events defied belief, and all of it had begun the moment this girl appeared. Yet he could not deny it, she had indeed aided him, even if only temporarily. Su Yi lowered his long, straight lashes. His inner world churned with turbulent thought. No rush. He needed further verification. For now peace reigned between them. It was math class. Their class excelled academically, so the teacher selected a challenging final problem for students to solve and present at the board. The problem was genuinely complex. Su Yi furrowed his brow, working through it meticulously, then glanced up, startled to see Bai Su already finishing her solution with swift, confident strokes. He felt puzzled, but refrained from asking. When time was up, the teacher asked if anyone had solved it. Silence filled the room. The teacher smiled, then noticed Bai Su wearing a mask. "Ah, you must be our new classmate today. Would you like to give it a try?" Bai Su rose, immediately strode to the board, and solved it with breathtaking speed and clarity. The teacher grew increasingly astonished. This was an Olympiad-level problem, intended merely as an exposure exercise. Not something he expected any student to solve, let alone with greater elegance and lucidity than the official solution. Classmates, seeing her step-by-step reasoning, suddenly grasped the logic. A wave of admiration rippled through the room. Bai Su stepped down and returned to her seat. Su Ija's expression shifted subtly, impressed yet silent. After lavishing praise upon Bai Su, the teacher resumed the lesson. The class proceeded smoothly. At break, Bai Su reached for her water bottle, only to find classmates gathering around. "Bai Su, you're amazing. May I ask you about that problem?" She glanced overside lightly and replied, "Wait. May I at least take a sip first?" Her voice was soft and melodious. The girl blushed faintly and nodded. Bai Su removed her mask, and in that instant sharp intakes of breath echoed across the room, followed by hushed murmurs. The girl, struck hidden by such radiant beauty, swayed dazedly. Su Ija's heart trembled. She was stunning, vividly luminous yet cool and crystalline. He clenched his fist tightly to suppress his composure. He had never imagined his ideal woman, yet now he sensed she might well be her. Love at first sight. He bowed his head, closed his eyes, and steadied his breath. Bai Su drank, then replaced her mask. The girl, still flustered, cradled her burning cheeks and stammered, "Bai Su, why do you wear a mask when you're this beautiful? It's such a waste." "Absolutely." Others chimed in, faces flushed with shared regret. Bai Su simply replied, tone serene, "I'm used to it." Before the girl could respond, a voice called from outside, "Bai Su, someone's here to see you." Bai Su blinked, then rose and walked out. Whispers erupted behind her. "Bai Su is so beautiful. I've never seen anyone this breathtaking. Not even movie stars." "Exactly. Huh. Who's looking for Bai Su? She only transferred today. I saw. It's Bai E from the next class. That aloof, icy prince. Truly, they look perfect together. Cold prince meets radiant beauty. I'm swooning. But isn't the radiant beauty even more captivating solo? Still, doesn't Su Ija suit Bai Su just as well? Ah, but what about the school bully?" For the first time, Su Ija found their chatter unbearable. He stood and stepped outside for air. There Bai E waited by the door. Spotting Bai Su, his eyes lit up. He drew near swiftly. As they stepped into the corridor, his normally detached features softened with concern. Gently he asked, "I heard something happened in your class. Are you all right?" Bai Su gazed out the window at the massive banyan tree, then shook her head. "Don't worry, I'm fine." She turned to him, "And you? How's your class treating you?" "Of course I'm fine, or the system's alarm would have sounded already." Bai E nodded, ears faintly pink. "I'm all right." An awkward silence fell between them. Yet even in that quiet, Bai E felt profoundly at ease. Students passed by, glances flickering, overt or covert, toward the two of them. Only then did Bai E realize how impulsive his approach had been. His ears burned deeper. He swallowed hard and asked, "Shall we eat in the cafeteria at noon? Or go home? Is the cafeteria food any good?" He nodded. "It's quite decent. I'll show you the signature dishes." Bai Su smiled. "Sounds good. Meet me 10 minutes after school. I'd rather avoid the crowd." Bai E returned her smile. I'll wait for you." A gentle sweetness bloomed in his chest. Soon class would resume, so they parted ways. Su Ija watched silently, his gaze dimming as he turned back toward the classroom. Back in class, a group of curious girls gathered around. "Bai Su, what did Bai E want?" "Yeah. How do you even know him? You only arrived today." Bai Su observed their eager, gossip-hungry expressions, gave a faint wry smile, and said simply, "We're friends." The bell rang. Classmates exchanged knowing looks, half disappointed, half thrilled, as they drifted back to their seats. Meanwhile, Bai E returned to his seat, only to be gently grilled by familiar classmates about Bai Su. His ears had cooled, and he replied flatly, "Just friends." Even he felt a faint, unexpected bitterness bloom inside. He paused, then shook his head, dispelling the strange sensation. A girl nearby adjusted her reflective glasses, studying him with the intensity of a detective. "Bai E, are you fond of that girl?" "No, don't say such things." "Oh ho!" She leaned in Sherlock mode activated, when the bell cut her short. Elsewhere, Su Ija and Bai Su continued their lessons undisturbed. At noon, Bai Su packed her bag and went to meet Bai E. Su Ija waited calmly. When she entered his classroom, he was waiting outside. She approached and led him toward the cafeteria. Su Ija watched their retreating figures and followed slowly, deliberately behind them. Autumn had arrived. The roadside plane trees shimmered gold. Bai Yi and Bai Su walked side by side. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat thundered. So loud, so urgent, he could almost hear its rhythm over the tension coiling tight within him. Cool breezes failed to quell the warmth rising in his chest. His entire awareness seemed magnetized to the person beside him. They walked in companionable silence amid throngs of students laughing, teasing. Youth itself pulsing vividly around them. Passing the basketball court, they watched players sweat and soar. Until a cry pierced the air, "Hey ball!" A basketball hurtled wildly toward Bai Su. Bai Su seized Bai Yi's arm and pulled him back one swift step. The ball slammed into a nearby tree. Leaves shuddering, cascading down like golden rain. Unfazed, Bai Su grabbed his hand and began walking away. Bai Yi shivered, his palm dampening, his cheeks flushing. He turned his head aside, feigning nonchalance. "Hey!" A PE student in a jersey shouted from the court. "Throw it back." Bai Yi glanced over. The boy looked familiar. One of the bully's cronies. A chill of dread crept up his spine. He tightened his grip on her hand, about to speak. When, seeing Bai Su ignore him, the boy sneered, signaled a teammate for another ball, and hurled it at her with brutal force. "Can't hear. Let me fix your ears for you." The ball rocketed toward the back of Bai Su's head. Bai Yi's pupils contracted, instinctively reaching to pull her behind him. But Bai Su released his hand, pivoted sharply, and delivered a flawless flying kick. The ball struck midair, instantly deflating with a deafening crack, then shot backward at blinding speed. So fast it left only a blur, propelling a violent gust that sent leaves spiraling violently forward. Ugh! Before the athlete could react, searing pain exploded in his abdomen. He flew backward, crashing hard onto the ground. A clean leaf-line trajectory marked his flight path across the pavement. For a breathless moment, onlookers froze, watching Bai Su lower her leg, golden leaves swirling around her, her long ponytail still swaying, her eyes dazzling, her posture poised and fiercely elegant. Had the burly boy not lain groaning in agony before them, they would have refused to believe such a graceful girl had just executed such devastating force. Yet she had. Her power immense, her bearing effortless, her expression serene, almost innocent. The stark contrast was magnetic. Students stared stunned. Some furtively snapped photos. Bai Su cast one cold, indifferent glance at the fallen boy, then calmly took Bai Yi's hand again and walked away, leaving him awestruck and breathless. His friends rushed over. Others finally snapped out of their stupor. Whoa! That impact! That reflex! The leaves were swept up by the shockwave. Look, they formed a perfect line on the ground. She's so cool. That guy's awful. But why attack a girl like that? Isn't he the bully's right-hand man? Haven't you heard what happened this morning? What? Did I miss a huge story? The school bully got driven off by a girl. Wait, is it her? So that's why he targeted her. Tisk tisk, petty. But wow, she's incredible. Bai Yi was led away by Bai Su, dazed, her dazzling feat replaying in his mind alongside the boy's pained collapse. Bai Su suddenly tightened their clasped hands, pulling him closer, then turned, eyes bright. What's wrong? So lost in thought. Her voice clear and soothing. Bai Yi blinked back to reality. His cheeks tinted faintly like crimson plum blossoms falling upon fresh snow. He lowered his long lashes, murmuring nothing. Then, recalling his earlier fear, he lifted his gaze, hesitated, then asked softly, Bai Su, that boy was one of the bully's allies. They'll likely target you again. Please, be careful. Bai Su nodded. I know. Then she turned fully to him. Now they know you're with me. They may come after you too. Are you afraid? A breeze stirred the stray strands at her forehead. Her clear eyes held his. Somehow, though masked, he felt certain she was smiling faintly. Bai Yi paused. Their hands remained joined. His usually cool, hers warmly alive. Heat traveled from her palm straight into his heart. He couldn't help but smile. Yes, I am afraid. Then, gently shaking their interlocked hands, he added almost playfully, so will you protect me? Bai Yi's cheeks flushed. His eyes crinkled softly, like spring water shimmering under sunlight, as he asked, voice tender, whether she would protect him. Bai Su had to admit this boy was utterly endearing. She traced a light, teasing circle in his palm with her fingertip and smiled. Be good, and I'll protect you. A tingling warmth spread across his palm. His blush deepened. He took her words as consent. His lips curved upward. He tried to correct her gently. Boys don't say good. We're grown now. Bai Su's playful curiosity flared. She studied him, slow and deliberate. Is that so? Pity. I prefer obedient boys. His heart skipped. Crimson flooded his neck. He opened his mouth. But she continued, voice lilting with mischief. Then since we're grown, we shouldn't hold hands anymore. What a shame. Warmth vanished from his hand. Bai Yi blinked, staring at his suddenly empty palm. Unbidden his eyes welled with tears. Bai Su, huh? She froze, then burst into unrestrained laughter. Bai Yi gazed at her wounded and bewildered, unaware perhaps that he had already begun relying on her without thought. As they spoke, the cafeteria came into view. Trailing behind, Su Izha watched their banter, lowered his eyes and decided once and for all to abandon that fragile notion. Even though she had just been breathtakingly radiant, he crumpled his feelings into a tight, silent ball and buried them deep beyond all light. Inside, the cafeteria crowds had thinned. Most students already seated and eating. Thankfully, space remained plentiful. After choosing a table, Bai Yi guided Bai Su past each food station. Listening to his warm, pleasant voice, described the offerings, Bai Su selected several signature dishes. Once served, they returned to their table. As they sat, Bai Su glanced, seemingly casual, toward Su Izha, who was collecting his meal on the far side. Only then did she pick up her chopsticks. Noticing Bai Yi's plate held mostly vegetables, Bai Su scooped several generous portions of braised pork onto it with her unused spoon. He protested, but she slowly removed her mask and said, tone calm and firm, "You're too thin. You need proper nourishment." Bai Yi gazed at her soft, fair face. His ears flushed again. He nodded, resolving to add more meat to his order next time. Bai Su ate. She ate with quiet seriousness, rarely speaking during meals, and thus finished swiftly. Yet upon glancing up at Bai Yi's pace, she gradually slowed her own. She timed her last bite to coincide precisely with Bai Yi's final mouthful. After tidying their things, they left the cafeteria together, heading back to rest. The distance was negligible. The afternoon after a meal always cast a drowsy hush over the world. Bai Su tilted her eyes, half-closed, basking in the sun's gentle warmth. Bai Yi watched her, serene, languid, like a cat luxuriating in golden light. A soft smile flickered in his eyes. They walked side by side in silence, yet their stillness hummed with unspoken harmony. Elsewhere, Su Izha finished his lunch with detached indifference and turned toward the classroom. The two were already out of sight. He thought this to himself as he stepped away from the cafeteria. He chose a shortcut, a long flight of tiled steps, split down the center by a smooth porcelain handrail flanked on both sides by trees. Halfway down, several boys emerged from the shadows, some draped in uniforms, others with collars sharply raised. They exchanged crude jests, then spotted Su Izha nearby, glancing left and right. No one in sight. They snickered lewdly and lunged forward as one. Su Izha sensed danger too late. He spun to flee, but was slammed face first onto the ground. A searing burn tore across his cheek as skin scraped raw against stone. Blood welled. In that fractured instant, he almost welcomed disfigurement. Perhaps then the world's cruelties would cease. But they had no intention of letting him go so easily. Well, if it isn't the one our school tyrant's taken a shine to. Ha! A grown man pinned beneath another. How utterly humiliating. Oh ho! Look at that skin, drawled a boy with an ear stud, brushing fingers along Su Izha's wrist. Smooth as silk. Tisk tsk. Don't touch me. Get away. Su Izha struggled, voice raw with revulsion. Blood streamed freely down his face, staining his jawline crimson. His eyes blazed, fierce, defiant, repulsed. His uniform jacket hung open, revealing the crisp white of his undershirt, the pale curve of his throat, the slender line of his arms. His androgynous beauty, fragile, aloof, exquisitely shattered, stirred something primal in them, the urge to break his pride, to watch his composure splinter, to uncover the softness hidden beneath ice. Their breaths grew ragged. Tisk tsk. No wonder the tyrant smitten. That skin, pale, flawless. Hands reached out, greedy and grasping. Su Izha thrashed wildly, only to be struck hard across the face. His unmarked cheek swelled instantly. His wrists and ankles were clamped down, immobilized by brute force. Rage boiled in his chest, so hot it felt like blood boiling. You dare lay hands on me? Do you fear the tyrant's retribution? Even as he spoke, he mocked himself, invoking one abuser to shield himself from another. That threat sobered them. Lust momentarily eclipsed by caution. One hesitated. He's right. And look, he's bleeding. Maybe we should stop. But the ringleader scoffed. Easy, we film it. With proof in hand, how could he possibly complain? He reached for his phone, when a sharp female voice cut through the air. Stop. From the top of the stairs, Bai Su vaulted onto the porcelain railing and surged downward in one fluid motion. Landing with coiled grace, she swept her leg outward, knocking every assailant off balance. Then with swift care she closed Su Izha's jacket before half lifting him into a protective cradle and striding past the fallen men. Enraged, the ear-stud boy staggered upright despite dizziness and pain. Don't run. You strike us and think you'll just walk away? Dream on. Lads, get them. He dragged 3 dazed but still standing boys toward Bai Su. Bai Su's lips curled. Not in amusement but cold disdain. Her mood had curdled into something dangerous. 2 targets already strained her patience. She'd been planning a leisurely afternoon nap, until an urgent alert jolted her awake, forcing her into overtime. Her fury was volcanic, pent-up, directionless, until now. Perfect timing. She set Su Ija down with deliberate gentleness. Su Ija, still reeling, from rescue to shock to a sudden disorienting blush, instinctively gripped her sleeve. Bai Su merely ruffled his hair, once, then peeled his fingers away without hesitation. With a contemptuous flick of her wrist, she seized the ear-stud boy, executed a flawless shoulder throw, and hurled him aside. Then, in one seamless pivot, she kicked another boy square in the chest. 2 heavy thuds echoed, followed by guttural cries of agony sharp enough to make one wince. A third bullier boy assumed a fighting stance. Bai Su smirked, blocked his punch, twisted his wrist with surgical precision, then drove a knuckle deep into his solar plexus. A second blow followed. Not out of rage but restraint, she deliberately held back, yet he collapsed, gasping, sweat-drenched, and begging for mercy before she flung him aside. None were worthy opponents. Boring. Bai Su surveyed them, icy and unmoved, then strode toward the ear-stud boy, who scrambled backward until she seized his hair, wrenching his head upward, so he stared helplessly into her gaze. She smiled. A slow, chilling thing. So bold, so fond of picking on the weak. Her palm slapped his cheek. Not playfully but with the brutal finality of iron striking stone. Sister. Lady warrior. I beg you, I'm sorry. Never again. Please spare me. He pleaded, even as his fingers fumbled secretly for a paper cutter hidden in his pocket. Su Ija saw it, and cried out. Bai Su. She'd already anticipated the move. A lightning kick shattered the boy's grip. Then she stomped down on his wrist, grinding bone against pavement. So, you kept a contingency plan. Pain screamed up his arm. His scalp burned where she yanked. Pain, pain, pain. I'm sorry. I swear it. Never again. Please. Tears and snot streaked his face as he realized too late he'd kicked a mountain. When another boy stirred, Bai Su merely glanced at him. Cold, empty, dismissive. Then flung the ear-stud boy aside like so much refuse. She smiled again, though her eyes held no warmth. Shall we continue? Danger. Every mind recoiled in unison, screaming silent alarms at the sight of that serene, merciless gaze. They shrank back, trembling. Bai Su swept her gaze across them, voice glacial. I showed mercy today. Cross someone again, and next time I'll deliver you to the hospital myself. She retrieved the paper cutter, pinched the blade between 2 fingers, and snapped it cleanly in half. Her stare sharp as shattered glass pinned them in place. Understood. Answer me. Yes, yes, yes. Understood. Understood. Too quiet. Louder now. Starving. Is that it? Bai Su gave a dry, humorless laugh. We understand. They bellowed, lungs straining. Bai Su nodded, barely satisfied. She tossed the broken fragments into a bin, ordered them to dispose of the rest, then returned to support Su Ija and guide him away. Su Ija was slightly taller. Leaning into her, he caught the faint, clean scent clinging to her skin. He leaned instinctively closer, enveloped by her presence, as if her very aura formed a sanctuary around him. So this was what protection felt like. Safe. Anchoring. His limbs trembled with exhaustion. His face throbbed, blood tracing a grotesque path down his neck. Bai Su guided him steadily, fingers searching her pocket until she produced a small packet of tissues. Wipe the blood. I'll take you to the infirmary. He murmured softly, voice tender as piano keys struck in twilight. Could you wipe it for me? My arms feel like lead. Bai Su didn't hesitate. Ahead stood a stone bench. She helped him sit steady and unhurried. Fortunate, really, that no one else passed by. A young man with half his face smeared in blood and half swollen crimson would have sparked panic, or worse, suspicion. She drew out a tissue, assessed the wound, and dabbed gently at the blood encircling it. Her brow furrowed slightly, her gaze intense and unwavering, fixed on Su Ija. They sat close. So close he could feel the delicate rhythm of her breath, soft and cool against his skin. The burning ache in his face dulled, replaced by a slow, creeping warmth spreading across his cheeks. His long, dark lashes trembled, then lowered, veiling eyes shimmering with quiet, unguarded emotion. A smile tugged at his lips. He suppressed it, fiercely terrified of startling her away. He surrendered wholly to the intoxicating awareness of being seen, until her hand lifted toward his neck. He jolted upright, eyes wide, startled, then mastered himself. His hands braced on his knees, clenched into fists, white-knuckled, trembling with effort. Every nerve in his body focused on that single point. Her touch featherlight, maddeningly teasing. Tears pricked his eyes. He bit his lip, swallowing every sound. His neck flushed, soft, delicate pink. Bai Su paused curious. Most people blushed crimson. Why did he blush pink? She finished cleaning Rose and offered a faint wry smile at his tense stoic expression. She dropped the tissue into a nearby bin, told him to wait, and strode off without looking back. Released from her proximity, Su Ija exhaled slowly, then flushed again when he recalled her quiet chuckle. His earlobes burned. When she said she'd return shortly, he nodded automatically, only to realize moments later she was already gone. A breeze stirred, carrying away the afternoon's heat. Pain rushed back, sharp, insistent. His limbs ached, his thoughts sharpened, clearing the haze. He examined the shallow scrapes on his palms, then replayed the assault in stark clinical detail. Calm settled over him, and with it came quiet shame, for having surrendered so completely to relief, to longing. That person, she had already, yet, he wanted her. Desperately, a hunger unlike any he'd known erupting from deep within, wild and unstoppable. He wanted her. Radiant, unshakable, safe. His head bowed. Then, footsteps. He lifted his gaze. His eyes, bright with unguarded hope, soft with quiet joy, mirrored a puppy greeting its master. Then he saw Bai Su, and Bai Yi walking beside her. Bai Yi's expression softened as he looked at her, then hardened instantly the moment his gaze fell upon Su Ija. Su Ija? System observed Su Ija's expression. This scene bears an uncanny resemblance to a faithless husband parading his mistress before his wife. Bai Yi watched the shift, the light in Su Ija's eyes, the softening of his features. Then the swift dimming, the return of guarded coldness, the moment he registered Bai Yi's presence. A surge of violation pierced Bai Yi. His most treasured possession, coveted, threatened, about to be stolen. His expression cooled, further sharpening into frost. Earlier Bai Su's face had shifted, suddenly urgent. She told him to wait, not to wander, that she'd return immediately, and vanished in a blur. He stood rooted, startled, and unnerved, watching strangers pass. A quiet dread settled in his chest. He felt unmoored. Only days had passed, and already he depended on her. Without her near, the world felt hollow, unsafe. His thoughts spiraled, wondering when she'd return, imagining emergencies, replaying their ordinary lunch. Had she forgotten something? But their bags remained untouched. Time stretched agonizingly thin. Alone in the corner, his usual reserve deepened into something fragile, lonely, almost pleading, as his lashes dipped low. When she finally reappeared, his heart leapt, only for her to simply say, "Come with me." It didn't matter. Nothing mattered, except staying by her side. Then he appeared. Bai Yi's pulse chilled, yet seeing Su Ija's battered face, his torn clothes, his raw vulnerability, he swallowed whatever words had risen to his tongue. So she'd gone to help someone else. She protected more than just him. A strange hollowness opened inside him. Disorientation, sorrow, a sour tang of jealousy. Bai Su spoke. "Shall we help Su Ija to the infirmary?" "Shall we?" He blinked, lips pressing together. Intimate. Then what did that make him? Su Ija's pupils contracted imperceptibly. She asked another to assist him, and called him Shawi, while addressing him formally by full name and title. Logically it made sense, they'd only just met. Yet the disparity stung, sharp and petty. He inwardly scolded himself for such self-indulgent, irrational yearning. Su Ija pressed his lips tight, forcing himself upright, legs shaking violently. "No need. I can manage." Bai Yi moved swiftly, stepping ahead of Bai Su to steady Su Ija. His voice, when he spoke, held a quiet, hopeful timbre. Su, I'll help him." He blushed, ducked his head, then lifted his gaze again, eyes glistening, awaiting her response. Bai Su offered no reaction, merely nodded, then turned to Su Ija. "Don't strain yourself. Let's go to the infirmary. Clean those wounds." Supported, addressed so gently, Su Ija yielded, swallowing his discomfort, agreeing silently. Though Bai Su showed no visible response, Bai Yi allowed himself a small sweet hope. Perhaps her lack of objection signaled acceptance, of closeness, of intimacy. A faint, tender smile touched his lips as he watched her. "Su Ija, please pretend I don't exist." "Thank you." The three walked slowly. Few others lingered on the path. Bai Su took position on Su Ija's opposite side, offering him quietly a measure of relief. Bai Su broke the silence. "Would either of you consider learning self-defense, or acquiring personal safety tools?" Bai Yi and Su Ija both paused, surprised. She continued, "I can teach you practical techniques, guide your physical conditioning, and help equip you with reliable defensive tools." After a beat of consideration, they answered in unison, yes. Bai Su nodded, satisfied. She calculated student schedules were demanding. Weekend sessions would be ideal. She'd order safety tools online, ensuring accessibility. She couldn't guarantee timely intervention, unless they lived, ate, and slept under one roof. But academic demands differed. Constant supervision was impossible. Carrying personal safeguards remained the wisest course. She instructed the system to deploy 2 protective amulets, each capable of triggering a single emergency teleportation. The system muttered, although this is a corrupted world, is it right to so blatantly cheat? Bai Su snorted coldly, do it or not. The system, embarrassing itself, urged, do it, though you might not even need it. The 2 people beside Bai Su watched her ponder without interrupting. Su Ija, this could work. After all, Bai Su cannot always be at my side. Bai Yi, that would do. I could protect Bai Su at crucial moments. The 3 walked to the infirmary, knocked, and then pushed the door open. The infirmary attendant was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Seeing the 3 of them, he had them support the injured person before him. He examined the wound and found it was not very deep. The doctor prepared to disinfect the wound and told Su Ija, it will hurt a bit. Bear it. Su Ija obediently nodded, fists clenched on his lap, trembling slightly. He found that his body had grown unusually sensitive these past few days. He must not make any strange sounds, or he would lose all face in front of Bai Su. He lowered his eyes to the floor as a cool cotton pad brushed his face. The brief sting made him tremble. He nearly let out a sob. At that moment, Bai Su gently pressed his shoulder. In an instant, Su Ija was enveloped by her pleasant scent, and he relaxed, instinctively leaning against her. The doctor saw Su Ija visibly relax, and while applying medicine joked, young man, still acting spoiled with your girlfriend. Su Ija blushed shyly and murmured, she's not my girlfriend. The doctor assumed they were merely embarrassed and chuckled. I understand. Bai Yi's face turned pale and cold. He felt he shouldn't be here. He should be under the car. He felt he could not stay here. He instinctively wanted to leave, but if he truly left, Bai Yi glanced at Bai Su. She seemed unaware of him, watching the doctor dress the wound attentively. A sting of grievance and bitterness filled him, and he turned to go. Bai Su, however, grabbed his hand. A warmth flowed from her soft, tender fingers. He could not understand how hands so pretty could keep a group so well disciplined. Bai Su turned to him and asked, where are you going? Bai Yi was being led by the hand. He pressed his lips together, closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them he said, I'm going outside. Bai Su looked at him, nodded, and slowly loosened her grip. Bai Yi felt even more uncomfortable in his chest. He let out a small humph and walked out. A row of trees stood before the infirmary with stone benches beneath them. Bai Yi sat down, his mind in turmoil. He opened his backpack and took out his homework. He forced himself to focus and began to work through the problems little by little. Yet the knot in his heart kept distracting him. While looking at the problems, he would think of Bai Su's face, then of the earlier scene, then of Su Yi's irritating expression. It was maddening. He set his pen down and stared at the clear sky. Why was he so restless and uneasy, he asked himself. Because he could not deceive himself. He realized Bai Su did not protect or care for him alone. He knew it was wrong to expect Bai Su to value, protect, and care only for him. But he could not help himself. If only one could willfully master one's own emotions. Joy, anger, sorrow, and delight. But that was impossible, he thought with a bitter smile. He felt he had begun to treat Bai Su as his possession. But Bai Su was a person, not an object. She had her own thoughts, friends, family, and classmates. Life could not revolve around him alone. Besides, she was so radiant and wonderful, like a glittering treasure. A priceless treasure would naturally attract others. That was normal. How could he blame the treasure itself for being coveted? He recalled the warmth and safety of being held by Bai Su, their moments of holding hands, the affectionate names she used for him, and the little bits of these past days. He felt dazed. Indeed, it had only been a few days. How had he become so preoccupied with this person, so unwilling to let go? Bai Yi looked up as sunlight streamed through the leaves, illuminating his face and accentuating his fair skin and delicate features. He looked like the sun's favorite, a melancholic prince. A passing girl was stunned. She could not help her quickened heartbeat and approached, summoning the courage to ask, classmate, is something on your mind? Bai Yi was interrupted in his thoughts. He adopted a cold expression, opened his eyes without looking at her, and answered simply, no. The girl blushed under his gaze, and as she was about to say more, Bai Yi cut in. Please do not disturb me, thank you. Flushed, she could only leave. Bai Su stood quietly in the doorway, arms folded, watching the scene unfold. The system remarked, tisk host, look. This male lead has some moral fiber. Bai Su rolled her eyes at the system and asked, is the item ready? The system sulked but said it had tinkered with the item a little. It presented the object in her pocket, a Peril teleportation protective bracelet. Each bracelet can be used once per world, and then is rendered useless. There are some side effects, though the exact nature is unclear. Bai Su narrowed her eyes. Side effects. Bai Su demanded what the system had done. The system feigned innocence. Host, it's not my fault. Normal items arrive with corruption in this broken world. That's to be expected. Still, it will at least teleport you in time. Bai Su snorted. Trusting the system was foolhardy. Still, she supposed it would not dare do anything too extreme. Bai Su smiled, remember your promise. If I catch you in the wrong, you'll know what it means to be remade. The system trembled and raised 3 tiny datastream fingers in a show of loyalty, while secretly plotting to blame the broken world. The world's consciousness retorted amused, go ahead, blame me. Bai Su drew from her pocket the bracelets that had appeared, red string bracelets. One had a tiny nail-sized transparent amber bead at its center, inside which floated a miniature pink peach blossom. Another charm was a delicate silvery hollow metal cube, each face cut into the shape of a blooming peach blossom. Within sat a small bead that made no sound when shaken. The other red string necklace bore a similar nail-sized transparent amber bead, this one enclosing a small pale yellow orchid. It too had a small silvery hollow metal cube, each face carved into the shape of an orchid in bloom. Inside rested a bead that remained silent even when moved. The system quipped slyly, Host, how are the bracelets? Not bad, right? Bai Su was speechless. The system had also as an extra included a ring, a pretty silver band, whose center held a tiny hollow 6-pointed star metal cube, inside which sat another bead. The system, eager to stir things up, asked, Host, how will you divide these 2 different bracelets? Bai Su declared she had no desire to ponder such a simple question. Bai Su watched the girl depart with reluctance and then slowly approached. Bai Yi heard the footsteps. He stiffened, clenching his fists. Nervous and guilty, then chiding himself for feeling that way. He feigned calm and looked elsewhere. Bai Su came up to him gently. Why are you unhappy? She asked. So she had noticed after all. Bai Yi felt a flicker of happiness but kept his face expressionless, replying softly, nothing. Bai Su teased in a playful tone, Oh, our little E, what has you down? Her voice rose and fell sweetly as if teasing a child. Bai Yi grumbled inwardly, but his face could not help softening. He still said nothing. Bai Su pretended to be hurt. It seems little E is mad at me. How sad, her voice falling melodramatically. Bai Yi hesitated and looked up to find Bai Su slightly bent forward, watching him, her eyes curved with amusement. Could he not tell she was teasing him? He let out a light humph, like a clear bird call, and pretended not to look at her. Knowing not to push him too far, Bai Su sat beside him and raised both clenched fists, wobbling them before Bai Yi. All right, I'm apologizing to little E. Now guess which fist hides a little gift. Bai Yi's curiosity was piqued and he turned to the 2 fists. He blinked his clear, beautiful eyes at her. Only one fist has the gift. What if my luck fails and I guess wrong? Bai Su smiled softly and waggled both fists. Even in an ordinary tone it carried sweetness. With me, little E always has good fortune. The words struck him directly and he blushed. In her care, did he always have good luck? Did that mean she would always favor him? Bai Yi's gentle liquid eyes dropped. He turned and could not help the corner of his mouth lifting. Bai Su teased, Oh, don't you want it, little E? Then I'll keep it. Before she finished, Bai Yi turned quickly to meet Bai Su's smiling eyes, his face reddening further. He coquettishly glared at her. He then inspected seriously with an air of pride. Apart from both fists being fair and showing graceful knuckles, there seemed no difference. Bai Yi frowned, head lowered, and continued to examine them. Bai Su smiled and gently bumped her forehead against his, cooing, enough thinking. Little E's luck is through the roof with me. Now pick one at will. Her light touch against his forehead felt like honey to his heart. Sweetly dazed, he pointed randomly at a direction. Having made his choice, he suddenly felt nervous, a little regretful at his haste, and yet eager for the answer to be revealed. Like a child, he waited anxiously and expectantly for his gift. Bai Su found it amusing and slowly opened her hand to reveal a red string bracelet with an orchid amber bead and a small square charm. Delicate and stylish, it looked valuable. Bai Yi widened his eyes and asked Bai Su, Really? Is this for me? Bai Su nodded and motioned for Bai Yi to take the bracelet. He picked it up, gently admiring it with a soft, sweet expression. Suddenly curious, he looked into Bai Su's eyes and asked ambiguously, Was there something in the other fist as well? Bai Yi knew his question was somewhat unreasonable and petty. Still, he selfishly sought Bai Su's confirmation that he was always favored and lucky with her. He realized he was growing more and more petty. Bai Su opened the other fist and said, Here. It was empty. Bai Yi laughed even more joyfully. Ever since meeting Bai Su, his luck truly seemed to have changed. Indeed, meeting Bai Su was his greatest good fortune. He held the red string bracelet gently, brows curved, lips lifting, cheeks flushed. His smile bloomed like spring flowers, enchanting. Even the system was dazzled by the sight. It had seen 2 bracelets in the host's hands a moment ago, and now one had vanished. The system cheered Bai Su on, Host, amazing. Your hands are quick. Bai Su ignored it. Bai Su watched Bai Yi's smile. It seemed the first truly happy smile in days, sweeping away past shadows with a purity that softened the heart. She too was moved. Bai Su smiled and said, "Come, little Yi, you can put the bracelet on now." Bai Yi nodded, then suddenly thought of something. His face flushing red, he shyly asked, "Could you help me put it on?" Bai Su did not mind. She nodded and took the bracelet. Feeling Bai Yi's warmth against it, she looked at the vivid red string with a sudden pang of feeling. Such a lively, endearing person had in his original world once lived numb and tormented. Treated like a doll for others, released stripped of dignity, muttering filthy words before ending his life by suicide. A shadow passed over Bai Su's mood. She shook her head subtly. Now that she had come here, she would not let those things happen. Bai Yi eagerly rolled back the sleeve of his left arm and extended a section of fair wrist. His palm was small and his fingers slender. Bai Su held the red string bracelet and watched him intently. In a gentle yet steady voice she said, "Wear this bracelet. I wish Bai Yi safety and smooth fortune ahead, joy and wellness." Bai Yi paused, gazing at Bai Su in a daze. Her words seemed to carry a strange calming power, each one striking into his heart. Bai Su carefully and slowly fastened it on. The vivid red string slipped from his fingertips to his wrist, ticklish yet full of care and blessing. Bai Yi stared blankly. For an instant, time felt both very long and very brief. The sunlight was so dazzling. Why did he feel so warm, so safe? His emotions swelled to the verge of tears. He hugged Bai Su of his own accord for the first time and wept. In the sunlight, the hollow metal cube shimmered beautifully. The system, feasting on datastream gossip, watched the scene and found it oddly familiar. The picture was so beautiful and warm. Yet somehow it resembled a proposal. Bai Yi, happy though he was, looked up and asked Bai Su, "Su, do you have a matching bracelet? If not, I'll make or custom order one as a gift for you." Bai Su nodded and produced the ring from her pocket. Bai Yi's eyes lit up. It was a matching piece. Shy and expectant, he said, Su, may I help you put this ring on?" Realizing his words might be misunderstood, Bai Yi flushed deeper and stammered, "No other meaning, just..." Bai Su, exasperated, said, "I know you mean no harm. If you want to help put it on, of course you may." Though she thought it unnecessary, Bai Yi beamed and took the ring, speaking earnestly, "Putting on this ring, I likewise wish Bai Su safety and smooth fortune, auspicious well-being. May all your wishes be fulfilled." Then, slowly putting the ring on Bai Su's right pinky finger, Bai Yi was earnest and sincere. Bai Su, however, was slightly distracted. "If wishes really do come true, I hope for less trouble in the future. I really want to just relax." The system was stunned, popcorn scattered everywhere. "Oh my, this looks more like a proposal scene." At that moment, a light cough was heard. Su Izha had been standing at the door for who knows how long. His face was treated with medicine and had a large bandage on it, while other minor injuries were covered with band-aids. He leaned against the door frame, his eyes downcast. Unlike the vibrant autumn light outside, this side was tinged with the chill of autumn. The sunlight was blocked by the eaves, leaving only a cool shade at the entrance. Su Izha lifted his gaze, his pale face showing a faint expression that evoked a sense of broken melancholy. His mood was bitter. Bai Yi felt a bit embarrassed and withdrew her hand, adjusting her expression. Bai Su, however, felt no awkwardness. She stood up and asked, "Is it bandaged properly? Then let's head back. It's almost time for afternoon classes." She glanced at Bai Yi. "Shall we stay in the classroom?" Then she looked at Su Izha. "Are you going home?" Su Izha shook his head. That school bully had insisted he attend the basketball match during physical education this afternoon. If he didn't go, he wondered if they would treat him even worse. He didn't want to go, but he currently couldn't find the grounds or status to ask Bai Su for help. Su Izha withdrew his melancholic thoughts and softly said, "I'll go back to the classroom." Bai Su nodded and asked Bai Yi to support him. Su Izha shook his head. "Thank you, I think I can walk back to the classroom by myself." Bai Yi didn't insist. The group slowly walked back. Bai Su and Bai Yi walked ahead, while Su Izha followed slowly behind, watching as they chatted casually, the atmosphere harmonious, as if no one could intrude. "Anyone? Really?" Su Izha lowered his head. He just wanted a shelter. After returning to the classroom, Bai Yi reluctantly went back. Bai Su reminded him to take a little nap, and Bai Yi nodded in agreement. Bai Su returned to her classroom, and Su Izha stepped into the classroom. Bai Su leaned against the podium, watching as Su Izha slowly took his seat before walking over to sit down. Su Izha looked at the ring on Bai Su's hand, feeling a bitterness in his heart. He struggled to speak. "Bai Su, do you have a boyfriend?" Bai Su looked at him in surprise, thought for a moment, and replied no. Su Izha's eyes widened. It was as if a condemned person had received salvation. His breath quickened, then he realized he might be a bit too eager. He calmed down and restrained his joy as he spoke. "Then what type do you like?" Bai Su was taken aback. She noticed the faint blush on Su Izha's face and seemed to have guessed his intentions. She furrowed her brows and asked, "Are you recommending yourself?" Su Izha felt exposed, his face burning. He endured his shyness and panic, nodding. Bai Su rested her chin on her hand, taking in his reaction. Do you like me? Why? Su Izha lowered his head, clenching his hands. He forced back his embarrassment and said hoarsely, I fell in love with you at first sight. The memory of that first encounter was fresh in his mind. He still remembered the intense and chaotic heartbeat. He looked up at Bai Su, seemingly wanting to prove his words were true. He hurriedly said, really, I really like you. Just seeing you with Bai E makes my heart ache. In my heart you shine like a dazzling heroine. If you don't believe me, if you don't believe me. He desperately grabbed Bai Su's hand, quickly unzipping his school uniform jacket, pressing her hand against his chest. Beneath her hand was a rapidly beating heart and warmth. Even through the thin fabric of his uniform, she could still feel the softness of his body. Bai Su was genuinely taken aback, but the next second she found it amusing. Su Izha, feeling Bai Su's soft hand touching his sensitive chest, was not at ease either. His excited emotions and the unfamiliar sensation on his chest almost made him gasp. Su Izha looked at Bai Su's masked face, unsure of her expression. He didn't quite know if what he was doing was right or wrong, if it was shameless or excessive or even akin to a third party, like those who throw themselves at others. But he truly liked Bai Su. He had liked her since the first glance. From the moment she leapt down the escalator, embracing him in her arms, his heart was no longer his own. Su Izha looked at Bai Su. He really liked her so much that he wanted to. His eyes slowly turned red, glistening with tears, and with a blink a crystal tear rolled down. A beautiful person shedding tears often evokes pity. Although this beauty had injured half her face, it did not diminish her beauty. Rather, it added a fragmented quality to her delicate charm. Bai Su sighed, lifting the hand pressed against Su Yiz's chest to wipe away his tears, feeling his long eyelashes brush against her palm like startled butterflies, making her feel a ticklish sensation. She smiled and said, all right, I know you really like me now. Su Izha stared blankly at her, then muttered, so did my self-recommendation succeed? Clearly, he just wanted to seek help and shelter, but in the emotional battlefield, Bai Su lightly dealt him a blow, and he immediately dropped his defenses, confessing all his feelings. Su Izha mocked himself internally how foolish and silly he was. In reality, he couldn't help but look at Bai Su with anticipation and nervousness. Oh God, if only you would let her agree with me. I've never asked for anything before, just this once. If I succeed, I will be your most devout follower. Su Izha waited silently. Felt like time was dragging on. Bai Su looked at the person before her, whose face was both anxious and humble, like a prisoner awaiting judgment, filled with reluctance and hope. Bai Su sighed again. She gently pinched Su Yiz's uninjured cheek, careful not to apply too much pressure, making it seem very affectionate. Bai Su said, your self-recommendation has succeeded halfway. However, I am willing to be your flower protector, treating you well and protecting you. After speaking, she touched his smooth face. Wow, so tender. Su Izha lowered his eyelashes, pursed his lips. Just halfway successful. But was she already willing to protect him and treat him well? How strange. Wasn't that his original intention? Why did he still feel an extreme sense of loss and emptiness? Su Izha watched as Bai Su looked down to retrieve something from her pocket. Suddenly, he gathered his courage, quickly removed Bai Su's mask, and lifted her face, leaning toward her lips. Bai Su had already noticed his movements, but she wanted to see what he would do, so she let it happen. Unexpectedly, this usually cold person made such a bold move. Their lips briefly touched. Su Izha nervously closed his eyes, took a soft bite, then quickly pulled up Bai Su's mask and buried his face in his desk, wrapping his arms around himself, his ears flushed red. In the space formed by his embrace, Su Izha pressed his lips tightly together, recalling the earlier moment. The tension and joy in his heart bubbled up like small bubbles rising from ice. Unable to contain himself, he trembled and extended his tongue, carefully licking his lips, leaving a trace of moisture. The tip of his tongue tasted slightly sweet enough to make his heart dizzy. Bai Su. She touched her lips, remembering they had been softly and boldly kissed. Bai Su looked at the self-deceiving Su Izha, who seemed to bury his head in the sand like a rabbit hiding its fluffy bottom, and couldn't help but laugh. Interesting. Su Izha felt more shy at the sound of her laughter. The earlier action had already cost him immense courage and audacity. Now he felt extremely weak and limp due to overwhelming anxiety. Bai Su took out a red string bracelet from her hand. She said to Su Izha, what's wrong? Are you shy after doing something bad? Shouldn't I be the one who's shy? Su Izha buried his head even lower. Bai Su stopped teasing him, pulling out one of his arms. Su Izha didn't resist at all. He trustingly and limply let Bai Su handle him. Bai Su carefully put the bracelet on his right hand. Su Izha felt something unusual, and finally raised his head, seeing the red string bracelet in his hand. He widened his eyes, looking incredulously at the bracelet on his hand. Su Izha had seen the bracelet on Bai Yi's hand and also Bai Su's ring. It was clearly the same style. Now the bracelet also featured an amber bead and a hollow metal square matching Bai Su's ring. He looked up at Bai Su feeling a bit complicated. Bai Su touched his face and gently said, "This is a promise between me and Ija. I will protect Ija and be Yiz's flower protector." "I should say flower protector. What's wrong? Don't you like this bracelet?" Su Ija stroked the bracelet on his hand, looked up seriously, and said, "I like it. It's all right. I will definitely work hard to gain the other half's affection. Even if I have to use this body early, it's fine." Su Ija blinked, his brows curved, the corners of his eyes pink, his cheeks slightly flushed like wearing the finest blush. He spoke in a soft and spoiled tone, "Then can I have another kiss?" Bai Su had thought before that his voice was very suitable for bedtime stories and crying. Now with such a soft tone it felt like a dandelion being blown away in her heart, making her heart itch. The system whistled. "Host 666, a host is mighty." Bai Su expressionlessly blocked the system, and then slowly leaned towards Su Yiz's lips. Su Ija shyly closed his eyes, waiting for the kiss. As the bell for class sounded, students began to leave the dormitory and return to the classroom. Seeing Bai Su and Su Ija already in the classroom, the students began to whisper, "Ah, look, I said my judgment was sharp. The double Su CP is indeed real." "Ah, not necessarily. No, Bai Su is super cool. Woo woo woo." Su Ija, covered by a jacket, lay quietly asleep on the table. Bai Su, wearing a short-sleeved uniform, was reading nearby. A female classmate with a gossiping expression slowly approached Bai Su and quietly asked, "Bai Su, are you with Su Ija?" Bai Su turned her eyes, glancing at her with a faint look, and remained silent. The female classmate was captivated by this beautiful face, feeling her face heat up. Even with a mask on, her bright and beautiful eyes and cool demeanor couldn't be concealed. Sobbing, the female classmate was awed by the beauty, fell silent, and hurried back to her seat. After a while, when it seemed the time was right, Bai Su gently patted Su Yiz's arm and softly said, "Wake up, Ija, it's time for class." The jacket stirred as Su Ija lifted it, squinting at the glaring light. He slowly sat up, adjusting to the brightness. Bai Su handed him a bottle of water, saying, "Drink some water to soothe your throat." Then she offered him a wet wipe to clean his face, considering he had just cried. Su Ija's mind cleared as he looked at the jacket he was wearing. Clearly Bai Su's infused with her scent. He shyly lowered his head, nodded, and took off the jacket. Bai Su took it back, signaling him to use the wet wipe to clean his face. Su Ija took the wet wipe, feeling a warmth. He felt complicated inside. Could Bai Su really be so meticulous and thoughtful when she treated someone well? He felt a twinge of jealousy toward Bai Yi, who was also treated this way by Bai Su. He thought about it while his face turned slightly pink, softly thanking her, and carefully wiped his face. Nearby classmates, feeling like they were fed a mouthful of dog food, observed TSK Tisk with this ambiguous pink atmosphere and thoughtful actions. How can they say they are not in a relationship? TSK. But what happened to Su Yiz's face? A classmate who was on good terms with Su Ija, under the hints of classmates poking him in the back, could no longer contain himself and asked Su Ija, "What happened to your face?" Su Ija paused, then replied in a calm tone, "It's nothing. I just tripped." Seeing Su Ija's expression that suggested he didn't want to say more, the male classmate didn't press further. The preparatory bell rang. They attended a few classes without incident. Su Ija, who had previously been cold, treated Bai Su with a very gentle attitude. She walked to the entrance of Bai Yi's classroom. Just as she was about to ask a classmate to call Bai Yi, she noticed that he had already stood up with a sudden movement, having seen her. Thus Bai Su gave up on the idea of asking for help. Bai Yi was indeed surprised and hurriedly walked out. Many students in the class had their gazes subtly fixed on the two of them, and once they left the entrance, some gossiping voices emerged. Bai Su led Bai Yi to the corridor. Bai Yi looked at Bai Su with a mix of happiness and anxiety and asked, Su, what's wrong?" Bai Su looked at him and gently said, "I might have some unfinished business after school this afternoon. You might have to go home alone first. However, I will return as soon as I can." Bai Yi felt a bit blank, stunned for a moment before stammering, "Ah, is that so? I understand," he said softly, noticing that Bai Yi appeared somewhat dejected. With a hint of helplessness, she quickly reached out and gently squeezed Bai Yi's hand before letting go, saying, "Don't worry, I will be back soon. You can do your homework when you get home, and if you're hungry, just make something to eat. There are some ingredients in the fridge. You don't have to wait for me to have dinner." The school didn't have evening study sessions, so Bai Yi would be quite safe at home, which reassured Bai Su. Bai Yi's hand was squeezed, and he gradually came to his senses, softly responding with an obediently saying, "I understand." Seeing that he was still in a bad mood, Bai Su comforted him, saying, "If you go back, do you want me to bring you something?" Bai Yi forced a smile. "No need, I don't want anything." Bai Su rested her chin on her hand, looking at him. Bai Yi, under her gaze, felt his face flush again. Bai Su happened to be standing to Bai Yi's left. She extended her right hand, gently touching Bai Yi's bracelet with her ring-covered finger. The two hollow metal squares made contact, producing a crisp chime. Bai watched this scene, his heart trembling. Be good, don't be afraid at home alone. They'll be back soon and I will try to come back with you in the future, okay? I really am treating you like a child. Though he thought this, Bai's mood improved a bit, and he also realized that he shouldn't act petulantly and appear unreasonable. He composed himself, smiled at Bai Su and nodded. Soon it was time for the third class in the afternoon. This class was the physical education period for the class. However, it coincided with a basketball game against an outside school. Su Ija felt a bit anxious but obediently followed Bai Su to the gym class. The PE teacher gathered them on the playground and encouraged the students to go watch the basketball game, cheering for their school's basketball team. After dismissing the group, Su Ija instinctively looked around for Bai Su. Bai Su found him first and asked, "Do you want to go watch the game?" Su Ija didn't really want to, but he didn't want to trouble Bai Su either. After all, it was just watching a game. With Bai Su beside him, he felt no fear. So he nodded. Bai Su took him to the viewing area. The basketball team hadn't arrived yet, but many students were already seated nearby. Bai Su chose a spot with a good view, one where it was unlikely to get hit by the ball. She asked a few classmates to keep an eye on Su Ija. Bai Su softened her voice, and with her stunningly beautiful face, several classmates agreed in a daze filled with determination to protect Su Ija at all costs. Bai Su thanked them and walked back to Su Ija, telling him she had some matters to attend to, and that he would see her soon. Su Ija felt a bit reluctant but didn't want to make it hard for Bai Su. He lowered his eyes, feeling a bit down. Bai Su patted his hair, comforting him. Don't be afraid. I've asked a few classmates to protect you. They'll be over soon. Su Ija pursed his lips. This wasn't what he wanted. Bai Su nodded to those classmates, who then came over and sat around Su Ija. Bai Su smiled and nodded at them. Thanks, I'll treat you to milk tea later. The classmates were taken aback and hurriedly waved their hands, saying, No need, it's too generous. Bai Su smiled and then turned to leave. The basketball game was about to start. On the opposing school's basketball team, a muscular boy with blonde hair was warming up. A nearby guy with a skull ear stud and curly hair said with a mischievous grin, We're playing against them again. This time we must crush them. Last year they dared to hurt our leader, and this year we won't let them off. He had already made his arrangements and even prepared a backup plan. Exactly. Various boys with alternative hairstyles echoed. The blonde boy glanced at the guy with the skull ear stud, understanding that he had set everything up. He pretended not to know and coldly chuckled. That's inevitable. We must teach him a lesson. In the home team's locker room, the school bully Mo Xinghe was warming up. Though he had been badly beaten that morning, he checked and found no issues. It had hurt so much at the time. How terrifyingly controlled he was over his own strength. The school bully wore a cold expression and shook his head, not wanting to think too much about it. Once he got on the court, he would first check if Su Ija was there, then he would annihilate the opposing team and establish his reputation. Suddenly a boy on the team turned pale and moaned, Ouch, my stomach hurts. I can't take it anymore. He quickly ran in front of the school bully, his face pale and sweating coldly, saying, Boss, I'm sorry. I think I ate something bad. Mo Xinghe and the others frowned. They were about to go on the court. Why was there suddenly such an emergency? However, the boy quickly added, Boss, don't be angry. A friend of mine is here. He can take my place. After saying this, he took out his phone, made a call, and nodded. He said to Mo Xinghe, Boss, I found someone. You'll bring him in. He's versatile, and I've played with him a few times. His skills are good. Mo Xinghe felt something was off, but the situation was urgent, and since the backup player had matters and couldn't make it, they had to go with this for now. So Mo Xinghe had someone call for the substitute. The person briefly showed excitement, but quickly concealed it, bending over and hastily walking outside. He arrived at the designated corner and saw a boy wearing a mask standing there. Standing tall, he quickly walked over and whispered, It's all set, you can go on. The boy in the mask nodded. His bangs were slightly long, and he bowed his head slightly, completely hiding his brow and eyes, making it feel as if he was thoroughly concealed. He wore a slightly loose short-sleeve shirt and black shorts, his neck pale, yet he had a black choker tied around the middle of his neck which slightly protruded. The contrast between the black choker and his fair neck was striking. He also revealed slender arms and long legs which exhibited a powerful silhouette in every movement, making him very eye-catching. The boys were somewhat mesmerized. The boy in the mask snorted, and the boys finally reacted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Damn, how did they get mesmerized by another boy? He said a few things before quickly turning and leaving. Once he did this, he wouldn't be able to stay at this school, but it didn't matter. He was transferring anyway. The boy in the mask lowered his eyes and stepped inside. The school bullies were already ready to leave. When they saw someone come in, they casually glanced and instinctively focused on his choker before quickly shifting their gaze. But they didn't think much of it and turned their heads, casually asking, Are you the one Lao Yang brought in? The boy nodded. Time was running out and there wasn't much time for checks. The school bully chuckled coldly. I heard you're quite skilled, you can go on first. The substitute is on his way, but before he arrives you better not hold us back. Otherwise, heh. The boy silently nodded. Soon the group walked toward the basketball court with the boy quietly walking at the back, lowering his presence. They arrived at the playground. The opposing team had also arrived. When they met, cheers erupted around them. After all, many players on both teams were handsome like Emo Shingha. Many fans came to watch the game, and some even held up banners. After Emo Shingha entered, his powerful aura made him resemble a king as he scanned the crowd. Upon spotting Su Ija, he nodded in satisfaction and prepared to engage in the match. Su Ija was somewhat distracted thinking about where Bai Su was. The blonde boy from the opposing team flashed a bright smile, while Emo Shingha had a smile that didn't reach his eyes, and the two exchanged friendly greetings before getting ready to start the game. The boy with the skull ear stud, who had originally looked excited, glanced at the boy at the back of Emo Xing's team and frowned, feeling that this person didn't seem like the one he had recruited. Who is this person? Why is he so pale, so eye-catching? There was no time to think further. At that moment, the referee, the PE teacher, instructed both teams to line up. The boy in the mask silently took the position on the edge. Then came the draw for the venue. The referee, holding a basketball, stood between the two team captains, both exhibiting calm confidence. In the next moment, the referee blew the whistle and tossed the basketball high into the air. As the ball reached its highest point and came back down, Emo Shingha reacted swiftly, jumping high to slap the ball away, gaining possession. The game began. Mo Xing's side was indeed the previous year's champions, having soundly defeated the opposing team, and they exhibited good teamwork. However, they didn't expect that this new boy was indeed versatile, making three-pointers with ease, agile enough to break through the opponent's defenses and able to coordinate with them. The cheers around grew louder. Su Ija initially didn't want to watch, but the classmates beside him noticed his gloominess and urged him. Su, I think Bai Su must have chosen such a good spot for you to relax and enjoy the game, and she even had us protect you. So don't waste Bai Su's good intentions. You should watch the game closely. Su Ija reluctantly agreed and lifted his gaze to watch the match. After watching for a while, he had to admit that it was quite exciting and intense. Even though he didn't quite understand the rules of the game, he found himself inadvertently drawn in. However, Su Ija frowned. Why did that boy in the mask seem increasingly familiar? He suppressed his unease and asked a classmate who was intensely watching, "Do you know who that boy in the mask is?" "I don't know, it seems like it's the first time I've seen him. He might be a newly recruited player." Su Ija felt this was too much of a coincidence and recalled something Bai Su had said. He clenched his fists, feeling anxious. Could it be? Meanwhile, Emo Shingha and the others were having a great time playing. During halftime, Emo Shingha glanced at the boy who had barely broken a sweat and walked over, forcefully patting his shoulder, saying, "Not bad, kid, great skills. I underestimated you. You're better than our substitute." "Yeah, you're impressive." Other teammates chimed in. Male friendships are always so simple. The boy remained silent. Emo Shingha didn't mind and continued discussing tactics with his teammates. On the other side, the opposing team was gnashing their teeth in frustration. How was this new addition so formidable? The boy with the skull ear stud was furious. What was wrong with this guy? Taking the money but not doing the job. He would deal with him when they got back. Watching everyone's spirit dampen, the boy with the skull ear stud's expression darkened. It was fine. He would resolve this grudge and humiliation himself. The halftime break ended. The autumn sun hung in the sky like an egg yolk, casting a warm glow. Everyone was sweating profusely. The two teams lined up on the court once more. With the sound of beep, the match continued. When did the boy in the mask run over? But that hand was so handsome, it was almost like something out of an anime performing a circular spin. It was neat and unexpectedly full of beauty. The classmates watching the match were momentarily stunned, then saw the two in somewhat intimate positions, and the venue erupted with loud cheers. Even the players from both teams were left in shock. Not far away, Su Yi's face darkened. In the days of being a female hero in a collapsed world, dramatic 3, this embrace didn't last long, and the boy quickly released his hand. Emo Xing's face displayed a strange flush. Although he was already a bit red from strenuous activity, this unusual redness was still quite evident. Even the tips of his ears were bright red. Leaving the embrace, Emo Shingha instinctively felt a bit down and reluctant, but the huge cheers and commotion around him brought him back to reality. He bit his lip, his expression darkened. He really wanted to slap himself a few times. What was he thinking? That was a boy, a person he just met today. Although he was fair and fragrant. Stop, what am I thinking? He forced himself to shift his attention and turned to look at the boy with the skull earrings, who was retreating unnoticed after his plan failed. Emo Shingha sneered, rushing forward, as if stealing a bell, grabbing that person's collar. and coldly saying what's the matter. Can't win, so you resort to underhanded tactics. Intentionally breaking the rules to bump into me. Wanna step on my foot? The teammates erupted in outrage and rushed over to confront him, while the opposing team also came over to support. The scene descended into chaos. The surrounding classmates stood up one after another. Some wanted to rush over, but were quickly stopped by student council members. The venue was noisy and chaotic. Su Ija stood up worried, but he noticed that the boy in the mask was not participating. Instead, he stood alone in a corner. Su Ija breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a bit angry and worried. His face unconsciously grew cold. However, that boy seemed to have noticed his gaze. Sunlight poured down on him, yet he stood cold and aloof, completely out of place amidst the surrounding noise. It seemed the sunlight couldn't warm him. He turned, first staring intently in Su Yi's direction. After their eyes met under the brilliant sunlight, the boy raised his hand to make a gesture. He brought his long pale index and middle fingers together, gently pressing them against the middle of his mask, then slightly bent his palm outward and raised his arm. It seemed he was making a blowing kiss gesture. Su Yi's face turned beet red. That boy finally blended into the sunlight, exuding warmth. Unexpectedly, many students around began to scream, "Did that person just blow a kiss to us? Really? It seems so wow, so handsome, so cool. After the match, we must find out more about this person." Wah, yes. Su Ija sat back down, a sour feeling rising as he softly huffed. "That blowing kiss was meant for me. You don't even know who he is yet, you dare say it was for you?" Thinking this, Su Ija felt a mix of sweetness and pride. At that moment, someone suddenly approached him carrying a large bag of items. He looked at Su Ija and said, "Are you Su Ija? This is milk tea and snacks ordered by Bai Su for you. She said to make sure you take good care of Su Ija. Here, please check." After saying that, he looked at the list in his hand and accurately distributed the bags to the nearby classmates, specifically giving the only bag with peach blossoms on it to Su Ija. Each person received a beautiful square bag containing a cup of milk tea, 3 bags of chips, a small cake, a pack of wet wipes, and some pickled plums. The classmates exclaimed, "Wow, she really ordered it. And there are other snacks. So thoughtful. There are even wet wipes for cleaning hands. My goodness, how can she be so thoughtful?" Su Yi's face flushed slightly as he opened the bag. Inside was a cup of Super A cheese grape milk tea, a strawberry cake, a bag of chips, a pack of candies, a small fruit platter, a pack of wet wipes, and a bottle of mineral water. There was also a small note inside. Su Ija couldn't contain his inner joy, lowering his head as he gently squeezed the note in his palm, smiling sweetly yet shyly. Humph. So unfair. How can one be angry with this? Amidst all the noise, he could clearly hear his own heartbeat accelerating, continuously declaring like. The surrounding classmates excitedly shared the contents of their bags with each other, wiping their hands with wet wipes, sipping milk tea, and opening chips to eat, while curiously asking, "Strange, how did Bai Su know what we like to drink? She bought all of our favorites, and our milk teas are almost all different flavors. It should be a coincidence, right? Otherwise, how could she possibly know? We haven't known each other for long." True. Let's just continue watching the match. Wow, drinking milk tea and eating chips while watching the game is so refreshing. Exactly. On the other side, the boy with the skull earrings certainly wouldn't admit it. He sneered, "Let go, don't slander me." But Emo Xinghe had already punched him hard, otherwise he wouldn't be living up to his reputation as the school bully. The boy with the skull earrings was knocked to the ground, feeling dizzy. The captain with the yellow hair looked grim, but he knew that they were indeed at fault, so he hurriedly stepped forward to stop Emo Xinghe, forcing a smile as he apologized. Then the referee came over in time to mediate, and the nearby teammates were also holding him back. Since no one was injured, the match could continue. However, the boy with the skull earrings did not return to the field. In the second half of the match, Emo Xinghe and his teammates transformed their dissatisfaction into strength, passionately dominating the opposing team. The match was thrilling and exhilarating, and the classmates watching cheered and applauded. The match ended with Emo Xing's team winning in a landslide. As the match concluded, the captain with the yellow hair, along with his teammates, left under the mocking gazes of Emo Xinghe and his team, as well as the derisive cheers of many classmates, feeling a heavy sense of defeat. Emo Xinghe was very happy the match was enjoyable, so he suggested taking everyone out for a celebration, but his gaze unconsciously kept drifting towards the boy in the mask. Everyone was cheering, saying they would go soon, but the boy in the mask quietly prepared to leave when he opened his mouth. However, Emo Xinghe quickly called out, "Bro, aren't you coming?" The boy in the mask nodded, caught off guard. The other teammates looked at him with expressions of "how can you ruin the mood?" and surrounded him to persuade him. A group of them smelled of sweat. The boy in the mask wanted to roll his eyes. Emo Xinghe felt a bit sour inside too. He stepped forward, entering the circle of people. He wanted to reach out to him, but the boy subtly dodged. His outstretched hand felt a bit awkward. Emo Shingha feigned calmness and said, "Come on, this time I wasn't hurt thanks to you. You must come. I want to thank you. From now on you are my good brother Emo Shingha. If there's anything just say it, it'll definitely help if I can." The boy in the mask paused then nodded. He then opened his mouth and said, "I'll go grab something from the classroom first. You all go ahead, just tell me the location and I'll come over later." His voice was exceptionally clear and pleasant, like a gentle breeze causing wind chimes to ring softly. It felt like listening to celestial music, the ears momentarily enlightened. Emo Shingha felt a tickle in his heart and nodded in agreement. The others also responded, telling the boy that the location was at the 3rd floor of the Joran restaurant near the school, where they would celebrate. The boy nodded and then turned to leave. Emo Shingha stared blankly at his back. The surrounding teammates exchanged looks, as if saying, "Has the boss fallen in love?" Emo Shingha quickly reacted, seeing their clearly expressed emotions. His mouth twitched. "What are you thinking? Let's clean up and head over to eat." "Eh? I want to eat barbecue. I want to drink beer. It seems they have new products. We must teach the captain a lesson." Ha ha ha. A group of them headed towards the changing room. As for Su Ija, Emo Shingha actually forgot about him for the moment. The match was over and Su Ija was still sitting there. A classmate spoke up, "The match is over, let's go." Su Ija pressed his lips together. "You all go ahead. I'll sit for a while." He wanted to wait for Bai Su. "The classmates were a bit awkward, but we promised Bai Su to take care of you." Su Ija shook his head. He saw that the school bully had already walked far away, probably having forgotten about him. So he felt he had nothing to do now. He said lightly, "It's fine. You all can go back." The classmates beside him were still trying to persuade him. However, Su Ija was searching for something, not agreeing but feeling a bit down. Suddenly, on the other side, Bai Su's voice rang out, "Su Ija." Su Ija turned abruptly, standing up and seeing Bai Su smiling at him in her school uniform. Su Yi's face revealed genuine joy. He said to the classmates beside him, raising his voice slightly, "Bai Su came to find me. You all can leave now. Thank you." After saying that, he hurriedly ran down. Classmate A. After saying so much it couldn't compare to someone else's one sentence. Classmate B, "You don't understand, this is love." Su Ija quickly ran down, and just as he was about to reach Bai Su, it seemed he couldn't stop in time and ended up pouncing on her. Bai Su caught him steadily with both hands, not even swaying. After a brief hug, she released him, saying, "You can't run down the stairs like that, be careful not to fall." Su Ija smiled slightly, "With you here, am not afraid." Bai Su shot him a glance, saying helplessly, "If you do this again next time, I'll have to teach you a lesson." Su Yi's face flushed slightly. "I got it." He was still holding onto something which Bai Su casually took from him. Bai Su waited a bit, seeming not to have lightened much. She opened the bag, took a look, and looked up at Su Ija helplessly, saying, "Why did you only take this little?" Su Ija smiled slightly tentatively, took her hand, and playfully shook it. "I'm not very hungry. I'll eat later." Bai Su led him away, saying, "Class is over. Shouldn't you go home for dinner?" Su Ija hesitated for a moment but nodded. Bai Su asked for Su Yi's home address and mode of transport before leading him away from the gym right to the bus stop outside. Walking on the road, Su Ija hesitantly asked, "Su, was that boy in the mask from our school team? You?" Bai Su waited with him for the bus. She didn't shy away, saying, "It was me." Su Ija wanted to say something but ultimately didn't ask. Forget it, Su must have her reasons for doing so. So Su Ija sincerely praised, "I didn't expect Su to play basketball so well. Many people cheered for you." Bai Su looked at him with a smile. "So did Ija enjoy watching? Did you cheer for me too?" Su Yi's face turned red. He lowered his gaze and softly huffed, "Many people cheered for Su. Am I not one of them?" Bai Su laughed, "Oh my, why do you sound so jealous?" Su Ija glared at her, feeling embarrassed, and suddenly started to smile mischievously. His eyes curved with a hint of playful mischief, slowly bringing a delicate pale finger to his soft rosy lips, staring intently at Bai Su, sweetly suggesting, "Why not try it here? Then you'll know if it's really sour." The implication was strong. "Bai Su, how did the atmosphere shift so abruptly?" Su Ija looked at him, provocatively exuding a fearless demeanor. "The system a host. Show him what you can do, eh?" "Bai Su, how did the system shift so abruptly too?" She disdainfully pulled the system into a little black room. If she fell for such a simple provocation, she wouldn't be Bai Su. Bai Su smiled as she took Su Yi's hand, giving it a shake before pulling him into her embrace. Su Yi's ears turned bright red. His originally playful expression was interrupted as he was flustered and shyly wrapped in her warm embrace, feeling the strong aura surrounding him. She tucked the inner lining slightly in using a relatively loose outer short sleeve to cover her slender waist. Her hair was slightly long with bangs covering her brows and eyes, and she was still wearing a mask. Around her neck was a new black necklace, plain and understated, Although her face was unclear, her figure alone made one feel that she was an exceptionally handsome guy. The system clapped its little palm formed from data streams. Host, this move is impressive. You've altered the plot point and received a promise. Bai Su remained non-committal as she leisurely walked toward the restaurant. However, as she clapped, the system reacted again, puzzled. Wait, host, with your strength, why would you care about that bully's promise? You have always liked to crush with strength reasoning with your fists. A bunch of question marks popped up in the space, and the system murmured, moreover, host, you chose to knock that person out and then personally take the stage. Isn't that redundant? Wouldn't it be better to just knock him out, so he couldn't appear? Why go on stage yourself? It's such a hassle. The system recalled the look in the host's eyes while playing basketball. It seemed she enjoyed it a bit. What the hell? The system instantly transformed into Sherlock Holmes with two data streams forming a deerstalker hat and pipe. A small data stream finger held the pipe, wearing a "there's only one truth" expression, and calmly said, moreover, host, you can actually play basketball. And you play so well. Could it be? Host, did you choose to take the stage just so you could play a basketball game? Touching her suddenly enlightened, clever brain, it seemed like she had discovered the truth. Bai Su didn't shy away. She was quite happy playing, but the opponents were just too weak. While it was fun to crush them, doing it repeatedly felt meaningless. Bai Su lazily said, I haven't played a game in a long time. Today was quite enjoyable, although she still hid some of her strength. But basketball is a team game, and Mo Xing's team still had some coordination. Overall, she felt it was pretty good. The system. And you still say you fear trouble. Moreover, you can still play this well while hiding your strength? Woman, how much more do you have that this system doesn't know? Overbearing CEO pampering face. Bai Su felt a bit creeped out, and directly pulled the system into a small dark room. The system sobbed in the small dark room. Host, I was wrong. Sob, sob, sob. Bai Su elegantly rolled her eyes. She walked leisurely, following the route the system had previously navigated for her toward the restaurant. On the way, there were many students, and some girls couldn't help but whisper after Bai Su walked past. Looks so understated, he must be a big handsome guy. Come on, just looking at his figure makes him look very handsome. Bai Su pretended not to see. Unknowingly, she was already near the restaurant, which was just across the street. It was time to prepare to cross the road. At this moment, the pedestrian light was red, and she quietly stood there waiting, her posture upright and majestic. A gentle breeze brushed by as the sun was about to disappear beyond the horizon, leaving only a few strands of dim yellow. The nearby streetlights had already turned on, casting a blend of cool and warm light over her, perfectly merging the two. Standing there, she herself was the best scenery. Suddenly, a few girls ran over, quickly dressed fashionably and beautifully. Among them, the prettiest girl, wearing a JK skirt, was surrounded, blushing as she looked at Bai Su, recognizing him as the boy who had just played basketball. He had caught her attention the moment he stepped onto the court. Although her friends were screaming for Mo Xinghe and others to her, even Mo Xinghe paled in comparison. She had originally had no interest in the basketball game, but now she was quite glad to accompany her friends to see this match, and met him here. His basketball skills were excellent. Each move appeared graceful and confident. His physique wasn't overly muscular but exuded strength, and even his three-point shots were incredibly stylish. And that necklace was also quite sexy. Not to mention that flying kiss. Her face reddened even more. She had been looking in that direction. That flying kiss felt like Cupid's arrow shooting straight to her heart. Irresistible, leaving her to feel the intense heartbeat within. Now, seeing him up close, he stood taller than her, 165 centimeters by quite a bit, with a cool and refreshing demeanor, standing there so eye-catching. Her heart raced violently, and her eyes secretly gazed at him. The girls beside her were subtly encouraging her, nudging her, but she still felt too shy to approach. For someone who had always been confessed to and asked for WeChat, wanting someone else's WeChat now felt like an unprecedented experience of nervousness and anticipation. Especially since this person was someone she really liked. She still only dared to sneak glances at him. Bai Su didn't even turn her head to look at them. This left the girl feeling a bit disappointed and hesitant. The pedestrian light was about to change from red, and the girl still didn't dare to take that step. One of her friends seemed anxious, and in a moment of panic pushed the girl out. The girl didn't expect such a turn of events, and was startled, her body suddenly dropping due to inertia. Her friends were dumbfounded, unable to react for a moment. But the problem was that a car had just accelerated to make it through the last few seconds of the green light on the road, and it was now right in front of them. The driver hadn't expected a girl to suddenly appear on the roadway. He slammed the brakes, but the car, due to the force of acceleration, couldn't stop in time. In this critical moment, Bai Su finally glanced this way. She quickly stepped forward, grabbing the girl's arm that was still suspended in midair, swiftly pulling her back. The girl was spun around by the inertia and fell into Bai Su's embrace. Bai Su didn't even flinch. A refreshing scent enveloped the girl, as she, still startled and unresponsive, softly uttered a sound of surprise, leaning weakly against Bai Su, trembling all over, her eyes slightly red, looking both pitiful and adorable. The girl breathed rapidly, instinctively inhaling the scent on Bai Su, still a bit disoriented. The change in events was too fast. She had just been about to fall, watching the car rush toward her, and the next moment she was in this person's arms. She instinctively wanted to wrap her arms around Bai Su's waist. This embrace felt so safe. The system was extremely envious and jealous. Wah wah wah. Host, your luck with romance is truly amazing. It works on both genders. Wah wah wah. Bai Su remained expressionless. Should I be glad that I wrapped my chest? Also, why are there so many incidents in one day? Bai Su felt a bit displeased and impatient, though she didn't show it on her face. With the danger averted, she immediately released the girl, standing off to the side. The girl's hands suddenly felt empty. She instinctively leaned toward Bai Su, but quickly realized her loss of composure. The girl's face shifted from pale to flushed, standing there shyly, momentarily unsure of what to say to Bai Su. On the other side, the driver had finally managed to hit the brakes, still shaken, and hurriedly got out to check the situation. After confirming that no one was hurt, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then, somewhat annoyed, scolded, "What happened? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Before he could finish speaking, Bai Su raised her eyes and coldly glanced at him. Although her eyes were partially obscured by her bangs, the driver felt a powerful and intimidating gaze land on his face, making him involuntarily swallow his words. At this moment, the girl's friends also reacted and rushed over, asking the girl if she was okay, while one bolder friend confronted the driver. The pedestrian light began to flash green, about to turn red. Bai Su directly lifted her leg and walked away. It was already troublesome enough. She didn't want to stay here any longer. It was very boring. She didn't notice the girl behind her looking indecisive, wanting to say something. The girl Mu Ling slowly came to her senses and looked at Bai Su's back, instinctively wanting to chase after her, but was surrounded by her friends. For the first time, she felt somewhat annoyed with these friends. They were still chattering next to her with words of concern, but it was Bai Su who had actually saved her with action, and it was also Bai Su who first defended her in front of the scolding driver. She rarely cooled her face and coldly said, "So noisy." The voices of the girls beside her suddenly stopped. Mu Ling turned her head, stepping out of the encirclement of those girls, and coldly said to the girl, "You actually pushed me out when a car was coming. What were you trying to do, kill me?" The girl trembled, almost wanting to kneel down. She hurriedly rushed over, trying to hug Mu Ling's leg, but Mu Ling disdainfully avoided her, causing her to crash down heavily on the ground, quickly begging for forgiveness, looking quite pathetic. The driver watched this scene, feeling that this beautiful girl was probably not to be messed with, and hurriedly left. The other girls didn't dare to say a word, and Mu Ling looked coldly at them, saying in a soft voice, "You don't need to follow me anymore. We are no longer friends." After saying that, she turned around. The pedestrian light hadn't turned green yet, and she could only stomp her foot in frustration. However, she had just seen Bai Su enter that restaurant. 24 days of being a heroine. Why do you look at me with such a disgusting expression? The other side. Bai Su didn't take the earlier episode to heart. She walked straight toward the restaurant. The restaurant was quite large, lavishly decorated, and the waitstaff were all handsome men and beautiful women. She stepped inside, and the welcoming hostess eagerly approached. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Bai Su nodded and directly stated, "Mo Xinghe," and the others booked a few private rooms to celebrate. "I'm here to find them." The hostess' expression became even more sincere. "All right, you must be the person the guests mentioned. I'll take you there right away." After saying that, she slightly nodded, leading the way and opening the elevator. Bai Su followed as the two entered the elevator, heading to the 5th floor. Over here, in the private room, Mo Xinghe, now in a new outfit, sat at the main seat of the round table, with an empty seat to his left and his childhood friend on his right. The surrounding people sat scattered, already chatting happily, drinking beer and eating skewers. He had called the housekeeper to bring him a new outfit. He actually didn't know why he did this. In a moment of impulse, he wanted to retract the message after sending it, but his finger hovered over the message, unable to move for a long time, until it was too late to retract. What's the big deal? He turned his head away, coldly thinking, what's wrong with dressing well for the celebration? Hey look, the boss is rarely dressed so gentlemanly. A boy sitting away from Mo Xinghe whispered to another boy while eating skewers. Another boy also whispered, yeah, I've never seen the boss dressed like this at a celebration. It makes us look so casual, like little thugs. Forget it, as long as there are no outsiders, the boss can wear however he wants. That's true. Indeed. Currently, Mo Xinghe was rarely wearing a black shirt. His hairstyle was originally a wolf tail, but had been styled to reveal layers with both sides slightly curled. The bangs were lightly curled, resting on either side of his forehead, giving him a dignified and striking demeanor. He naturally had a well-defined face with a sharp jawline but not soft, and his sword-like brows framed narrow phoenix eyes that flared slightly at the outer corners. He often regarded people with a sidelong glance, making him appear fierce and cold. The black shirt couldn't hide his muscular build, subtly highlighting his broad chest. The top 2 buttons of his collar were undone, exposing his prominent collarbone. His posture was relaxed against the chair, casting a shadow over the indentation at his collarbone in the light. It was, inexplicably, very sexy. This was a large private room equipped with a microphone, karaoke machine, and touchscreen for singing, so a boy was currently wailing on the sofa while others were laughing. Everyone had arrived except for the new boy who had joined and the backup player who hadn't shown up yet. Emo Xinghe was casually drinking ice beer with little interest. His good friend Lu Baishi noticed Emo Xing's unusual behavior. Looking at the lively scene ahead, he casually asked, "Why do you seem a bit unhappy? What's wrong?" Emo Xinghe didn't look at him, merely saying nothing. Lu Baishi seemed to notice something. Why hasn't our school bully's savior arrived yet?" Emo Xinghe nearly choked his ears, turning red. He instinctively punched Lu Baishi in the stomach, nearly making him double over. Lu Baishi repeatedly begged for mercy. "No boss, be gentle, that hurts. It was just a joke." Emo Xinghe ignored him and slowly began to eat some peanuts. Lu Baishi rubbed his chin, thinking something was up. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Lu Baishi noticed Emo Xinghe sitting up straighter, then hurriedly trying to return to his previous posture, but his eyes lit up. Tisk, he even specifically changed into new clothes and tidied himself up. He was puzzled, but it turned out it was because of this. Over here, the door opened. Bai Su entered wearing a mask. In an instant, everyone in the private room was captivated by her. Her attire made her seem like a delicate scholar among a group of rough men, or like a little lamb stumbling into a pack of wolves. In stark contrast to the casually dressed crowd, she stood out brightly. The lively chatter in the room suddenly quieted, leaving only the music playing. At this moment, Emo Xinghe, the first to react, noticed that everyone seemed mesmerized and felt a bit annoyed, clearing his throat. Others soon came to their senses, feeling embarrassed that they had been so captivated by a boy, and quickly tried to cover it up by joking around. Bai Su naturally didn't pay the earlier scene any mind. She directly looked around, intending to find an empty seat. At this time, Emo Xinghe cleared his throat, casually saying, "Sit here. We were just waiting for you to start eating." His voice, however, seemed a bit tense. Bai Su raised an eyebrow. There was indeed no other place available, but she didn't want to sit with Emo Xinghe. She simply lifted her leg and walked over. Emo Xinghe thought she was going to sit next to him, feeling a bit tense. He quietly took a few deep breaths to keep himself calm. As Lu Baishi watched with a detached and amused expression, Bai Su surprisingly sat down right next to him instead of Emo Xinghe. Lu Baishi, eh? Feeling the intense pressure of the gaze from his left, Lu Baishi found himself at a loss for words. Bai Su casually sat down, glanced at the unopened bottle of beer on the table, reached for a can, and with a pop sound pulled the tab, then took off her mask. Her slightly long bangs obscured her eyes, but half of her face was revealed, showcasing her full, delicate lips, her fair complexion, and a gentle jawline. Her fair skin made her red lips seem as vibrant as red plums in the snow. Ignoring the gasps of those around her, she began to drink the beer. Lu Baishi was drawn in, unable to control his gaze. Being so close, he could see her slightly parted red lips, the flesh gently resting on the can's opening, and the clear beer flowing from the can into her mouth, causing her lips to slightly change shape, making them appear even softer. Decadent. Her black choker trembled slightly with her swallowing motion, accentuating her slender pale neck, making one want to touch and play with it. Lu Baishi was entranced, his throat involuntarily moving up and down, quickly feeling a warmth spread through his body. In the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his left hand. When Lu Baishi came back to his senses, he saw Emo Xinghe staring at him with a very dark expression. He also belatedly realized how perverted and infatuated he must have looked while observing and staring at someone else's lips so intently. For the first time, Lu Baishi felt an extreme sense of disbelief and embarrassment. He dared not look at Bai Su again, and instead resorted to drinking beer to cover up his awkwardness. Unfortunately, the cold beer could not quell the heat in his body. Bai Su, uninterested in this, simply felt that she hadn't had beer in a long time. After taking a few gulps, she finally stopped, put her mask back on, disregarding the regretful looks and gazes from those around her. Emo Xinghe noticed how many people had been secretly and openly gazing at Bai Su with fascination, and he felt a surge of violent emotions rising within him. He endured it and sent someone to call the waiter to bring the dishes. Meanwhile, Lu Baishi had also composed himself. Lu Baishi, known for being cheerful among his friends, quickly returned to his usual smiling demeanor. He picked up his beer and raised a warm smile, pretending to toast with Bai Su. However, Bai Su remained motionless, not wanting to drink at the moment. Suddenly feeling bored, she wanted to go home. However, she remembered the items she had ordered that morning. She took out her white phone from her pocket and casually opened the app to check. Having used up the permissions of this world for making necklaces, she figured she could just create them herself after placing an order. Seeing that Bai Su was ignoring him, Lu Baishi was taken aback but then laughed. The boys nearby secretly broke into a cold sweat for Bai Su, as this guy was a smiling tiger and not to be trifled with. Lu Baishi had a sunny, handsome appearance. His hair was casually styled into a side part, revealing a full forehead and a superior profile. When he smiled, his dimples and sharp canine teeth showed, making him seem more approachable than Mo Xinghe, which made him quite famous at school. Lu Baishi, unfazed, took a sip and then asked Bai Su in a slightly hoarse voice, "Bro, I haven't asked your name yet." Bai Su, she replied indifferently after checking her phone and tapping the app for a while. In stark contrast to her indifference, Lu Baishi enthusiastically introduced himself. Before he could finish, Mo Xinghe, with a tense and handsome face, introduced himself next to him. However, Mo Xing's expression was not good, as he felt that the name Bai Su seemed very familiar. He pressed his lips together, a ridiculous thought flashing through his mind. Impossible, he thought. However, a complex feeling surged up in his heart. How could he think of that rough and tough woman? Meanwhile, Lu Baishi continued to subtly inquire about Bai Su's background, even personally spinning the transparent platter to bring delicious barbecues and desserts in front of her. This somewhat obsequious demeanor was astonishing, but those around were quietly eavesdropping. Bai Su's attitude was indifferent. She would answer if she felt like it, and if she didn't, she would remain silent. Lu Baishi, feeling helpless, surprisingly did not get angry. He took a sip of the cold beer and helplessly looked up at the beautiful crystal chandelier on the ceiling. It was disheartening for him that his usually successful face was completely overlooked. Moreover, he wasn't typically a patient person. Why was it that he felt so frustrated in front of this person without any anger and instead wanted to get closer? Meanwhile, a boy sitting next to Bai Su took the opportunity to strike up a conversation with her, asking how long she had been playing basketball and how she managed to be so good. At that moment, a knock came at the door. The boy nearest to the door went to open it, thinking it was the waiter. To his surprise, the person who entered was a beautiful girl dressed in a JK uniform. Her face was slightly flushed, breathing a bit heavily, as if she had just jogged over. Her hair moved slightly, and she looked both beautiful and cute. In the past, the boy would have fawned over her, treating her like a goddess, but now, he felt his heart was not as stirred as before, almost negligible. What, Ward? How has he changed like this? The boy was terrified inside, but still asked, "Beautiful girl, who are you looking for?" "I'm here to find my cousin Mo Xinghe," Mu Ling said with a sweet voice as she lifted her adorable face. The boy was stunned for a moment and quickly shouted inside, "Boss, your cousin is here." Mo Xinghe paused, frowning. What was she doing here? Thinking that this was a celebration party, he figured that if a girl showed up, everyone might feel a bit awkward. Just as he was about to have the boy tell her to go back, the girl pushed the boy aside and barged in. Mu Ling walked in and immediately spotted Bai Su's back. A hint of shyness and anticipation appeared on her face as she quietly tidied her hair and clothes. "Don't be too deliberate," she told herself. Mu Ling then gradually lifted her leg and walked forward, secretly adjusting her voice to present her best self. She giggled and said, "Cousin, it's been a while since we last met." Mo Xing's brows furrowed even deeper. "It's been a while. Didn't we just see each other yesterday?" Moreover, why did her voice sound so strange, sticky, and awkward? Just as he was about to speak, he heard her exclaim in apparent surprise, "It's you." Then she ran over to Bai Su with small steps, her bright eyes fixed on Bai Su. With both hands clasped in front of her chest, she displayed a shy and excited smile, nervously saying, "You walked away too fast. I didn't get a chance to thank you yet." Lu Baishi, as usual, wore a cheerful smile. "What's going on with you, cousin?" Mu Ling shyly looked down at her lashes and said, "I almost got hit by a car just now. He saved me in time." Bai Su, not looking at Mu Ling, felt like she had inadvertently gotten into trouble again. The system, having long been dragged out of the little black room, laughed and said, as expected of relatives being treated like this by the host all day long. Bai Su coldly kicked the system back into the little black room before it could finish. After Mu Ling finished speaking, ignoring the astonished or gloomy expressions of others, she took out her phone and shyly said, "My name is Mu Ling. Thank you for saving me earlier. May I ask for your name?" Lu Baishi, wanting to drape his arm over Bai Su's shoulder, was avoided by her. However, he wasn't embarrassed. Instead, he rested his hand on the back of her chair, smiling, as he said, "His name is Bai Su." Mu Ling glared at Lu Baishi in mild annoyance, wondering why he spoke up. Mu Ling no longer looked at him. She bolstered herself and asked Bai Su, her voice trembling slightly, "May I add you on WeChat?" Lu Baishi and Mo Xinghe tensed up. Neither of them had Bai Su's WeChat. Mo Xinghe coldly said, "Enough, stop causing trouble. This is a celebration party for boys. What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave." Mu Ling's eyes turned red with anger, but she bit her lip, only staring at Bai Su. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. It was Mu Ling's previous group of friends. Seeing so many people inside, they were surprised and timidly stood at the door. Bai Su felt somewhat impatient. She simply said flatly, "Sorry, I don't add WeChat," casually. Mu Ling's eyes turned completely red, trembling all over, tears streaming down like pearls. She had never been treated like this before. Unable to bear it, she pouted, sobbing softly, and turned to run away, with the girls at the door quickly chasing after her. The private room fell silent. Such a stunning beauty, yet Bai Su had so coldly and directly rejected her. The boys watching secretly gave a thumbs up. Our role model. Emo Xinghe also came back to his senses. Suppressing the smile at the corner of his mouth, he said, "All right, you all carry on." At that moment, Bai Su turned to leave. Lu Baishi, closest to her, could only grab the corner of her clothing in a panic, asking what's wrong. Bai Su coldly replied, "I'm bored. I want to leave." After saying that, she tugged back her clothing and turned to leave. Lu Baishi was taken aback only to see Emo Xinghe quickly chasing after her. Lu Baixi's movement to get up paused. He closed his eyes, suppressing the bitterness, and sat back down. Yet the corners of his mouth could no longer lift into a smile. The boys watched the scene before them, exchanging glances. The boss had left, so what were they supposed to do? Meanwhile, in another area. "Stop, Bai Su." Emo Xinghe caught up with Bai Su in the hallway, blocking her at the elevator. Bai Su glanced at him and turned to walk towards the safety exit. Emo Xinghe, feeling impatient as Bai Su continued to ignore him, quickly followed. The two walked down the stairs, one in front and the other behind. "Stop. Did you hear me?" Emo Xinghe, not known for his patience, had tried to suppress his feelings in front of Bai Su, but being repeatedly ignored had made him furious and anxious. After drinking some beer, he simply stretched out his hand to grab Bai Su. However, Bai Su was faster. She dodged aside and Emo Xinghe missed, losing his footing and leaning forward, about to fall. "Bai Su?" She was done playing the hand-holding game, so she stood coldly on the stairs watching Emo Xinghe about to fall. After all, there were only a few steps left. He wouldn't die from falling. However, at that moment, Emo Xinghe demonstrated the excellent reflexes of an athlete, quickly stepping on the edge of the remaining steps. He then grabbed the railing, exerted force with his arm, and turned to block Bai Su. "Bai Su! Tisk, that was a miscalculation. She had been too kind just now. She should have pushed him again." Looking at Bai Su before him, Emo Xinghe wore a smug smile and stretched out his long arms to block her. Though he was positioned lower, he was taller than Bai Su, so he didn't even need to look up at her. His chest heaved as a wild grin spread across his face. "Run. Why aren't you running now?" In the dimly lit safety passage, only one light bulb flickered, not very bright, and it was a motion sensor light turning on and off intermittently. In this semi-enclosed space, Emo Xinghe suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Bai Su coldly glanced at him. "Move aside." Emo Xinghe said, "Why do you want to leave? Are you suddenly interested in pursuing my cousin?" He didn't even realize how sour his tone was. Bai Su, uninterested in his banter, quickly reached out, aiming to help him achieve a wrestling achievement. Emo Xinghe sensed the impending danger, but didn't move, instead tightly blocking Bai Su with his arms, staring at her intently. With her soft palm pressing against his chest, Emo Xinghe barely had time to feel it before a surge of force hit him, and he was directly pushed down by Bai Su. Emo Xinghe had no power to resist and tumbled down awkwardly. A loud bang echoed in the stairwell. Emo Xinghe fell back, his hair disheveled. Pain surged through him as he looked up at the towering Bai Su, revealing a hint of madness and obsession on his face. He chuckled softly. In the empty stairwell, it felt extremely eerie. Bai Su did not even glance at him, casually walking down the stairs, passing by without stopping, but Emo Xinghe caught the hem of her pants. Bai Su coldly glanced at Emo Xinghe, who was half sitting on the ground. Emo Xinghe smiled. "Don't leave yet. Didn't I promise you something? Have you made up your mind now?" His expression was sharp, full of wildness, eyes wide open, showing an extremely excited demeanor. Bai Su, coldly watching him. "Well, today a bundle of troubles has already made her quite irritable. It seems he has come here to let her vent her anger. Moreover, does he consider himself the prey? Such audacity!" Bai Su quickly raised the leg he was holding by the pant leg and stepped forcefully on Emo Xinghe's chest, pinning him to the ground. With a bang, the lights in the stairwell lit up. Bai Su could feel the strong heartbeat and flesh beneath her feet. A tremendous pressure bore down on her chest, forcing Emo Xinghe to the ground, making his breath laborious. Yet from this angle he could see Bai Su's beautiful eyes, obscured by her hair, now coldly gazing down at him, as indifferent as a deity. The light poured down from above, Bai Su adorning her with a pure sacred glow, making her truly seem like an inviolable deity. In a daze, it felt as if he was back in that moment from the afternoon. Emo Xinghe's breath quickened, fixating on Bai Su, his heart racing, feeling the blood in his body quicken, becoming heated. He was acutely aware of his growing obsession and madness for her. A deity. What should he do if he wishes to offend a deity? It's over. It seems he is truly ensnared. Mo Xing's breath became heavy, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. What do you mean? Is this how you treat my requests? Then you can be even more excessive. Saying this, he reached out, unbuttoning his shirt one by one from the bottom up, while looking at Bai Su with an aggressive gaze. Bai Su shuddered slightly and quickly withdrew her leg. Is this person sick? Why is he getting excited? She coldly replied, I have no interest in you. Just don't lay a hand on Su Izha in the future. Mo Xinghe was taken aback. The name Su Izha and his face were nearly forgotten by him, but upon Bai Su's mention, a wave of immense bitterness and anger surged within him. He sat up sneering, What is he to you? Are you that afraid I will harm him? Bai Su turned to leave. It has nothing to do with you. Mo Xinghe watched Bai Su's retreating figure, feeling a strong sense of unwillingness and jealousy. His heart felt like it was flowing with venomous liquid. He coldly stated, If you don't clarify, I will continue to target him. Bai Su did not look back. If you have the ability, then come. Mo Xinghe clenched his fists, looking at Bai Su, suddenly leaping up to pounce at her. Bai Su frowned. Is this person ever going to stop? Of course she wouldn't let him succeed. She quickly dodged. But Mo Xinghe had learned from previous lessons, pulling back his strength in time to block her path. Just as Bai Su's expression turned cold, deciding to give him a good beating, and then knock him out, he suddenly pulled out a black collar from his pocket. He leered at Bai Su, saying, Su Bai, there will be times when you are at a loss for how to handle things. You don't mean to say that a so-called promise can bind me, do you? I am but a greedy beast. As he spoke, he observed Bai Su, his smile widening, his expression becoming increasingly strange. If you want me not to target him, then. Saying this, he held the black collar up to Bai Su, looking at her with an aggressive gaze, Then be my master. Bind me. Bai Su looked at the wild Mo Xinghe before her, flamboyant and unruly, yet willingly bowing his head in submission, voluntarily handing over the reins that bind him to her. Bai Su was finally stirred by a hint of interest. She extended her hand, lightly touching Mo Xing's Adam's apple, observing how it tightened, not daring to move. Watching the extreme desire in Mo Xing's eyes. She squeezed Mo Xing's Adam's apple, his face flushed completely red. The pain and the sense of being grasped by the throat heightened his excitement, leaving no room for resistance. Mo Xing's chest heaved violently, his breath heavy, struggling to control his trembling body and embarrassing demeanor. She slightly leaned forward, looking at him, her breath gently brushing against his heated face. She chuckled softly, directly using her original voice to say, You were just fiercely taught a lesson by me this morning. How come, you school bully? Do you want me to be your master? So soon? She said each word slowly, especially emphasizing be my master, which sounded extremely mocking. After finishing, Bai Su withdrew her hand, straightened her body, and took off her wig. It turns out she still couldn't get used to wearing a wig. Mo Xing's breath caught momentarily. He thought he would be shocked, feel deceived, or be furious, but instead he felt just as expected. But this premonition had existed long ago, only forcefully ignored by him. Now that it was made clear, he instead felt a sense of as expected. He watched Bai Su leisurely remove her wig, her long black hair cascading down, like ink, her bangs no longer hiding her eyes, revealing her extremely beautiful peach blossom eyes. He thought to himself, finally being able to see her eyes without any cover. Mo Xinghe laughed recklessly, I had guessed it long ago. Saying this, he stepped forward, getting closer to Bai Su, holding the collar up to her eyes. Bai Su's expression remained indifferent. She wanted to see what other tricks Mo Xinghe had. Mo Xinghe gently draped the collar around his neck, then pinched the collar's buckle, showing it to Bai Su. I am not someone who gives up easily. So, do you want a loyal pet that is obedient only to you? Such an arrogant person was fastening a 2-finger-wide matte black velvet collar around his neck. He even willingly displayed the collar's buckle to the person in front of him, as if once he was fitted with this collar, he would be able to control this beast and do whatever he wished. It seemed both forbidden and stimulating. Bai Su crossed her arms, looking coldly at Mo Xinghe. Although Mo Xing's expression was fervent, his eyes were serious and focused. Bai Su extended her hand, pinching the collar's buckle with her fair fingers, feeling his fingers subtly brush against hers. Looking at the triumphant expression on Mo Xing's face, Bai Su tightened her grip on the buckle, pulling the collar, yanking Mo Xing's neck toward her, then forcefully pushing him against the wall beside them. She looked coldly at him. Oh, you want me to be your master? Master, Mo Xinghe said, without the slightest hesitation, his big smile revealing his sharp white fangs. Bai Su, feeling a chill. Just then Mo Xinghe, who had been closely observing Bai Su, seized the rare moment of her stunned expression and grasped her free hand, pressing it against his chest to soothe himself, conveniently covering a certain part. He even provocatively unbuttoned his shirt, the garment wide open like a flower bud, completely blooming, revealing the masculine stamen, abs, and a well-defined waistline. As if that wasn't enough, he even loosened his belt, letting it hang loosely on his narrow waist. While doing these shameless acts, he stared fixedly at Bai Su, a wild and provocative smile playing on his lips. Bai Su wanted to facepalm, Should one say that a person from a broken world is indeed unsurpassed? One wouldn't know they had entered an 18 channel. TSK. Watching the boy in front of her overflowing with desire, seemingly sparing no effort to seduce her. Bai Su still looked on with cold eyes. Mo Xinghe observed the clarity and composure in Bai Su's eyes, as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed on his fiery emotions. It was unfair. A strong sense of unwillingness surged in his heart. Why was he the only one so infatuated while the instigator could sit back and watch from the sidelines? He had already displayed his capital so openly. Could it not attract her? He bit his lip, inadvertently revealing a hint of grievance and unwillingness on his face, just as he was about to continue his antics. Bai Su suddenly yanked the collar from Mo Xing's neck, while releasing her confinement of him, also pulling back her hand that had been pressed against his chest without a second thought. Mo Xinghe instinctively tried to grab her hand, but Bai Su quickly reached out and seized both of his hands, then yanked off his already unfastened belt, ignoring the hint of his narrow waist and the lines leading down binding his hands tightly. Bai Su then lifted Mo Xing's bound hands, pressing them against his head. With her other hand, she pinched Mo Xing's chin. Her cold yet beautiful eyes gazed at Mo Xinghe as she said lightly, "I do not need anyone to be my pet. Mo Xinghe, you are an independent person. Why belittle yourself like this?" After speaking, Bai Su tossed him to the ground, casually picking up the black shirt that Mo Xinghe had discarded and throwing it onto him, turning around and leaving without any mercy. Mo Xinghe lay on the ground silent for a while. The stairwell sensor lights dimmed as Bai Su's footsteps faded away. At this moment, the stairwell was shrouded in darkness. After a while, the sound of he laughter echoed in the stairwell. The sensor lights turned on. Mo Xing's hair was disheveled, the black shirt barely covering his exposed upper body, and his belt was loosened, appearing utterly disheveled yet looking contentedly at the ceiling, laughing foolishly. What to do? She's so cute. Even the deities might soften, liking her even more. So much love. But after all, the deity truly does not understand love. Otherwise, how could she not know that in emotions the one who falls first has long become the prisoner of the other? How could she think that what she did was demeaning herself? He was completely willing, extremely willing to offer himself up to seek even the slightest attention from the deity. If his body could attract even a slight notice from the deity, he would be willing, even if it meant becoming the deity's plaything. My beloved deity. He slowly got up, easily freeing his hands from the belt that had bound them, being particularly careful not to damage the belt. Then Mo Xinghe gently held the collar that had been thrown on the ground, softly caressing it, wiping away any dust that might have remained, then bringing it closer to his nose to sniff, revealing deep obsession and affection. It seemed to still hold that faint fragrance. So lovely. Red marks remained on his neck and wrists, but he loved it all the same. Loved it to death. He wouldn't treat the wounds with ointment. However, as Mo Xinghe tidied himself up, looking as if he had absorbed all the essence and was intoxicated, he thought with a smile, "You don't want to be her pet. Then that means he wanted to be her person." Hee. Strange laughter echoed in the stairwell. Bai Su had already left the restaurant, but she felt a chill. Who is cursing me? Bai Su absent-mindedly wondered. She checked the time. It was 8 o'clock and it was time to return. However, she had promised to bring something for Bai Yi. She took out her phone and navigated to the largest mall in the area. It was a bit far, so she planned to take a ride. While waiting for the car, Bai Su finally pulled the system out of its black box. What is the purification progress of the world? The system whimpered, checking host. It has reached 1/4. Bai Su nodded. On the other side, Bai Yi slowly made his way home after school. He couldn't ride a bicycle. His family didn't have the means when he was younger, and later, when his father became addicted to gambling, it was even less likely. He envied the children from other families when he was little. They rode their bicycles with vigor, full of pride, gathering together, isolating him, the child without a bicycle. He walked slowly on the road. His memory was quite good, and since the way back wasn't complicated, he walked fairly quickly. The autumn wind rose and the sun shone brightly. He seemed a bit lonely. Bai Yi entered the community, took out the identity badge Bai Su had given him yesterday, and the security guard let him through. He hadn't seriously explored this unfamiliar place that was so new to him. However, he now had little interest. Bai Yi chose to go straight home. However, along the way, he could still see a large garden in the community, a huge fountain, and a high level of greenery, along with several buildings that were similarly understated yet luxurious. There weren't many people on the road, but many were wearing masks, dressed either splendidly or stylishly. Bai Yi had no special feelings about this. He went straight home. Opening the door, sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the interior with warmth. For some reason, he felt at peace after coming in. He saw on the sofa the soft pillows Bai Su, and he had hugged while watching television yesterday, one a small rabbit, the other a small bear. Yesterday, Bai Su had leaned against the bear, while he hugged the rabbit as they watched TV. On the table were 2 cups, one adorned with a wisteria design, the other depicting a white rabbit eating a carrot. They were placed side by side. Bai revealed a hint of a smile, quickly overwhelmed by nostalgia. He took a deep breath, locked the door, set down his backpack, opened the window, which was a floor-to-ceiling one, and stepped out onto the balcony, taking in the scenery. Since it was the 15th floor, each floor was quite high, so standing tall, he could see a large part of the city's landscape. He even saw the seemingly boundless sea at the city's edge. When he used to go grocery shopping, he heard that the city he was in was very close to the sea. In geography class, he learned that the city was near Weihai. Weihai's bay is shaped like a crescent moon, a tourist destination famous for its potfish, known for its delicious meat, named for its resemblance to a teapot. When buying notebooks, he had seen some covers depicting the sea a clean shade of blue. Now he glimpsed a part of the sea. It shone with brilliant golden colors under the radiant sunset. The setting sun and solitary wild goose flew together. The autumn waters shared the same hue as the vast sky. The ancients wrote beautifully, "Mother, the sea is truly beautiful. I wish you could see it too." Bai couldn't help but be captivated by the view. His heart surged, and he suddenly wanted to share his swelling emotions with someone. Unfortunately, Bai lowered his brows, collected his emotions, and continued to admire the scenery before him until nightfall quietly descended the darkness, wearing a pearl-like starry sky that enveloped the light before him. Only when the cold wind began to rise did Bai return indoors. Once inside, Bai checked the time. It was 7 o'clock. Indeed, autumn nights fell quickly. He felt a bit hungry. Bai then rummaged through the fridge and found vegetables and meat. He casually boiled a portion of noodles and began to eat. After finishing and tidying up, he suddenly remembered his phone. Oh no! He hurriedly opened his phone, fearing that Bai Su might have sent him urgent messages. However, he felt disappointed as there was nothing. Bai pressed her lips together, feeling somewhat deflated. Just as she was about to exit the app, she noticed the school forum had refreshed with a hot topic. She casually clicked on it. What a surprise! Who is the stranger in the basketball team? Congratulations! Our school basketball team won a great victory. Why did the 2 teams get into a brawl, causing chaos on the scene? Shocking. Someone actually surpassed the school bully. Bai frowned at the contents. However, the term school bully brought back unpleasant memories, and she felt a bad thought surface at that moment. Coupled with the phrase actually surpassed the school bully, which she had heard in the afternoon, back then it was about Bai Su. Wait, Bai suddenly realized. It can't be. No way. She hurriedly clicked on the sensational topic. 28. The female hero in the world of collapse. Su. Bai opened the article, skimmed through it, and found a picture, especially one of a boy lifting the strong school bully. She clicked to zoom in, her pupils slightly dilating. It looks like. But the outfit. She scrolled down to the comments section. The comments were filled with shouts of "Hubby is so handsome, I really ship this, who is this man? I need to know everything about this man in 30 seconds. Everyone was clueless about who this person was. Bai pressed her lips together, exited the article, opened WeChat, and scrolled to Bai Su's chat, noticing the system reminder still showing "We are already friends, come chat." Bai Su's profile picture was a bird painted in ink, simple yet vivid. When she clicked on Bai Su's moments, it was completely blank. Bai set her phone aside. The room was silent at that moment. She leaned back on the sofa, hugging a little bear, inhaling deeply before getting up to do her homework in the room. She tried to concentrate, but the image of the boy saving someone kept surfacing in her mind. Should I call and ask? But what if she was busy? While Bai's mind wandered, she continued to work on her homework. She glanced at the clock. It was 8 o'clock. She looked at her bracelet, reaching out to touch the amber stone. Should I call and ask? After all, it was getting dark quickly. As a girl, she shouldn't be outside alone. Bai knew Bai Su was strong, but she still worried. She hesitated and finally opened WeChat, carefully sending Bai Su a message. Su. How intimate. As she typed, she felt her fingertips warming up because of those 2 words. Bai continued typing, "When will you be back?" After sending it, she felt a bit regretful. Was this message too stiff? Just as Bai was pondering what remedial measures to take, Bai Su quickly replied with a voice message. Bai felt a flicker of joy in her heart as she clicked to listen. Bai Su's sweet voice came through alongside what seemed to be some noisy background chatter. "I'll be back soon." Bai unconsciously smiled. She couldn't help but roll around on the bed with her phone, then clicked to listen again. Is she still outside? The background noise was quite chaotic. Bai's thoughts wandered, and she thought it was quite cold outside. She should prepare some warm tea and snacks for Bai Su. So she got up and walked to the kitchen. She went to fill the kettle with water and prepared to brew a pot of fruit tea. There were some fresh fruits in the refrigerator, which she took out, washed, and carefully cut into pieces. After an unknown amount of time, she heard the sound of the door opening at the entrance. Her expression brightened and her eyes lit up. She turned around and walked out impatiently. The door was pushed open. Indeed, it was Bai Su who came in. Bai Su was holding a beautiful gift bag in her arms and carrying a white plastic bag in her hand. She had changed into a new outfit wearing a soft-looking pure white cotton dress, her hair casually tied in a low ponytail. Her lowered brow and eyes made her appear incredibly gentle. Bai Su looked up at Bai Yi and smiled. "Guess what I brought you?" Bai Yi shook his head, his slightly longer hair swaying gently. He was also wearing a white long-sleeve shirt and pants, looking both obedient and soft. Bai Su leaned closer to Bai Yi and placed the items from the bag into his arms. Bai Yi felt the chill emanating from Bai Su and frowned, instinctively reaching out to hold her hand. It was cool like jade. He looked at the slight surprise on Bai Su's face. Realizing his reaction, he quickly released her hand, his face flushing slightly, as he whispered, "Is it very cold outside? Your hands are so cold. I'll go to the kitchen and pour you a cup of hot tea." He turned and entered the kitchen, not daring to look at Bai Su's expression. Bai Su placed the plastic bag she was holding on the table and casually leaned back on the sofa, waiting for the chill on her body to completely dissipate. She initially thought she wouldn't feel cold anymore upon entering, but she didn't expect Bai Yi to be so sensitive. In the kitchen, Bai Yi entered with the bag. The fruit tea was already brewed, bubbling away. Bai Yi calmed his emotions, opened the bag, and discovered it was a brand new set of paint supplies. The exquisite packaging and complete set of brushes indicated it was quite valuable. Bai Yi felt a tremor in his heart. He had never told Bai Su that he liked painting. The family situation was tough, and he could only focus on studying, unable to indulge in painting. He felt a mix of emotions as he put the items away. Outside, Bai Su opened the computer beside her. She accessed a website, her fingers flying over the keyboard. A series of codes easily breached the robust firewall built with millions, akin to a wolf invading a flock of sheep, effortlessly snatching away important information. Bai Su's lips curled into a slight smirk. The light from the screen cast shadows on her face, rendering her cold yet beautifully mysterious. System mourning for that unfortunate family. However, thinking of the dirty deeds that family had done, the system felt they deserved it. After completing all this, she effortlessly erased her traces, leaving behind an incredibly arrogant S as a mark, then shut down the computer. Meanwhile, Bai Yi emerged with a tray. The tray held 2 glasses filled with steaming fruit tea. The tea had a beautiful color, and the fruit pieces floated lazily within. Bai Yi placed the tray on the table and sat down next to Bai Su. "I'm not sure if it suits your taste. I didn't add much sugar, it's slightly sweet." Bai Su smiled and thanked him, taking a sip. The sweetness of the fruit hit her, and the texture was smooth and warm as she sipped. Bai Su squinted her eyes, revealing a hint of a smile. "Delicious." Bai Yi felt relieved and took a sip himself. Bai Su gestured for Bai Yi to open another bag. Bai Yi obediently complied. He discovered it contained a pack of soft pastries, and his eyes widened, his corners turning slightly red. It was his favorite soft pastries from before. The shop used to be beside the market, and every time his mother earned some money, she would buy him some. Those were the happiest times of his life. Later, the shop moved away and his mother was gone. Bai Yi trembled as he picked it up, examining it closely, when suddenly a pair of hands gently embraced him. Bai Su patted Bai Yi's hair. "Why does it seem like you're about to cry? I wanted to make you happy." Bai Yi was held in her embrace, feeling enveloped by warmth and fragrance. He didn't struggle, just gazed at the soft pastries in his hand, speaking with a slightly choked voice. "I'm not unhappy. I just feel a bit nostalgic." As he spoke, he carefully opened the pastries, pinched a piece, and slightly tilted his head to Bai Su. "Su, would you like to try? This is my favorite soft pastry from childhood." 29 days as a hero in the world of collapse. Add WeChat. The system chuckled. Su, eating pastries, ha 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 ha. Bai Su. The system was promptly kicked into a small black room. Bai Su watched as the piece of rice-colored pastry, sprinkled with osmanthus, was brought to her lips, looking into Bai Yi's expectant eyes. She simply opened her mouth, bit down, and then chewed. Bai Yi froze for a moment. His fingers had just touched something soft, but it disappeared quickly. He watched Bai Su chew a few times, swallowing. Delicious. Crispy and sweet, it lived up to its reputation as an old brand. Bai Yi's face flushed red, as beautiful as cherry blossoms in March. He lowered his head, softly humming, staring at his fingers trembling, as he picked up a piece and gently put it in his mouth, feeling the heat of his flushed face. Delicious. From Bai Su's perspective, she only saw Bai Yi's red ears. She reached out and pinched them, soft and warm. Bai Yi jumped slightly at the pinch, resembling a little rabbit caught by its ears, but he obediently did not struggle. Bai Su released her hand. "Do you like the gift?" Bai Yi paused, nodded, and quietly said, "I really like it, thank you." Bai Su looked at Bai Yi, who was obediently nestled in her embrace, feeling all the fatigue of the day ease away. She simply held Bai Yi close, inhaling the sweet scent of his milk-scented shampoo, feeling pleased with her choice. Bai Yi sat still, his face flushing, as she gently ruffled his hair. Bai Su felt it was about time, and released her embrace, asking, "Have you finished your homework?" Bai shook his head. Not yet. Bai Su simply took Bai's hand. Let's go to your homework. Bai nodded, obediently following her to the room. The two worked on their homework side by side. Bai Su was quick, focused entirely on her work. Bai was inspired and worked diligently as well. When Bai Su finished, he was still pondering a physics problem. He furrowed his brow, his long lashes casting shadows as he calculated earnestly. Bai Su glanced at his draft paper, pointed out a breakthrough point, and he suddenly understood, quickly writing it down. Bai Su nodded, feeling he was teachable. She continued to preview the next lesson. By the time they finished their homework, it was already quite late. After washing up, Bai bid Bai Su good night and entered his room. Sitting on the bed, Bai recalled the time when Bai Su held him while he slept. He clenched the blanket, tightly burying himself in it and rolling around. Lying on the bed, he touched the bracelet, suddenly remembering he hadn't asked Bai Su about the basketball game. However, he turned over thinking it should be nothing. Then he turned again, pondering what kind of breakfast to make tomorrow. Lost in such thoughts, he fell asleep. On the other side, Bai Su returned to her room and saw a friend request on her phone. A pure purple WeChat avatar with the note, "I am Su Ija." Bai Su sat on her bed and casually accepted it. A message quickly came through. Su, are you home? Bai Su replied casually, yes, sorry, I haven't checked my phone. No problem, I just found your contact. After returning, he found Bai Su's phone number on the note of the bag and added it with a try-it-out attitude, not expecting to guess correctly. Su Ija finished showering and leaned back against his bed. Dressed in pure black pajamas, his hair slightly damp, he appeared strikingly pale. Su Ija continued typing. Su, what time will you come to school tomorrow? Can I go to school with you? 30 days as a hero in the world of collapsed daily life. Opposite Su Yi's bed was a wardrobe, and on the wardrobe was a full-length mirror reflecting Su Yi's slightly nervous expression. Bai Su replied, I'll be having breakfast at home. I can probably reach school by 6:30, no need to come with us. Su Ija was sensitive to this term. Could it be that Bai Su and Bai were already living together? A sour feeling welled up in his heart. He took a deep breath, telling himself not to be too hasty. He replied, okay, got it. Still feeling uncomfortable, his heart felt as bitter as if a bitter gallbladder had burst. Su Ija put down his phone, hugging the blanket, then reached out to touch the bracelet, gripping the hollow metal square, looking at his reflection in the wardrobe mirror. He took deep breaths, reminding himself to avoid making a jealous expression. He was still only half liked in by Su's heart. Yet he was still so jealous. Suddenly his phone chimed with a particularly caring voice. Su Ija perked up, quickly grabbing his phone, and saw Bai Su had sent a cute emoji of a pat on the head, along with a voice message, remember to have breakfast, see you tomorrow. The voice was clear and pleasant, like a sweet spring that extinguished the jealousy and bitterness in his heart. By the time Su Ija realized it, he had already saved the voice message and was foolishly smiling. Seeing himself in the mirror, Su Ija felt a bit helpless. Truly, he was falling hard. His heart and mind were completely swayed by Bai Su, entirely at her mercy, yet he was still willingly savoring it. After Bai Su sent a cute little bunny rolling emoji in reply, she exited WeChat and simply lay down feeling exhausted. The next day, Bai woke up early, gently opened the door, washed up, and went to the kitchen. There were still tomatoes and eggs in the apartment fridge. He set a little fire and made tomato-andig noodles. When he finished and checked the time, it was nearly right, so he went to knock on Bai Su's door and whispered, Su, wake up, breakfast is ready. Silence answered from the room. The system shivered at the sight of Bai Su's sleep deprivation. Bai Su's waking temper was fiercer than any ghost's. Bai frowned lightly and knocked again. Su, wake up and have breakfast or you'll be late. At last Bai Su replied from inside, I know, we'll be right there. Bai breathed a sigh of relief, answered once, then went to the kitchen to ladle out the noodles and set the bowl on the table. He also poured the soy milk from the soy milk maker and placed the cup beside the noodles. Bai Su had already finished washing and sat at the table, propping her chin and watching Bai move about busily. When Bai finished and took a seat across from her, he smiled and said, Eat it while it's hot. Bai Su teased with a grin, Shaoyi, one day you'll make such a virtuous husband. Bai, embarrassed and a little annoyed, stammered, Nonsense, what are you saying? Bai protested, but Bai Su only smiled and picked up her chopsticks to take a bite. The bright, sweet and sour burst of tomato awakened her palate. Bai Su gave Bai a thumbs up. Bai lowered his eyes, flushed with a shy pleasure. The two of them ate in a comfortable silence. They timed their finishing together, then Bai Su stood to clear the bowls. Bai insisted on doing it himself, so the two of them appeared in the kitchen and, dividing the tasks, finished the cleaning. Once they were ready, they left. Bai Su rode with Bai following close. Bai gripped the frame, carefully watching the passing crowds who seemed surprised to see a girl carrying a boy in such a way. Bai, still blushing, finally asked, Su, can you teach me to ride? Of course, she answered. I can teach you when we get back. He replied softly. Not far from the school, they stopped. Bai Su locked the bike, and the two of them walked toward the campus. As they spoke, someone called out, "Su Su." Bai Yi's brows drew up instinctively. He looked and recognized the figure. A familiar face, one of Su Su's classmates. Su Yizhe stood at the school gate and greeted Bai Su with a bright smile. Su Yize's beauty was strikingly androgynous. With that smile, he seemed as pure and lovely as spring blossoms under a clear moon. Bai Su returned the greeting calmly. The three of them were striking to look at together. Even with Bai Su still wearing a mask, they drew attention wherever they stood. The three of them walked off together. Onlookers cast furtive glances their way. Su Yizhe courteously greeted Bai Yi, and the two of them exchanged a few words. It all seemed quite harmonious. Soon they reached the classroom door. Bai Yi felt a sudden pang of reluctance and anxiety, but he could do nothing. He forced a smile, said goodbye to Bai Su, and entered his own classroom. Su Yizhe felt a small thrill of satisfaction, though it was hardly moral. The classmates were beside themselves with excitement, making a great fuss. They returned to their seats and took out their textbooks to study. A louder commotion rose at the doorway. The school bully had arrived carrying a large bag. Everyone assumed the bag was for Su Yize's breakfast, as it had been in recent days. But given that Bai Su had been protecting Su Yizhe, would there be a scuffle? Judging by what Bai Su had shown before, the expectation was that Bai Su could handle herself. As Su Yizhe frowned and prepared to refuse, the scene took an unexpected turn. While Bai Su sat absorbed in her reading, the broad-shouldered bully dressed in the school uniform in a way that emphasized his muscles handed the things to Bai Su. "Su Bai, have you had breakfast? This is for you." The classmates' jaws dropped. Su Yize's expression too showed astonishment. The breakfast was not for Su Yizhe at all, but for Bai Su. And why did the bully address Bai Su as Su Bai? The reveal sent gossip spreading through the room like wildfire. No one dared to press the matter. The bully's followers were stunned. Su Yize's face clouded. Could Imo Xinghe already know about Bai Su disguising herself as a boy for competitions? What had happened between them for the bully to treat Bai Su this way? Curious and suspicious gazes fixed on Bai Su and Imo Xinghe. Bai Su's expression unchanged, kept her head bent over her book, and said coolly, "No need. I've already eaten enough." The bully was turned down but bore no offense. "Then I'll take you to lunch," he offered, and without waiting for refusal he turned and strode away. The classmates were stunned again, mouths agape, struggling to believe what they had just witnessed. Su Yizhe looked at Bai Su with a complicated expression, wanting to speak, but holding back. Bai Su glanced at him and said lightly, "It's nothing. Don't mind him." Su Yizhe swallowed the words he had meant to say and gave a nod. Morning reading resumed. As soon as morning reading ended, Bai Yi came looking for Bai Su. She stepped out, soothed the anxious Bai Yi, and then returned to the classroom. Other classmates tried covertly to pry for information, but a single glance from Bai Su sent them scattering. They were left to gnaw on their curiosity in private. As school let out, Imo Xinghe appeared at the doorway, and under the crowd's watchful eyes strode into the classroom. He stood before Bai Su's desk and announced in a clear voice, "Let's go eat." Bai Su ignored him and kept reading. Imo Xinghe narrowed his eyes and reached to snatch her book, but Bai Su deftly avoided him, and with a crisp smack struck the back of his hand. The sound alone made one wince, but Imo Xinghe did not frown. Instead he laughed. "So you've finally decided to pay me some attention." The classmates, having been shocked so many times, were by now somewhat numb. Bai Su finally spared Imo Xinghe a glance. "You're irritating. Do not disturb me," she said. Imo Xinghe plopped down in the empty seat, before Bai Su, legs crossed, and chin cupped in his hand, his grin loud and insolent. "You'll learn to get used to it," he declared. Bai Su paid him no heed, and seeing it was almost time, took Su Yize's hand and rose. Imo Xinghe followed, contemptuous. "Why are you dragging him along? A vain pretty boy who can't shoulder or bear a thing." Bai Su shot him a look. "Apologize or do not blame me for being merciless." Imo Xinghe met the pressure with a cold snort. "On what grounds? Delusional." Su Yizhe quietly tugged Bai Su's hand and gave it a little shake as if to calm the situation. Bai Su frowned and tried to lead him away, but Imo Xinghe blocked their path. Bai Su moved swiftly, hooking a leg to trip him. As Imo Xinghe steadied himself, she pulled Su Yizhe away and left. Bai Su led Su Yizhe to Bai Yi's classroom. Bai Yi watched the two of them with their hands clasped and felt his expression dim. Forcing himself, he rallied and followed Bai Su. Seeing Bai Yi's despondence, Bai Su almost loosened her grip on Su Yize's hand, but Su Yizhe held on. He offered her a small, mischief-tinged smile. Bai Yi caught sight of that smile, and in a flash reached out to take Bai Su's other hand. Bai Su was momentarily speechless. The system, delighted, observed a battlefield of affections had formed. Both of Bai Su's hands were held. She was about to speak when Imo Xing's voice called from the doorway. "Oh, what luck, what a perfect pairing." There was no smile in his tone, his eyes were cold as he looked at them. Bai Yi tightened his hold on Bai Su's hand. Bai Su simply led the two of them away. Mo Xinghe did not follow, watching them go with a faint chill in his gaze. The system teased, wondering whether its host had already acquired 2 pets, and lamenting the unfairness. After Bai Su led them out of the classroom, she released both their hands. They, understanding the impropriety of public displays, obediently let go. The 3 of them slowly walked to the canteen with Bai Su in the middle. Bai Yi and Su Ija grew gradually more familiar with one another. After getting their food, the 3 sat down together, though Su Ija had the advantage of a seat beside Bai Su, leaving Bai Yi opposite them. On the surface, everyone remained composed. Then Mo Xinghe appeared carrying a tray, and casually sat down beside Bai Yi, watching Bai Su eat with an open stare. Bai Yi and Su Ija exchanged glances but paid him no mind, eating quickly at Bai Su's urging. They did their best to ignore Mo Xinghe. Mo Xinghe put a plate of braised pork in front of Bai Su. "Try this, it's very good," he said. Bai Su replied calmly, "Thanks, but no thank you. You eat it yourself." Mo Xinghe promptly used a fresh pair of chopsticks to pick up a piece and placed it on Bai Su's plate. Bai Su looked up at him. He smiled broadly, a smile full of meaning, as though daring her to refuse him again. Bai Su, unwilling to let food go to waste, simply picked it up and ate. Mo Xing's eyes lit up, and he kept piling more on for her with unabashed delight. Rather than be further teased, Bai Su grabbed a steamed bun and shoved it into Mo Xing's mouth with some force. Caught off guard, he produced a bun of his own, smiled in a way that suggested he understood, and finally quieted down to eat. Bai Yi and Su Ija watched all of this in silent wonder. The system noted wryly that the host's earlier purchase of an extra bun suddenly made sense. The other students reveled in the gossip, savoring the spectacle. After they finished, the 3 returned to the classroom to rest. Mo Xinghe did not come along. Bai Su clicked her tongue and said it was a pity, otherwise she might have found a corner to give him a proper thrashing. Bai Yi remained preoccupied. His distraction continued until he and Bai Su walked home together. Bai Su yanked the absent-minded boy back just in time, nearly causing him to run a red light. Bai Yi, startled, turned pale. Bai Su smoothed his hair and asked, "What's wrong? Were you daydreaming?" Bai Yi shook his head, pressing his lips together until they were slightly pale, his expression cold and fractured. When the light finally changed, Bai Su took Bai Yi's hand, and they crossed the street together. People hurried past them on all sides. Bai Yi watched Bai Su's silhouette and felt everything else around him blur. He could entrust himself to her without reservation and go anywhere with her. He squeezed their joined hands tighter. At dusk, Bai Su pushed the electric scooter out to teach Bai Yi to ride. Bai Yi proved clever and learned quickly. Bai Su nodded in satisfaction and immediately had Bai Yi carry her to pick up the parcels. Bai Yi was a little nervous with Bai Su on the back. He steadied himself, started the scooter carefully, and rode steadily, gradually finding the right feel. Excellent. From now on he could take Bai Su to school himself. At the parcel locker, Bai Su collected several packages, stuffed them into bags, and they left together. Back at their place, they cooked dinner together with the vegetables they had bought that evening. Bai Yi, not wanting to trouble Bai Su, told her to wait outside, since he worried he'd be nervous with her around. Bai Su did not refuse. She brought the parcels into the room and opened them: anti-assault spray, a feather-folding knife, and arc baton, and also some traditional herb powders and laboratory glassware. She smiled and immediately began to tinker. The system watched as Bai Su, wearing gloves, mixed several herbs with water until the liquid turned an astonishing blue. She then added a pinch of powder. After a brief boil, it reverted to a colorless state. She added a trace of the concoction into the spray, a dab to the knife and the arc baton, then reassembled them. The system trembled in apprehension and wondered if such devices might become lethal. Bai Su offered a small smile. "Of course not. I'm a law-abiding citizen," she said. Having finished, a knock sounded at the door. "Su, dinner's ready." Bai Su answered and took the anti-assault spray, the arc baton, and the feather-folding knife with her. Bai Yi was arranging the dishes. He turned with a delighted smile but was startled by the items in her hands. Bai Su handed them to him and said, "These are for your protection." She proceeded to demonstrate each tool. The feather-folding knife was shaped like a plume, exquisitely light. With a slight stroke, the edge could unfurl into a blade as thin and sharp as a cicada wing. Bai Su explained with a smile that the edge had been treated with a compound, so that even a tiny scratch would have an immediate effect. Bai Yi took the tools with care and inspected them. She also showed him the anti-assault spray and the arc baton, advising that he carry one on his person and keep another in his bag. Bai Yi obediently nodded. The two of them washed their hands and ate. After the meal, they cleared the dishes and went for a stroll to exercise before returning to do homework. Elsewhere, Su Ija came home and messaged Bai Su, but she did not check her phone. He felt a little deflated. His nephew was doing homework and his aunt and the others would be home later. The chubby nephew loudly banged on his door, shouting, Come out and help me with my homework. The noise was so loud that Suija had to step out. In a gentle voice he said, You must do your own homework. The chubby boy scoffed, You live in my house and eat my food, so you do what I tell you to do. Suija felt a pang in his chest and his face darkened. How had the child already learned such threats? He pressed his lips together and said with effort, You must do your homework yourself. I am your elder. You cannot speak to me like that. The chubby boy shoved him and shouted, You are no elder of mine. If you don't listen to me, I'll tell my mom to kick you out. Su Yiz's face grew darker. He took a steadying breath and said calmly, All right, I'll teach you. Is there a particular question you don't understand? The boy flung his backpack at him and spat, Don't teach me. You do my homework for me. Just finish it. With that she turned and went to watch television. A backpack struck Suija, making his body sway. He fell into a long, heavy silence. He thought of how he had been ignored and treated with offhand malice all this time. He tightened his grip. It seemed he must hasten to find part-time work and move out as soon as possible. Back in his room, Suija habitually reached for his phone. Bai Su had already replied, Okay. I just got home for dinner. I'll give you something tomorrow. A small stir of expectation rose in Suija. He glanced almost unconsciously at the bracelet on his wrist. It gleamed silver in the light. All right, she answered lightly. Damn it, what is wrong with you people? Inside a corporate tower, a middle-aged man, his hair disheveled and suddenly streaked with white, hurled objects from his desk to the floor and cursed in fury. On the other end of the line, someone stammered, Boss, it's because that hacker S is too capable. Our firewall was breached so easily. We cannot trace him. We hired top hackers abroad, but he is like a rabid dog that won't let us go. After the call, the man slumped back into his chair in utter despondency. It was over. All the unspeakable deeds the company and the family had committed were exposed. Members had been arrested, and now they would use one once-abandoned soul as a scapegoat. How laughable, he thought. Emo Xinghe and Lu Baishi were drinking outside exchanging news. Lu Baix's face tightened. The Zhao family seems to have had their information exposed by a hacker. Many have already been jailed. Emo Xinghe looked down at his tablet. I knew something like this would happen. I wonder whom they angered to provoke such a blow. Lu Baishi took a sip of wine. Now all the families are telling us to keep a low profile. Emo Xinghe sneered, pathetic. After all this time, and they still can't catch that hacker. Utter incompetence. Lu Baishi glanced at him helplessly. Don't speak so harshly. In this information age, it's far better to recruit such a hacker than to antagonize him. Emo Xinghe made a call. I want someone to pay that so-called S a visit. He added coldly, if we cannot recruit him, then better 100 mistakes than let a single one escape. After he hung up, Emo Xinghe put down his phone and turned to the lock screen a solitary portrait of Bai Su. Taken on his order, Lu Baishi caught sight of it and his pupils constricted. There was an uncanny familiarity to the masked girl in the photo that struck him to the core. He swallowed the tremor in his voice and with a mock laugh asked, Who is she? Your next target. Emo answered at once, Not a target. She is mine. Lu Baix's astonishment could no longer be concealed. Yours? Your person? Emo wore a predator's half-smile, eyes narrowed like a beast watching its prey. Mine. That evening, Bai Su's phone flashed a warning. She glanced at her computer and discovered traces of an intrusion. Attempts that could not pierce her defenses. Intriguing. The family was already in chaos and on the brink of collapse. So this was a provocation from another hacker, she thought, smiling faintly. Clearly the other families had far too much idle time. In a dark room, a single large monitor and a handful of equipment cast a cold glow. A hooded curly-haired boy, listless, finished typing the last lines of code. Boredom draped him. The monitor's light played across his face, an oddly exotic, angelic visage. He sneered inwardly. This S was not so formidable. He thought he had already breached SS firewall. The task was complete. Data were importing. Soon he could report success. As he reached to make his call, suddenly the once orderly code on the screen convulsed like water thrown into hot oil or a flock set upon by wolves descending into chaotic disorder. He reacted with lightning speed, disbelief warring on his features as his hands flew to the keyboard to try to patch things. With a sharp bang, the monitor fractured as though struck by a bullet. A central breach appeared and cracks spidered outward like a web. From the speakers came a faint mechanical female voice that echoed through the empty room. You are under arrest, kid. The computer died, screen paling to black as a wisp of smoke rose. A topophthalene rig worth millions had been ruined in an instant. The curly-haired boy froze. So the apparent breach had been a lure. An invitation into a trap, and now the prey was caught in the jar. Intriguing. How utterly fascinating. His large dog-like eyes brightened with the thrill of a worthy opponent. Trembling with excitement, He drew his hands from the keys, covered his mouth, and laughed. Flush rose to his cheeks as he shrank into the wide gaming chair, bouncing and spinning in giddy delight. He murmured to himself, "I will remember you." The boy spun the chair, savoring the surge of exhilaration. A phone rang, slicing through his glee. He checked it was his sponsor. He pouted he would need a new machine, but decided to placate the patron and answered. In a tone equal parts childish and menacing, he said, "I failed. The breach was a decoy and now my machine's ruined. Send the money for repairs and new gear or you'll pay." On the other end, the caller fell silent, dumbfounded. Anger flared in that office, but there was nothing to do but seethe. Forced to breathe deeply to steady themselves as the caller on the line kept urging payment, they begrudgingly transferred the funds. How infuriating. To lose both the bride and the soldier. After that call, the subordinate had to report upward and was promptly showered with a torrent of curses and abuse. They longed to resign to run but could not. Meanwhile, having neutralized that provocation, Bai Su drifted through other families' dark nets with the ease of a dragon in the sea, a rock in the heavens. She exposed illicit materials here, and there pushed them onto trending lists. She refused to take down sabotaged communication networks, froze principal bank accounts, and bundled dossiers of family members' identities and hideouts to send somewhere unknown. By the time she grew bored late into the night, Bai Su closed the laptop, washed, and went to bed, indifferent to the storm her actions would unleash. Countless people received frantic phone calls, sleepless and forced to interrupt their nocturnal amusements. Midnight damage control was mounted in panic. Public relations hurriedly tried to patch things up, yet the evidence could not be erased. Many cursed and feared what had happened. Having lorded it over others for years, they now, for the first time, felt the approach of a cataclysm. The populace rose in anger, petitioning government and courts for severe punishment. Popular indignation flared. In the era of the Republic, citizens' sense of rights and ownership over governance had steadily awakened. Human trafficking, organized prostitution, illicit organ trade, wanton slaughter of lives. Faced with such appalling crimes, people were stunned, fearful, and enraged. These depths of darkness were a tumor impeding society's healthy growth. Like a suffocating cloud, they obscured the Republic's clear sky. Forces devoured and collapsed. Social power was reshuffled. Armed with irrefutable evidence, the government mobilized clandestine squads it had trained in secret, calling forth long-hidden elites to sweep through the corrupt powers like thunder, dismantling their filthy strongholds. Those in power had long yearned to deal with these families. Quietly, they had amassed intelligence and taken action for years. Operations that had spanned 2 administrations and cost decades of effort. At the Republic's founding, when its strength was weak, compromises had been made. But now, the steadily strengthening government no longer needed these feudal-like shadows. An anonymous email had even appeared in the leader's inbox detailing hideouts and spheres of influence. The leader, ambitious and righteous, was shaken to see the signature S. He felt his palms tremble and sweat bead. Tears sprang unbidden. He had witnessed too much darkness to remain unmoved. Entrusted with great expectations at his appointment, he keenly understood the previous leader's regrets and their fervent desire for change. He himself wished to steer the nation toward normalcy, toward light and renewed vigor. At last the tide seemed to be turning. His fingers shook as he typed a reply, his words formal and reverent. "Sir, may I know who you are? We are deeply grateful for the information you provided. What you have done may help usher our nation into a new luminous era. May I know your details, so we may record your merits?" He waited with taut nerves. The account that had sent the email was obviously a disposable alias unlinked to any contact. He did not even know whether it could reply. To his surprise, an answer arrived swiftly. "You need not know my name. The bloodshed and sacrifice you will make for the coming light are the true merits of the era. Hold fast and fight to the end. I will aid you when the time is right. Salute to all heroes who stain themselves with blood for the light." The signature read simply S. When he tried to open the account again, it had already been deleted. Had it not been for those 2 emails, it might have seemed like a mirage. But it was real. The leader felt exhilarated, eyes wet, breath trembling. He drew deep breaths, rose, and walked to the window. Beyond the dark night, 1,000 lights shone like a promise. Yes, the nation's dawn would come. It was a sleepless night. In different corners, the drama of flight and capture, struggle and counterattack, blood and sacrifice unfolded. What had been quietly brewing now erupted into a full-scale purge and revolution. Whoever is willing to sacrifice is grand of spirit. Only the brave can usher a new sun. The social order was shifting, and new forms and customs began to emerge. The system announced, "World purification progress has reached 1/2. At last, the long progress bar moved with a speed visible to the eye, a major breakthrough. The system celebrated with pomp, proclaiming the host mighty and awe-inspiring. No wonder the host had borrowed a measure of the system's dominion over the net. The purpose was clear. Bai Su merely placed an order on her phone and went to sleep. A true woman never turns back to watch the storms she leaves behind. Morning came. Bai rose early to prepare breakfast. When Bai Su was called awake, she glanced at the pale dawn, and switched on the television. The broadcasts were dominated by news anchors reported solemnly on the destruction of illegal dens, and flashed live footage from the scenes. Screams and chaos filled the clips. Bai watched in disbelief as the report unfolded. Bai Su took out her phone. Sure enough, the school had sent a message, and the class group was buzzing. Due to special circumstances, the school would temporarily suspend classes. Boarders were to return home, day students would study at home. Students were urged to remain at home and stay safe. Messages in their phones erupted like explosions. Forums ignited. Everyone wondered why the sudden holiday had been declared. Those who knew the truth already perceived the tempest's first gusts and rains. Many gleaned much from the news and sensed that the holiday was tied to a national purge akin to administering medicine to an ailing body as it fought and expelled a virus. Panic, excitement, worry. People prepared supplies. Supermarkets were already seeing rushes of buyers. Bai Su glanced up and told Bai, "We don't have to go to school for now. The school is closed." Then she messaged Su Ija. Pity that she could not go to deliver that item now. The chaos made him prone to accidents if left unsupervised. She warned Su Ija to be careful and to stock up on supplies. He planned to go to his part-time job today. With the holiday, he could set off right away. As for the turmoil outside, he pressed his lips together. He hated staying in a home that was not truly his. The part-time job was at a cafe. He felt a keen disappointment at not seeing Bai Su, but forced himself to summon energy. Bai pursed her lips and checked her phone as well. He nodded in silence, then worry prompting him asked, "Should we hurry to buy food and essentials? It's chaotic outside now." Bai Su put down her phone and reassured him gently, "Don't worry. I already placed an order last night. It should arrive at the community pickup point soon." "It has been picked up at the station." Bai blinked in surprise. "It arrived already?" Bai Su lounged casually at the dining table. "We spent a bit of money. Of course it would come faster." Bai relaxed a little and nodded, then sat at the table with her. They ate breakfast together. When they finished, they tidied up and went out to collect the parcels. There was no one on the street. The autumn wind sighed, making everything feel colder and emptier. Bai kept close to Bai Su as they walked to the courier station. Fortunately, it was still open, though only one young clerk remained. They retrieved the items. 2 large trunks. Bai reached to take them both. Bai Su picked the lighter one and handed it to him, then nonchalantly hoisted the other and motioned for him to follow. Bai froze for a moment, lowered his eyes, shouldered the trunk, and hurried after Bai Su. They walked slowly. The wind grew stronger, tangling Bai's hair and sending Bai Su's scarf fluttering. The sky was heavy with clouds, as if warning of storms to come. When they returned home, Bai Su gestured for Bai to open the trunks. Inside were food and household supplies. Bai sorted each item, putting things into the refrigerator or into the kitchen. The television was on, broadcasting the news. He listened as he worked. A sudden uncanny sense crept over him, as if the world were on the brink of collapse. Though anxious about the future, he felt comforted simply because Bai Su was beside him. He unconsciously paused his tasks and stared at the large refrigerator. "Don't be afraid, it will be fine." With her here, everything felt safer. From outside, Bai Su called, "Shaoyi, your phone." Bai froze. A phone. He walked over. It was ringing on the dining table. When he picked it up, he saw the name Mu Yuha. He glanced instinctively at Bai Su. She was reclining on the wide, soft sofa, absorbed in her computer. For reasons he could not explain, Bai felt suddenly uneasy. He silenced the phone and went to the balcony to answer in a low voice. "Hello? Yes, I'm fine. I won't come over. Yes, I'm living with someone else. It's okay." Bai stared at the gray sky and felt a deep sense of déjà vu. When he first arrived here, he had received Mu Yuha's call as well. He glanced back at Bai Su. She sat with her back to him, not like the last time. In that instant, Bai found the call utterly pointless. Indeed, Bai Su paid him no mind. She had noticed that the kid who had earlier tried to breach her firewall and been rebuffed was active again at her computer's perimeter. Bai Su regarded him with disdain and ignored him as if scratching an itch. Playfully, she continued to dismantle those clans' networks and accounts. On the other side, a curly-haired boy tried desperately to message Bai Su but received no reply. He tried to attack the firewall but could not break through. There was not even a counterstrike. He pouted in frustration, furious at being ignored. Why would she not respond? He felt treated like a child, his skills dismissed. The boy stared at the screen. His angelic face creased with anger and discontent. Why? He demanded inwardly, like a child desperate for a parent's attention. Alas, S ignored him completely. He was angry, felt wronged, his large purple eyes brimming with tears, lips bitten. Both pitiful and endearing. Who exactly was this S? He began hacking into other families' networks, learning more and more about her. S was a newly risen hacker no one could crack. Any firewall in her presence was like paper. She entered networks as easily as returning home, exposing corrupt corporations and clan secrets. She was a figure both feared and despised. Did S despise those powers so much? An idea flashed through him. If he helped her, might she pay attention to him? His eyes lit up with hope. Yes, he would outdo her and thus win her notice. He set about doing just that. Meanwhile, the government discovered yet another hacker, exposing those dark strongholds and files. But the traces were a string of strange code. The government hurriedly dispatched people to decode it. The clans did the same. They were already vexed by S. Now there was another. The code was not particularly difficult, and when it was decrypted, the hacker's expressions turned oddly complicated. Why those faces? Someone demanded. Have you cracked it? What does it say? The exhausted hacker with heavy dark rings under his eyes hesitated, then said cautiously, you might not believe it, but the facts appear to be this. Stop stalling. What does it say? That string of code expresses just one sentence. Sister, look at me. The man regarded the hacker with a look of contempt, as if seeing some grotesque sight. Why are you looking at me like that? The hacker nearly laughed at the blatant expression on the other man's face. He wiped his face. Oddly invigorated, he felt more alert. The problem is, it really seems to be that the code was not intended to hide anything. It used the common internet code slang we often use. Yes, and there is indeed a tilde at the end. The government and clan representatives were stunned. A chill ran down their spines. Are we sure this isn't a new virus or a trap? Both sides fell silent, drawing the same conclusion: this new person was not the same as S. They also discovered that this person appeared to be searching for a woman. Who was she? What could draw a hacker to such lengths? All the actions taken so far seemed to serve the government's interests. Could this woman be connected to the government? The clans intensified their investigations, desperate to identify her. The government quietly sought her as well, hoping to protect this woman. On the other side, events moved differently. Bai Su closed her computer, tired from playing, and pulled a few wet wipes from the desk to dry her hands. Bai Yi had quietly seated himself beside her. He looked nervous, nervously twisting the hem of his clothes. Bai Su glanced at him, tossed the used wipe into the trash, then propped an elbow on the sofa back, resting her chin in her hand as she watched him, motioning for him to speak. Bai Yi lowered his eyes. The person who called earlier was a former classmate of mine, Mu Yuha. He's out of town now. We haven't seen each other for a semester, just the occasional phone call. After speaking, he looked up at Bai Su with some tension. I have nothing with him, we're just ordinary classmates. Bai Su said nothing, simply watching him with a calm expression. Today she wore an apricot blouse with a forest green vest. Her hair was loosely tied into a ponytail. When she looked at him, the ponytail fell softly, and a few strands caressed her smooth cheek, lazy and beautiful. In that beautiful face, Bai Yi did not know what he wanted to find, only that her gaze unsettled him. He felt a little hurt. He himself wore a thin apricot sweater, his slightly long hair sweeping his forehead. As he watched Bai Su, his expression betrayed an involuntary mixture of grievance and sorrow. It was like someone who knew he had erred yet felt unfairly accused. A petulant, wronged little spouse, Bai Su thought idly. Seeing Bai Su momentarily distracted, Bai Yi's unease swelled anew. He pressed his lips together and lowered his head, feeling he could no longer stay. After all, she doesn't care. Why explain so much? He murmured, I'm going to my room, and rose to leave. But Bai Su grabbed his left hand in one motion. He froze as she pulled him over, and he found himself straddling her thigh. Bai Yi was flabbergasted. Cradled close in Bai Su's embrace, he smelled her warmth and scent at arm's length. His pale face flushed as though set aflame. He grew uncomfortable and tried to rise, but Bai Su pressed his head into her chest and held his hands down. Her strength was not great, but he could not free himself. Don't move. Weren't you just talking? Why are you acting wronged now? Her voice was cool as frost in his ear. He could even feel the gentle rise and fall of her chest. Bai Yi burned from head to toe, yet he could not struggle. Her words made him stiffen. He felt as if his small secret had been seen through. He stammered, I'm not wronged. Is that so? Bai Su lifted his chin and studied the watery light in his eyes and the rosy flush of his cheeks. She reached out and pinched the corners of his lips toward the center, shaping them into a tiny duckbill. Soft and tender. Amusing enough to play with. She pinched again. The red deepened in Bai Yi's face, his brows knotted, his eyes full of grievance and puzzlement, but obediently, he did not struggle further. Bai Su gazed at the small, puckered mouth she held between her pale fingers and finally smiled. Still not wronged. Whose lips were pouting like a little kettle just now. Bai Yi felt aggrieved inwardly. He certainly was not like that. Won't admit it. Bai Su pulled him deeper into her arms and looked at him. When will you learn to be more honest? Crying children get more candy, she teased, then bent down and kissed the tiny duckbill. The warm touch of her lips met his, and she even playfully licked them. Bai Yi's mind exploded as if fireworks had burst before his eyes. His pupils widened. All color seemed to drain away until only the person before him remained. The sensation on his lips consumed his thoughts. She kissed me. Time stretched and contracted at once. Before he had time to take it in fully, Bai Su pulled back. She released his mouth with a smiling look, amused by his dazed expression, and laughed recklessly. Bai Yi gathered himself with a few deep breaths, slowing his racing heart. Hearing her laughter, his own mouth curved unintentionally, and he timidly rested his head against the hollow of her neck. Bai Su stroked his head. So do you want to go see that classmate of yours? A cold bucket of water seemed to have been poured over him. His smile faded, and he was briefly displeased. But under her gentle touch, he held back and said softly, I don't. Bai Su scooped him up and set him on the sofa. Okay, I understand. Before he knew what hit him, the room spun, and he found himself seated again. She pinched his cheek, cupped his face, and said, be good and stay home. I'm going out to take care of something. Her hand began to withdraw. Bai Yi reflexively grabbed her hand. Blushing, he murmured, then please come back early. Bai Su changed into a black mid-length trench coat and tall boots before stepping outside. She walked out the door. The sky had darkened further, the autumn wind blew, and the street was dotted only with hurried passers-by. She wore a mask and let the system guide her. After a while she moved at an unhurried pace, but ignored the navigation, slipping instead into a narrow alley. The gloom above was echoed by the dim light within the lane. She spun aside to evade a grabbing hand, seized the attacker, and executed a crisp shoulder throw, then slammed a foot into his head, knocking him out with a muffled groan. A whoosh split the air as she snatched a club from another assailant, pinned it down, hooked her legs up, and clamped them around his head, using the momentum to slam him headfirst to the ground. Bai Su rose unscathed, and without mercy delivered a kick that sent the man into unconsciousness. She looked up to see a wave of black-clad thugs, surging from both ends of the alley. Her face remained impassive, but in the dimness her eyes gleamed with a low, cold light. The burly man at their head was cautious but courteous. Miss, we mean no harm. We only wish to escort you to a place. Our young master requests your presence. Bai Su replied coldly, thank you, but I have no desire to go to any mysterious place. The man pressed on. Our young master is your classmate from the Mo clan. Please do not resist. If matters escalate, we might inadvertently harm you, which is not his wish. Bai Su, mask on, watched him produce a white handkerchief. So you plan to drug me and take me away? So many people to fetch me. You think so highly of me? The big man offered a faint smile. Miss, you are skilled. You easily injured 2 of my veteran men. But they had it coming for underestimating you. In the cramped, shadowed alley, Bai Su leisurely drew a featherlight butterfly knife from her coat pocket. The thin blade flashed a faint azure in the dim light. She held it between her fingers, and eyes fixed on the steel said lazily, do it. Don't waste words. The big man frowned. Then forgive us. Tack. The thugs swarmed like locusts that had not fed in a long while. Bai Su was faster still. Her arms moved like brushstrokes on a painting, her fingers danced, and thin lines of cuts appeared across attackers' bodies, as if an artist had traced them. Drops of blood ornamented those lines with an eerie blue sheen. Men rolled their eyes and collapsed. Those who followed watched their comrades fall, and saw the woman standing there calm and unhurried. Some could not help but take a step back. The burly leader scowled and signaled his men, surging forward toward Bai Su. Someone tossed a small vial into the fray. Its contents vaporized quickly. Bai Su slipped past the man in front, but he seized the hem of her coat. She bent, withdrew her hand from the jacket, and tore it off, then used the coat as leverage to spring upward, driving her legs into another thug. He stumbled back, clutching his chest, racked with pain. Bai Su immediately turned around. As Bai Su released her coat, the burly man seized the fleeting moment when another man was distracted by her attempting to choke Bai Su with the coat. However, Bai Su used her strength again to lift her legs, swiftly trapping the man's head. Utilizing gravity and her own power, she spun the man's body with a forceful motion, causing him to lose his balance and crash violently against the wall. Bai Su landed steadily, directing the feather butterfly knife from her fingers straight towards the burly man. He clumsily attempted to evade, but unexpectedly, Bai Su had no intention of letting him go, instead catching his hand that had stealthily reached into his pocket. A surge of excruciating pain shot through as his wrist was bent, producing a sharp cracking sound. His arm fell limply to his side, and the burly man let out a muffled groan. He immediately raised his leg to retaliate, but Bai Su's speed was even faster, pressing down on him with a force that felt like 1,000 pounds, causing his bones to feel as though they might shatter. The cold sweat on his forehead increased. This terrifying speed and strength. Moreover, why was she not affected by the vaporized potion? The fear within the burly man finally surfaced. Boss! The remaining men could no longer contain themselves and charged forward frantically. It was madness indeed. A glimmer of amusement appeared in Bai Su's eyes. Soon a group of men lay sprawled on the ground defeated. Bai Su pulled a white handkerchief from the burly man's hold, casually wiping the red stains off the blade, before sheathed the butterfly knife. Bai Su stepped on the face of the lead burly man, saying, "This is your last warning, or don't bother me again." At that moment the phone in the burly man's pocket vibrated. Bai Su picked it up and saw the flashing A on the screen, answering it with a cheerful tone. "Where is he?" A cold voice from an unfamiliar man came through the phone. Bai Su replied with a smile, "There's nothing I can do, he doesn't want to come." There was a moment of silence on the other end. "Who are you?" Bai Su stepped on the lead burly man's face again, saying, "I'm the person you're looking for." The voice on the other end became chaotic, and Bai Su waited patiently. Suddenly a male voice came from the phone. "Su Bai, it's me." Bai Su snorted coldly. "Su Bai, come with me." "What if I say no?" After a brief silence the voice replied, "Then don't blame me for forcing you." Bai Su laughed heartily, saying, "I hate being forced by others the most, you disgusting dog." Meanwhile at the airport, Mo Xinghe tightened his grip on his phone, looking coldly at his anxious subordinate beside him, saying, "What's wrong? Are you captivated by those two little pets?" "However," he sneered, "it's too late." Kicking the person beneath him unconscious, Bai Su slowly walked out of the alley with the phone. She raised her eyes to the gloomy sky and said softly, "Oh, then you are too late as well." Without checking whether the call had been disconnected, she tossed the phone into a nearby trash can. A cacophony of noise ensued, ultimately fading into silence. Mo Xing's expression darkened as he threw his phone against the wall. His subordinate advised, "Young master, let's get on the plane first, your safety is paramount. We should retreat abroad for the time being." He snorted coldly, striding toward the boarding gate. During security check, one of his subordinates suddenly surged up, aiming a handgun at Mo Xinghe, who stared coldly back at him. At that moment, the security officer also reached out, trying to apprehend Mo Xinghe. He swiftly dodged, grabbing the officer and choking him to control him. The other subordinates reacted, but just as they were about to act, they were knocked down by a nearby passenger, leading to a fierce struggle. Mo Xinghe coldly declared, "Don't move or I will kill him." As he spoke, he exerted more force. "Surrender now. You are already surrounded." The subordinate holding the gun spoke. Mo Xinghe observed them, but felt his body gradually losing strength. How could this be? A group of people attempted to enter the residential complex, but were stopped by security. The security personnel, seasoned soldiers, stood aggressively demanding identification, while others from the security booth emerged. One of them displayed his identity as a resident, and the security personnel allowed them through. Several of them made their way to the entrance. Ding dong! In the back the doorbell rang. Bai Yi was studying in the living room, and his first reaction was that Bai Su had returned. But wait, why would Bai Su ring the doorbell? He became anxious quietly and quickly moving to the door to cautiously peek outside through the peephole. A gigantic pupil suddenly appeared in the peephole, startling Bai Yi, causing him to collapse to the ground. The outsiders seemed to realize someone was inside and began to force their way in. One person casually destroyed the camera. The others dealt with the door's password lock. Though it was a password lock, the group appeared well prepared, producing a small device and placing it on the lock. A strong current surged through, disrupting the password lock, and they easily opened the door. They pushed the door open, finding no one inside. Several began searching, and one appeared kind-hearted, loudly saying, "Child, don't be afraid. We just need to talk urgently. Come out and we can have a good chat." The kitchen was empty, the living room too, leaving only the locked room. The leader nodded at one of his subordinates, who took out tools and began to pry the lock open. Inside the room, Bai Yi's face turned pale. He piled heavy objects against the door, tremblingly, taking out the self-defense weapon Bai Su had given him the day before. Taking a few deep breaths, he quickly dialed Bai Su. The call was quickly connected. Woo-woo. Bai Yi couldn't help but sob first. This scene was eerily reminiscent of that fateful night. It felt as if time was rewinding, replaying a nightmare. He thought he had moved on, forgotten, but he had not at all. He trembled all over his heart, feeling like it was being squeezed tight, his breathing difficult and thoughts chaotic. The only reason he was holding on was to see Bai Su. He didn't want to feel dirty. "Xiao Yi, don't be afraid." Bai Su's voice, as soothing as a clear spring, calmed his chaotic mind. "You did very well." Bai Su continued gently, "I've notified security. They're on their way. Do you remember the self-defense item I gave you yesterday? Don't be afraid, just listen to me." The door was still being kicked open. A group of people entered the room, all covered in tattoos, and exuding a menacing aura, looking at Bai Yi like hungry wolves eyeing a lamb, their expressions filled with malice. Bai Yi leaned against the wardrobe opposite them, one ear adorned with headphones, looking pale as he stared at them. Wearing a mask, he pressed his lips tightly, his eyes broken yet somewhat resolute, with both hands clenched in front of his chest. The leader chuckled, saying, "The boy looks quite good and has even chosen a nice place for us. Why not come with us? You'll have good food and drink." Bai Yi looked at them with disgust in his eyes. Nearby, a burly man with a white tiger tattoo on his arm spat disdainfully. "What are you pretending for? You're asking for it. Big brother, let me show him who's boss." The big brother seemed hesitant but eventually nodded in agreement. The burly man eagerly charged forward, and the young boy's delicate skin was too tempting to resist. As he was about to reach Bai Yi and swing his arm to strike, Bai Yi directly opened his palm, revealing the wolf-repellent spray inside, extending his hand and lightly spraying it towards the unsuspecting man's face. The man quickly held his breath, but the spray touched his face, causing him to lose control of his body, collapsing to the ground in a daze. Bai Yi quickly retracted the spray, using the burly man's body as cover, wrapping it with his hand. In his ear, he could hear Bai Su's praise. The corners of Bai Yi's tightly pressed lips relaxed slightly. Seeing the burly man fall, the others looked at Bai Yi with incredulity. But seeing his pitiful and helpless appearance, they felt disbelief. Then another burly man discarded the lock-picking tool and charged at him, shouting, "Bitch, what did you do?" Bai Yi repeated his previous tactics, but this burly man was quick to react, holding his breath and dodging, yet he was unable to escape the spread of the spray and soon collapsed to the ground. How could this be so effective so quickly? This time the others all saw the spray in Bai Yi's hand, and the leader's smile faded. "I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. It seems you're looking for trouble." With that, he glanced around at his subordinates, who nodded and took out ropes and sticks, spreading out to charge at Bai Yi. "Don't be afraid," Bai Su said lightly. "First deal with the ones in front with the spray." Bai Yi's mind was in turmoil yet somehow clear. He raised the spray and began to swing it in wide arcs towards them. Many people quickly dodged away. After all, they were somewhat wary of that spray. The leader coldly scoffed. "What's wrong? With so many of us, how can we be afraid of him? We'll charge in at all costs, and once we catch him, we can do whatever we want." Wavering expressions turned resolute, and they swiftly charged towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi managed to spray down two of them, while two others leaped out from beside them, rushing towards Bai Yi, grabbing the hand with the spray and forcefully twisting it. Bai Yi felt a sharp pain in his hand, losing strength and causing the spray to fall to the ground, where it was kicked away by one of the men. Another man attempted to grab Bai Yi's other hand, but unexpectedly Bai Yi opened that hand too, revealing the arc stick he had secretly pulled from his pocket, unexpectedly thrusting it towards the man. A massive current surged through the man's body, the tingling and cramping pain causing him to scream and completely faint. "Now is the time," stabbed the other one. The man holding Bai Yi's other hand was startled, quickly dodging Bai Yi's forceful swing of the arc stick, but was still grazed by it, and the tremendous current surged through him, causing him to collapse in a charred heap. The big brother at the front wore a dark expression. "I didn't expect we underestimated you. You actually have so many self-defense tools. It seems you were well prepared, but it ends here." He raised the spray he had just picked up, pointing it at Bai Yi, sneering. "It's time for you to experience the power of this thing. Surrender now, or don't blame me for forcing you." Bai Yi coldly stared at him, gripping the arc stick tightly. "It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Don't blame me for being rude." Suddenly someone lunged from outside, tackling the burly man to the ground. "Don't move." Bai Yi was startled by the voice, but when he focused he saw it was a security officer in uniform, along with others rushing in to subdue the remaining men. Bai Su walked in behind them. She had changed into a new jacket, put away her phone, and smiled at Bai Yi. Bai Yi let out a long sigh of relief, his nerves relaxing, as he felt completely drained and collapsed. Bai Su quickly stepped forward to catch him, one arm around him, while the other carefully supported his injured wrist. Bai Su saw the cold sweat soaking his bangs, his black hair sticking to his cheeks, his lips pale, displaying a vulnerable and helpless appearance. His eyes were red and glistening as he looked at her, drawing her pity. Bai Su helped him up gently, softly comforting. "You did very well, Xiao Yi. You successfully protected yourself." Bai Yi, supported by her, stood up, his mind still not completely clear, obediently being led by Bai Su to her room. The room was filled with Bai Su's scent. She settled him on the bed, then turned to get medicine. However, the hem of her clothes was carefully grasped by Bai Yi. Bai Su turned around and saw Bai Yi's pale face, his eyes slightly puffy, showing a hint of fear and reluctance. She gently patted his hair, reassuring him, "Don't worry, I'll get the medicine and I'll be right back." Bai Yi gazed at her intently, ultimately reluctantly releasing his grip. Bai Su turned to leave, kindly closing the door behind her. In the living room, the security captain stood there, and the burly men had all been taken to the police station. Others were cleaning up. The security captain appeared to be a very mature, middle-aged man. Upon seeing Bai Su, he directly apologized for their failure. Bai Su shook her head, urging them to quickly fix the password lock on the main door and the lock on her room. The security captain nodded, stating that arrangements were already being made for repairs, as Bai Su had emphasized this during her earlier call. Bai Su nodded, thanked him, and asked him to sit first while she got the medicine, then entered the room. Bai Yi leaned against the bedside table, somewhat dazed, but his eyes lit up when he saw Bai Su enter. Bai Su smiled as she entered, sitting beside him to check his wrist. There was nothing serious, mainly a sprain, but a large bruise made his fair wrist appear particularly grotesque. Bai Su frowned, feeling a bit pained. The system commented, "Tisk host, are you feeling sorry for him? I told you to appear sooner rather than spectate and issue commands over the phone." Bai Yi noticed Bai Su's expression, warmth spreading through him. He gently pressed her furrowed brow, softly reassuring her, Su, I'm fine. Don't blame yourself." Bai Su glanced at him, saying nothing. She wouldn't regret what she had done. Bai Su softly hummed in acknowledgement, releasing Bai Yi's hand. Bai Su first applied some bruise ointment on his wrist, then said to Bai Yi, "The next massage will be a bit forceful. It will help with blood circulation and bruising, so it might hurt a little. Just bear with it." Bai Yi nodded. Bai Su began the massage, employing some traditional Chinese medicine techniques, carefully following the meridians. It indeed hurt a lot. Yet Bai Yi gritted his teeth and endured, not uttering a sound. As he felt the unbearable soreness, a profound sense of lightness filled his heart. Although he was still somewhat shaken, his eyes gradually became remarkably bright. With Bai Su's help, he had protected himself. It was truly painful. But thinking of the dire state of those men, he surprisingly felt like smiling. His eyes reddened slightly as he gazed at Bai Su, knowing that none of this would have been possible without her. Without her comfort and encouragement, and without the self-defense weapon she had given him, he couldn't imagine what he would have become. Bai Yi looked at Bai Su, and though his wrist ached, he gently curled his lips into a smile beautiful like a lotus after the rain. Bai Su raised her head and saw his smile. A genuine smile is contagious. Bai Su smiled back. How adorable! Unable to resist, she leaned forward and kissed the corner of his mouth. Xiao Yi did very well, truly remarkable and very brave. Bai Yi felt the softness at the corner of his mouth, his face flushed as he lowered his head. After a moment, he raised his head, gathered his courage, and looked directly at Bai Su, saying in a firm voice, "It's all because of you, Su. If it weren't for you, I might not have had the courage to face them. If it weren't for your defensive weapon, I might." Bai Yi's voice gradually choked up, his eyes glistening with tears. Bai Su leaned down and kissed his beautiful eyes. Bai Yi obediently closed his eyes. Bai Su softly said, "However, in this world, there are no ifs. Xiao Yi, you protected yourself. And I have always been here." Bai Yi kept his eyes closed, and tears finally streamed down his face. The shadows of the past seemed to leave his heart along with the tears, as if the gloom had finally dissipated, revealing a clear pond under the bright moonlight. "Yes, Su will always be here. I also have the ability to protect myself, and in the future I will definitely be able to protect Su." Bai Su finished the massage and stopped her movements. She took out a wet wipe to clean up, then told Bai Yi to change his clothes and go rest. Bai Yi nodded, but still tugged at Bai Su's clothing, looking at her with hopeful eyes. Bai Su smiled helplessly. "Okay, I'll go with you. You can rest at my place later." Bai Yi's face turned slightly red as he nodded and tightened his grip on Bai Su's clothing. So the security captain in the living room saw a boy following Bai Su, clutching her clothing like a little bride. "Security captain." Bai Yi accidentally spotted a stranger sitting in the living room and was startled. He was immediately pulled into Bai Su's embrace, who gently said, "Don't be afraid, this is the security team leader." Team leader looking at his phone like an old man on the subway. "I shouldn't be here. I should be under the car." Bai Yi regained his senses, recalling that the first person to rush in and tackle the big man seemed to be this team leader. He felt a bit embarrassed as he stepped out of Bai Su's embrace, shyly lowered his gaze, apologized to the team leader, and then expressed his gratitude to them. The team leader waved his hand, sincerely saying, "We also have areas where we fell short. We are compensating and will continue to improve in the future." Bai Yi gratefully nodded. He also noticed someone repairing the password lock and his room lock, and his heart relaxed. Seeing they had finished chatting, Bai Su took Bai Yi to his room to get his clothes. After he got them, he went to the bathroom to change. At this moment, Bai Su walked into the kitchen. She first took some tea leaves to brew, then took out honey and milk, warmed the milk, added a bit of honey, and poured it into a cup. Then Bai Su walked out, poured a cup of brewed tea for the team leader, and handed him a plate of fruit. The team leader thanked her. Bai Su turned back to the kitchen, placing the cup of milk on the table to cool. The team leader glanced over, feeling that this girl was taking good care of the boy. It seemed that, in this couple's relationship, the girl held the dominant position. Bai Su then sat down on the sofa and opened the computer to take a look. She naturally saw the various deeds and comments of that little brat. Childish. She directly ignored it. The team leader sat on the other side, watching his subordinates repair the door lock, feeling the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. He took a sip of water and immediately felt the tea was fragrant. He asked, "Kid, what brand of tea is this?" Bai Su glanced at the team leader and replied, "Yunling Jasmine." The team leader asked in confusion, "Is it from the Zhuya brand?" Bai Su nodded. The team leader felt somewhat doubtful about life, having bought it at home before, but it never smelled this fragrant. He pondered and unconsciously drank an entire cup of water. Just as he was about to say something, Bai Su spoke up, "Team leader, please keep an eye on this place. I might need to go out later." The team leader was taken aback. "Are you saying that group of people might come back?" Bai Su didn't look at the team leader, continuing to stare at the computer. Not likely. It's just to reassure Xiao Yi." Bai Yi had just stepped out of the bathroom. When he heard this, his face, already flushed from the steam, turned even redder. "Team leader, at my age can I still eat dog food? Are our security guards still part of your play?" Although he complained inwardly, the team leader ultimately agreed. However, he couldn't help but feel curious. He watched as Bai Yi consciously sat beside Bai Su, who handed him hot milk. Bai Yi smiled and thanked her before sipping it slowly. "Team leader. My God, even during their courtship they weren't this clingy." Bai Su looked at the team leader's constipated expression and smirked. "Team leader, what do you want to say?" The team leader cleared his throat. "I just wanted to ask how this Yunling Jasmine is brewed. You brewed it very fragrant with a rich tea aroma. We bought it before and felt that the effect wasn't this obvious." Bai Yi, hearing this curiously, looked at Bai Su while drinking his milk. Bai Su replied casually, "I just brewed it randomly. Security captain, have I been subjected to Versailles? This conversation can't continue." Bai Yi nearly laughed out loud. Bai Su closed the computer, saw Bai Yi had nearly finished drinking, told him to wipe his mouth, and then took him to her room, letting him rest on the bed. Bai Yi lay somewhat uncomfortably in the quilt filled with Bai Su's scent, feeling a bit hot all over. Bai Su glanced at him, reached out to touch Bai Yi's forehead and said, "Sleep now. Rest well." Bai Yi responded with an held Bai Su's hand and then closed his eyes. "Bai Su, why does it feel like after this encounter Bai Yi's character has become much more proactive?" In truth, Bai Yi had deeply felt his own strength and Bai Su's affection. Coupled with the retreat of his inner demons, it felt as though shackles had been broken, and he had become more relaxed and bold. Bai Su's hand was held, and she didn't pull away, leaning to the side to check her phone, feeling Bai Yi's breathing gradually stabilize under the effects of the milk. At this moment, the ring in her pocket emitted a crisp sound only Bai Su could hear. On the other side, a plump woman was coaxing a picky eater, a chubby child, to eat breakfast. At this moment, the doorbell rang. The woman glanced at her husband, who was engrossed in his phone, and could only walk to the door impatiently. "Who is it? Coming to disturb us so early?" The woman angrily opened the door. Outside, leading the group, was a burly man in a floral suit wearing sunglasses with a scar on his face, followed by several strong men. The flesh on the woman's face trembled, her legs feeling weak. She forced herself to ask, "Who are you?" The man in the floral suit smiled playfully. "I wonder if we could come in for a moment." Though he said that, his subordinates roughly restrained the woman and a group swaggered in. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man, looking at his phone, finally looked up in shock, hurriedly stood up, but was swiftly pinned down by a burly man unable to move. The chubby child, seeing this, was extremely frightened and instinctively began to cry out loudly, only to be slapped hard by the impatient man. "Shut up!" The chubby child's face instantly turned red and swollen from the slap, the pain stinging his scalp. Having been pampered all his life, he had never experienced such humiliation, but seeing this group of formidable people, he instinctively dared not cry out loudly again, only whimpering for his mother. The middle-aged woman, seeing this, felt heartbroken and quickly pleaded, "Please let my child go. We haven't done anything." The man in the floral suit leisurely sat on the soft sofa, while his subordinate handed him a cigarette, which he slowly began to smoke. At this moment, a subordinate who had finished searching the house walked over with a frown. "Boss, the person isn't here." "What?" The man in the floral suit could no longer sit still, frowning, signaling his subordinates to bring the couple over, coldly asking, "Where is he?" "Ah, who? The man in the floral suit angrily slapped the woman. "Don't play dumb, who else could it be?" "Su Ija. It's him?" The woman's sharp voice rang out, only to be slapped again by the man in the floral suit. "Shut up." The woman felt stars in her vision from being hit. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, Su Ija left early this morning." "Where did he go?" The middle-aged man tried to recall, but he had never paid attention to Su Ija, so he didn't know what he was doing for a while. The man in the floral suit looked at their desperate expressions and sneered. "Looks like you really don't know." His voice gradually lowered. The middle-aged woman and man desperately pleaded for mercy, tears flowing profusely. The man in the floral suit loved seeing their helplessness. It made him feel incredibly powerful, possessing the power of life and death. He first sent his subordinates to find out where the person had gone, then savored the sight of the couple's misery and fear. During this time, he even made the couple engage in a double fight, and seeing them not putting in effort, he directly ordered someone to slap the chubby child 10 times. The little brat cried heart-wrenchingly, his face swollen like a pig's head, making the couple's hearts ache. The woman gritted her teeth and first closed her eyes, striking at the man with all her might. She hit him hard, and the unprepared man was knocked down to the ground, dazed, and hearing the man in the floral suit's light laughter, a surge of dark anger arose within him. Fear, panic, the humiliation and pain of being hit all stimulated his already tense psychological defenses. He had always been the master at home and paid great attention to his image outside, valuing face greatly, and all of this had been lost today. In just a few breaths, his mental defenses completely collapsed, and he stood up fiercely like a frenzied beast and lunged at the woman, wildly beating her. The woman's slap at first was also a reflex from the shock of her precious son's plight, thrown out in a moment of desperation. Seeing the man being beaten down, she felt a bit regretful, but unexpectedly the man charged at her like a mad beast, pressing her down and wildly striking her. In pain, she had no choice but to fight back. Thus the man in the floral suit looked on with satisfaction as the couple fought increasingly fiercely and passionately. He revealed a cruel smile. Watching the two panting and looking at each other like enemies, he finally said languidly, "If you want to blame someone, blame Su-Ija for provoking those who shouldn't be provoked." "Yes, Su-Ija. It's all his fault. Out of kindness for his father's sake, I took him in, and he actually brought such a huge disaster upon us. It's all his fault. He must not be spared." The man in the floral suit looked at the intense hatred on their faces, smiling with satisfaction. At that moment, a subordinate walked over. "Boss, we found him. Su-Ija originally wanted to go to a coffee shop, but it was closed, so he could only walk along the street searching for places to find part-time work." Su-Ija still underestimated the disaster brought by this sudden upheaval. He wandered aimlessly on the road with very few people on the street, many upscale shops tightly closed or desolate inside. He had been searching for a long time and still found nothing. Su-Ija pressed his lips together, burying his face in his deep blue scarf. If he had to go back, he would rather stay outside. Then he might as well go to the library to read, as it wasn't far anyway. With that thought, he slowly walked toward the library. He looked at Bai Su's WeChat on his phone, the messages still lingering from their morning mutual concern. Su-Ija stroked the simple avatar with his finger. What is Bai Su doing now? Should he send a message to her? Would it disturb her? He reached out to touch the hollow metal cube on his red string bracelet. While lost in thought, he was suddenly bumped into by a boy stumbling slightly. He lost his grip and his phone was snatched away by the boy. Realizing what happened, Su-Ija quickly chased after him. The boy ran fast and disappeared at the entrance of an alley. After chasing for a while, Su-Ija stopped, gradually realizing, and cautiously chose not to pursue further. He watched the boy vanish into the alley, choosing to find a place to report the incident. He turned and quickly left. But he looked at the burly men surrounding him and understood. He had indeed fallen into a trap. Su-Ija ultimately got captured and taken into the alley. During the struggle, he was slapped hard. His cheek burned with pain, immediately swelling. His head buzzed. Here it comes again. The scene from before seemed to repeat itself. But this time, who can save him? He closed his eyes, holding back tears, and was forcefully grabbed by the arm and taken away. In the alley, the boy handed the phone to the burly man in the floral suit. The man weighed the phone in his hand, finding it a cheap model, and carelessly placed it in his pocket. The man in the floral suit stepped forward, looking at Su-Ija, who was half kneeling on the ground with his arm pinned down, reached out to pat his unblemished half-face, which Su-Ija turned away from. The man in the floral suit didn't mind forcibly gripping his chin, feigning disapproval as he looked at his subordinates. "Look at you, so rude to mar such a beautiful face." With his chin being painfully squeezed, Su-Ija coldly looked at the man in front of him. "Who are you?" The man in the floral suit released him, lazily smiling. "That's none of your concern. Finding you wasn't easy. We even visited your home." Su-Yi's pupils dilated in shock. "What did you do?" Although his relatives weren't good to him, they were still family. The man in the floral suit revealed a somewhat malicious smile. "Oh, nothing much. Just sent them a little gift. Take him away." Su-Yi's mouth was forcibly bound with a cloth, and a mask was put on, dragged to a nearby small hotel. A group of people swaggered into the hotel, looking quite intimidating. Several went to book a room, blocking others' view with their tall figures, while the rest waited aside. They quickly completed the booking. A receptionist felt suspicious, but had no solid evidence. She sat there watching the secretive conversations on her phone, silently lamenting how much the world had changed. At that moment, Footsteps came from the entrance. The receptionist instinctively looked up and smiled, "Hello." Suija was bound and thrown onto a clean white bed. His scarf and coat were stripped away, revealing a white shirt underneath, rendering the skin beneath even more delicate and porcelain pale. He was forced to bite down on a cloth strap, which left faint pink indentations across his cheeks. Tears blurred his vision, his gaze burning with revulsion. His long, disheveled hair clung damply to his face, lending him an androgynous, haunting beauty. Fragile, exquisite, shattered. A burly buzzcut man with dark skin instinctively swallowed hard. The others busied themselves arranging filming equipment. Hua Shifu sat lounging on a nearby sofa, legs crossed, watching the dark-skinned man's leering expression with a wry, mocking smile. "Look at you. Pathetic." He scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. "Hey boss, it's been ages since I've had any action." Hua Shifu lit a cigarette. "No rush. You'll get your chance soon enough." The dark-skinned man bowed, slightly grinning eagerly. "Hey, thanks boss. I know exactly what to do. I've done this many times before." Another buzz-cut thug clapped his shoulder and laughed. "Say, you think this kid'll break too easily? He looks awfully tender." A low chuckle rippled through the group. Then, a soft knock sounded at the door. From the threshold came a voice, honey-sweet and crystalline. "Hello, need any room service?" "Hello, is there anything I can assist you with?" A voice as rich and golden as molten caramel drifted in from the doorway, so enchanting that even the hardened thugs previously consumed by lustful heat at the sight of Suija felt their ears soften with its melody. Hua Shifu's eyes lit up. He gestured urgently for silence, motioned for them to tidy up, then smoothed his jacket and rose slowly toward the door. Though bewildered, the thugs hastily composed themselves, pulling a pristine white duvet over Suija, who suddenly thrashed with desperate force. Hearing Suija let out a muffled anguished sob, the hulking thug scowled and slammed his head face down onto the mattress, whispering sharply, "Silence." Suija struggled wildly, cheeks flushed crimson, ears burning, but he was pinned down, entirely smothered beneath the heavy duvet. "No!" Tears spilled unchecked. A choked, broken whimper escaped his lips, as if his heart were being torn asunder by terror and despair. "No! Don't come in." "Susu." Hua Shifu opened the door with deliberate calm. The others stood behind him, strategically blocking the room's interior. Before him stood a young woman wearing a surgical mask. She wore a crisp white crop top with a round collar trimmed in snowy white fur. Her raven-black hair cascaded down her back, loosely gathered into a low ponytail tied with a satin bow. Oversized hoop earrings accentuated the delicate alabaster symmetry of her face. Beneath her black miniskirt stretched sheer black stockings leading down to knee-high white boots. Elegant, slender, impossibly graceful. A diamond-shaped pendant swayed gently from each boot's shaft. She lifted her gaze, and her eyes blazed with starlit brilliance. One glance and eternity unfolded. Hua Shifu felt his breath catch. For the first time since his debut, that cold, calculating heart hammered fiercely against his ribs. Uncharacteristically flustered, he turned his head aside and cleared his throat. Even the thugs stared, mouths agape. Audible gulps echoing sharply in the sudden stillness. An awkward hush thickened the air. Hua Shifu snapped back to awareness, casting sharp, icy glances left and right at his men. The thugs shrank back under his glacial stare. Yet the young woman remained utterly unperturbed, smiling sweetly as she repeated, "Sir, do you require room service?" Her voice, honeyed, playful, disarmingly charming, sent warmth flooding across his cheeks. But as her words registered, his head snapped back, eyes locking onto hers with sudden fierce intensity. Could she truly be doing this? Why would someone so radiant choose such degradation? Such luminous beauty, like a flawless pearl, a flawless diamond, yet buried in dust. A searing wave of fury surged within him, not just at her perceived fall, but at his own failure to find her sooner, to shield such a treasure from tarnish. Hua Shifu studied her with eyes clouded by conflicting currents. Fascination, indignation, longing. Logically, a woman already tainted held no allure for him. Yet, in the quiet innocence of her gaze, his heart, doused like embers in cold water, still pulsed with feverish, undeniable warmth, desire, tenderness, love. Hua Shifu pressed his lips together, suddenly craving a cigarette. She tilted her head, puzzled by his shifting expression, and stepped closer. "Sir." In one swift motion, he seized her wrist. His voice brimmed with bitter jealousy. "How many times have you done this?" She blinked, genuinely bewildered, then startled, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, brows delicately arched, body trembling faintly. Instantly his chest constricted. Not with anger, but with a strange, aching softness, as though two gentle hands were kneading his heart with bittersweet pressure. Moved by instinct, he drew her into his arms. She melted against him, pliant as willow silk, her gloved hand resting lightly upon his chest. Only then did Hua Shifu realize her height matched his almost precisely, and that he could breathe in her fragrance, deep, intoxicating floral, rich as aged incense. He surrendered wholly to her embrace. Just as he tightened his hold, his pocket suddenly lightened. Instinct flared. He moved to intercept, but she was faster, a cold metallic object pressed hard against his sternum. Click! The hammer of a pistol snapped back into place. "Uncle, shall we go inside?" To the thugs watching from behind, their boss appeared blessed. A stunning beauty had thrown herself into his arms. They looked like a perfect match, elegant and magnetic. Only Hua Shifu knew the truth, a gun barrel icy and unyielding pressed directly over his heart. He stared at her, her eyes now glacial, stripped bare of all sweetness or innocence. A dry, hollow laugh escaped him. "A lifetime of hunting geese, and today a goose pecked out my eye." He gazed at her, emotions churning beyond naming. His first true heartbeat. So unexpectedly, so violently twisted. Yet perhaps this proved she wasn't truly that kind of woman after all. With a sigh, he raised both hands in mock surrender, smiling helplessly. Then in the blink of an eye, his muscles coiled and erupted, a lightning-fast grappling strike aimed at her wrists, his body pivoting sideways, his legs sweeping low to trip her. Only for her to leap, pivot midair, and drive a feather-light butterfly knife, materializing impossibly fast between her fingertips, deep into his flank. Numbness exploded through his limbs. His thoughts scattered, a speech dissolved into static. In one fluid motion, she wrenched his arms behind his back with brutal precision. The sickening crack of bone snapping echoed sharply. Yet he felt nothing, not even pain, as paralysis locked every nerve. The thugs roared in shock. "What did you do to the boss?" They charged forward, only to freeze, halted instantly by the unwavering aim of her weapon. She dragged Hua Shifu effortlessly across the threshold by his collar, then shut the door with a soft final click. Krabi's dream foretells disaster. Dunes roll, volcanoes soar. Dark forces surge before us. Krabi's dream binds us in fear. She hummed the lullaby, voice ethereal, chilling, as she glided inside. Inside the room, the thugs saw the gun in her hand, their boss's own weapon, and watched stunned as she hauled him in like discarded trash, utterly immobile. Her voice, sweet and celestial, sang of dread, and sent ice crawling up their spines. She strolled in as if entering her own private suite, utterly at ease. Her gaze swept the space, 5 massive men, a sparse functional room. One thug knelt on the bed, pressing down a white duvet that twitched faintly beneath his palms. To the right sat a single plush sofa beside a camera tripod and low table strewn with playing cards. Close to the door, without hesitation, she sauntered to the sofa, adjusted its angle, deposited the limp man beside it, then settled in. Legs crossed, revealing long sculpted lines. With gloved fingers, she picked up the scattered cards and examined them. Oh my! Both jokers! The thug nearest her, still seated on the bed, slammed his fist into the duvet, muffling its subtle movement beneath his palm. Only then did he release his grip and turn, voice low and edged with menace. "Who are you?" The others closed in slowly, towering, muscle-bound, radiating raw, dangerous power. She slipped the cards into her pocket, a glacial smile flickering in her eyes. "I heard things were lively here, so I came to hijack the hijackers." Hijack the hijackers! Alarm spiked in his chest. Was she sent by a rival faction? His buzz-cut jaw tightened. "This isn't your domain. There's no profit here. Release our boss and leave. Now." Calmly, she pressed the black barrel of the gun against Hua Shifu's temple. Her pale glove and the weapon's obsidian surface formed a stark, lethal contrast. Beautiful, chilling, unforgettable. The buzz-cut thug clenched his fists, exchanged sharp glances with his men, and received silent nods in return. He slid off the bed and advanced slowly, forcing a smile. Of course, miss. We'll talk this through. Name your price and it's yours." She exploded upward, hands bracing on the sofa, her left leg whipping around in a blinding spin kick that slammed full force into his chest. Ugh! A 200-pound man flew backward, crashing hard into the wall, blood blooming instantly at his temple as he slumped unconscious to the floor. Stunned silence. She lowered her leg, lips curving in cool disdain. "I dislike proximity." The remaining thugs tensed. This woman was no ordinary threat. The dark-skinned thug offered a guileless, almost boyish grin, bowing deeply as he tugged another thug forward. "Mistress, your skill is unmatched. We acted without thought. Forgive us." "Yes, mistress. Look at that brother. He carries cash on him." They crept closer, but kept careful distance, wary of repeating their comrade's fate. At half a meter, their smiles vanished. The left thug lunged forward to rescue Hua Shifu, with the right thug, anticipating her kick, snatched up the nearby table and hurled it forward as a shield. She rose, slammed the rifle but into the left thug's cheek, then drove it hard into his temple. A sickening crunch echoed. Stars exploded behind his eyes, darkness swallowing him whole. Simultaneously, she caught the table midair, pivoted, and drove her knee upward into the second thug's groin. He recoiled, but she used his momentum, wrenching the table downward to crush the fallen thug beneath it. In the same breath, she whirled, driving a brutal elbow into the first thug's sternum, then a straight punch deep into his abdomen. Disarmed and staggering, he collapsed under a final devastating crescent kick, hurled backward into the wall, skull cracking against plaster as he dropped senseless. From either side, 2 more thugs burst forth. Knives gleaming, faces twisted in cruel anticipation, certain she'd be gutted before she could blink. She dropped, hands braced on the sofa, sliding backward beneath their thrusts. Instantly upright again, she leapt, legs splitting wide to slam into the backs of their knees. They stumbled, blades stabbing harmlessly into the soft sofa, cotton bursting outward as they wrenched free. They whirled, only to be struck across the spine with a solid, searing blow. Fire erupted along their vertebrae. Flashbacks of childhood beatings with bamboo rods flooded their minds, the agony, the screaming, the unbearable blistering heat that made them wish for death. They curled instinctively, then took a crushing high kick to the spine, slamming them to their knees. Without pause, she swung the camera tripod like a war club, each impact detonating like a grenade across their backs. Their screams tore from raw throats. No, please, mercy. Even the first thug, still unconscious, was hauled up and beaten hardest, waking mid-strike, howling for mercy through bloody sobs. She struck without mercy, until the tripod snapped clean in two. They lay broken, bleeding, every movement sending jagged bolts of agony. Skin tearing, muscles screaming. Blood soaked their clothes. Hua Shifu watched, mind fractured. Chaotic yet terrifyingly lucid. He whispered, voice raw. Who are you? She tossed aside the shattered tripod, leaned close, and kicked him hard in the temple, knocking him unconscious. Then she retrieved Su Ijue's phone from his pocket, paused, and emptied his wallet, cash cards. All taken. Moans and whimpers still echoed from the floor. She glanced at them, disgusted, with 2 swift kicks, one to the head, one to the ribs. She silenced them completely. Silence fell absolute and profound. Then her gaze shifted to the faintly trembling white duvet. Slowly, deliberately, she walked toward it. The duvet parted like a giant fragile shell, revealing the boy curled tightly within. The red welts on Su Ijue's face had deepened. Light pierced the gloom as the duvet lifted. He, already tear-drenched, flinched, violently squeezing his eyes shut against the sudden glare. His entire body glistened with sweat, damp strands of hair clung limply to his cheeks. His eyes remained sealed, tears tracing glistening paths down his temples. Eyelids swollen and pink lips bruised where they bit down on the soaked, saliva-dampened cloth strap. He was utterly spent. He lay half prostrate on the bed, looking pitiful and heartbreakingly vulnerable. His limbs were bound behind his back, his sweat-dampened shirt clung to his skin, revealing faint traces of its warmth beneath its disarray. His socks had slipped off, exposing delicate, pale feet. The young woman gazed at the scene with quiet composure and murmured softly, "Ija. It's me." Su Ija opened his eyes, hesitantly lifting his head just slightly. His eyes were red-rimmed from tears. That gaze, how to describe it? Like a small, frightened creature cornered and bullied on the street, huddled trembling inside a cardboard box, then startled when the flaps suddenly parted, first dread that its tormentors had returned. Then overwhelming relief, joy and sorrow all tangled together upon recognizing its beloved owner. Gazed upon by those glistening, dewy eyes, Bai Su's heart softened imperceptibly. She sat beside him on the bed, gently lifting his limp frame until he leaned against her, breathing in the damp warmth radiating from his body. With meticulous care, she loosened the cloth gag across his mouth and untied the ropes binding his wrists and ankles. Su Ija slumped weakly against Bai Su's chest, voice catching in his throat as he fought to suppress his sobs. Bai Su studied the angry red welts and deep purple bruises circling his wrists and ankles. She massaged them tenderly, then stroked his hair before pressing a soft kiss to his forehead. "I'm sorry. I came too late." Su Ija steadied his breath, then shook his head faintly, before instinctively wrapping his arms around Bai Su's slender waist and burying himself deeper into her embrace. Bai Su let him cling for a moment, then slipped off her outer jacket and draped it over him. Beneath it she wore a low-cut, lightweight plum-purple sweater, its subtle shimmer catching the light, its neck framing sharp, elegant collarbones. Enveloped in her coat, Su Ija inhaled deeply, her scent filling his senses. Bai Su asked quietly, "Can you walk? We need to leave." Su Ija knew this place was no longer safe. Though his limbs ached fiercely, he nodded, knowing that even if he could not walk, he would still have to. Bai Su retrieved a fresh face mask from her pocket and handed it to him. He thanked her and carefully adjusted it over his nose and mouth. Bai Su gathered his scattered clothes from around the room. Su Ija dressed himself, reclaimed his phone, and accepted his own coat, now held by Bai Su. Bai Su pulled out her phone and made a few swift, decisive taps. The rest would be left to the authorities. Suija stared unsettled at the unconscious figure strewn across the floor. Yet his eyes shone brightly as he looked at Bai Su. Bai Su ruffled his hair gently and the two departed. At the front desk the receptionist appeared distracted, glancing repeatedly toward the corridor. When she saw Bai Su emerge, she sprang up in delight, only to falter startled upon spotting Suija leaning heavily against her. Bai Su gave her a courteous nod and extended several crimson banknotes between her fingers. "Thank you for your help." The receptionist recoiled flustered, waving her hands in refusal. But Bai Su smiled warmly. "Please accept them. You've done me an immense favor, helping me find someone irreplaceable. Moreover, something may unfold shortly. These funds will be useful. Please don't refuse me. May I ask you to keep them?" Her slim knit sweater accentuated her graceful silhouette. As she spoke, her earrings caught the light with a delicate gleam. The receptionist flushed under Bai Su's steady, earnest gaze, and stammered tongue-tied. Suija felt a pang of quiet unease. Yet hearing the words "someone irreplaceable" deepened the blush spreading across his cheeks. In the end, he said nothing. After firmly placing the money into the receptionist's hand, Bai Su guided Suija away. On the street, he suddenly remembered something and turned urgently to her. "Su, the men came looking for my aunt and uncle. I'm afraid they might have been harmed." Bai Su nodded, asked for his family's address, and prepared to hail a taxi at the roadside. As they waited, Suija leaned against her, warmed by her presence. Gazing blankly at the vast shifting sky, his thoughts drifted, until almost unconsciously he began speaking of his past. He recounted how his parents had died tragically, how relatives pooled funds to allow his aunt to provide him shelter and meals until adulthood. But after he moved in, Bai Su listened in silence. She already knew, from the story itself, he had been belittled then abused, until in his later years his uncle, drunk and depraved, had attempted assault. Yet the uncle had twisted the truth first, and Suija was violently cast out by his hysterical aunt, who screamed insults. "Fox spirit, horse slut," loud enough for neighbors to hear. When he mentioned wanting to take part-time work to move out sooner, Bai Su gently patted his back and said, "Why don't you stay with me instead? I have an empty room, and only Xiao Yi lives with me. Would you come?" Suija's eyes widened. He opened his mouth to reply. Then, beep beep, a taxi arrived. Bai Su raised her arm to flag it down, then opened the door and braced the top edge with her palm, shielding his head as he climbed in, before sliding in beside him. Inside the cab, Suija leaned lightly against Bai Su, heart hammering wildly. His hands clasped tightly together. Could he truly live with her? His voice trembled as he whispered, "Su, is it really possible to live with you?" She nodded. "Of course, if you wish it, though I'll need to speak with Xiao Yi first." Hearing this, Suija's expression dimmed, tinged with quiet sorrow and a sour ache. He murmured a soft trembling, lips quivering, but said no more. Just then, ring. Bai Su's phone chimed from her coat pocket. She answered calmly. "Xiao Yi, where did you go, Su? I woke up, and you weren't there." Bai Yi sat upright in bed, clutching the quilt, his expression lonely and adrift. Bai Su replied gently, "I'm sorry, Xiao Yi. I had to step out unexpectedly. I'll be home soon. Be good. Wait for me. Don't worry. Their kind won't return. I've already alerted security." Bai Yi mumbled a subdued That wasn't what he'd wanted, but Su had urgent business. He couldn't be selfish. She soothed him further. "Be good. I'll bring you something when I return, all right?" "No." Bai Su sounded amused. "Oh, then what would you like?" Bai Yi blushed faintly and whispered, "Just come home soon. And stay safe. It's chaotic out there." His voice grew softer, more anxious. Su. "You must be careful." Bai Su hummed softly. "I know. Stay indoors, and don't wander off. I'll be back soon." Bai Yi agreed. Just as Bai Su was about to mention Suiya, the taxi slowed to a halt. The driver's voice rose oddly inflected. "We're here." Bai Su acknowledged him, ended the call with a brief farewell, and turned to Suija, who remained silent throughout. After hanging up, she glanced at him, then asked the driver how much. The driver quoted a figure, and as Bai Su transferred payment, he couldn't resist turning around. His expression was one of profound sorrow and pity, as though addressing a wayward girl. "Young lady, girls shouldn't be so fickle." Then he shot Suija a look, disappointed, reproachful, and added, "And you, young man, interfering in others' relationships is wrong." Bai Su, a system, chuckled uncontrollably in the background. Suija flushed crimson and stammered, "Uncle, we're not." Ding. A WeChat notification chimed. "Payment received." The driver wore the unshakable air of one whose eyes were his measuring tape. All right. I understand, youth, but moderation is key. Don't exploit your age to toy with hearts." Suija's face burned hotter still. Bai Su, with impassive calm, she swung the taxi door open, stepped out first, and then helped Suija alight. She shut the door swiftly, cutting off the driver's unfinished sermon mid-sentence. The system burst into laughter. Is this the taxi tribunal? Its authority is astonishing. Ha ha ha. Two figures walked slowly, leaving the taxi far behind. After Suige pointed the way, his cheeks flushed as he fell into quiet contemplation, his expression drifting then hardening with quiet resolve. Bai Su surveyed their surroundings. Rows of residential houses lined the street, not near campus but anchored by a single convenience store. Every window and door stood tightly shut. The street lay deserted. Soon they arrived before Suige's aunt's home, a modest two-story dwelling, its front door locked tight. Suige whispered, Su, I'll knock myself. He prayed silently that his aunt and uncle were unharmed. If harm had come to them, he didn't want Bai Su to witness the aftermath. Even knowing her strength, he still yearned, however feebly, to shield her. Even if such a desire seemed laughable, fragile, almost invisible. Better still if they were unharmed. Yet being seen like this, leaning on her disheveled, made him inexplicably shy. Bai Su steadied him. Are you certain you can manage alone? He nodded, cheeks burning. She guided him to the threshold, and only then released his arm. Suige found his footing, drew a slow, steadying breath, and knocked gently. Auntie, it's me. They had never given him a key. Inside, the middle-aged woman, having finally settled her husband and son, leaned against the wall exhausted. Wincing, she dabbed antiseptic on her wounds, while cursing Suige under her breath. Then, she heard the knock, and his voice. Rage surged, white-hot and incandescent. This disaster had begun with him. She leapt up, storming toward the door with furious intent. The door flew open. Suige flinched, just as a slap arced toward his face, only to be yanked backward, shielded instantly by Bai Su. The woman's thick arm was seized mid-swing. Bai Su's grip iron-tight at the wrist. Pain exploded through her forearm. Let go. She lunged with her free hand, only for Bai Su to shove her backward with brutal efficiency. The woman staggered, stunned by the cold fury in Bai Su's gaze. Regaining her balance, she cradled her throbbing arm, then glared up furious, only to freeze momentarily, cowed by Bai Su's commanding presence. Bai Su stood framed in the doorway, light spilling around her, highlighting her statuesque figure, long legs, narrow waist. Though masked, her poise and bearing suggested extraordinary beauty. The woman's torrent of abuse stalled mid-breath, her bravado visibly deflating. This woman was dangerous, strong, and terrifying. More than that, this morning's trauma still echoed in her bones. Her voice cracked, defiant yet brittle. Who are you? Suige stepped forward from behind Bai Su, his expression strained. Auntie, this is my friend. At the sight of him, her fury reignited. Her body flooded with adrenaline. Forgetting Bai Su entirely, she lunged forward, arm raised high to strike again, shrieking, So the calamity returns. Bitch, filth. Before the final word escaped her lips, Bai Su cut in, voice glacial, absolute silence. Simultaneously, she drew a single playing card from Suige's coat, her gloved fingers slender and precise, holding the thin sheet of paper with effortless control. The woman instinctively recoiled, then seeing only a harmless card, flushed with shame at her retreat, and redoubled her rage. The morning's terror, the blows, the pain, the humiliation, compounded by losing face before the boy she'd always scorned. All of it ignited her fury. Her face flushed crimson, eyes blazing, mouth opening once more to unleash another torrent of venom. Bai Su's fingers flexed, then snapped forward. Whip, a whisper of displaced air. The card shot forth like a bullet. The Joker, the ghost card, sliced past the woman's plump cheek, vanished into the inner room, and slammed into the wall with a resonant thud, embedding itself cleanly into a cluster of hanging ornaments. Strings snapped out, glass shattered onto the floor with crystalline clarity. A searing sting bloomed across her cheek. Dazed, she touched her face, and drew back, fingers slick with blood. Her mind went blank. Her entire body trembled violently, like a fever-racked patient. Hearing the crash, she whirled, only to see the card having grazed her skin, now buried halfway into the tiled wall, its jagged edge protruding, the severed ornaments lying in shards at its base. Yet, hadn't she just seen it clearly? It was merely ordinary paper. Pure, unadulterated fear flooded her veins, icy, paralyzing, rising from her soles upward. She trembled uncontrollably, her knees buckling, her body threatening to collapse. True terror, they say, steals speech. She could not utter a sound. Words lodged choking in her throat. Auntie, Bai Su said, casually retracting her hand, as if brushing away a fallen leaf. If you have something to say, please do so, calmly. Otherwise, misfortune springs from the mouth. Slowly the woman turned, lips trembling, swallowing hard, knees shaking, spine bending forward, her face twisted with raw, unvarnished terror. Beside her, Suige watched, eyes wide aglow with awe and reverence. From the inner room emerged a portly middle-aged man in a rumpled suit, his belly straining against his shirt, a bandage taped crookedly across his face. He scowled impatiently. What now? The woman seized upon him like salvation. Her limbs regained motion, and she stumbled inward, staggering, wailing, "Look! The calamities returned, and brought some dubious stranger with her. She even assaulted me." His face darkened, fury erupting like a volcano. As the self-proclaimed head of the family, he could not tolerate the insolence of the younger generation. Coupled with the events of the morning, he glared fiercely at Su Ija at the door, cursing, "Get out! Get out of my house! There's no room for you, the great Buddha, here." Bai Su narrowed her eyes, drew another card, and was about to make a move when she was stopped by Su Ija. Bai Su turned to look at Su Ija. His expression was somewhat melancholic and lonely. He shook his head at Bai Su and said softly, "Su, I'm fine, I'll go pack my things. I don't want to stay here anymore." Bai Su pinched the card between her fingers, twirling it between different fingers, non-committal. Su Ija turned to look at the angry middle-aged couple inside and said calmly, "I understand, I'll go pack my things right now." Bai Su followed him inside. The inner room was the living room, with a huge cross-stitched glass picture frame hanging on the wall to the left of the door, depicting the phrase "Harmony brings prosperity," along with vibrant red peonies. The wall had a television and cabinets, while the left side had a table and a sofa. The middle-aged woman was somewhat frightened and hid behind the middle-aged man. Su Yi's room was in the stairwell to the right on the first floor. Bai Su walked in beside Su Ija, casting a cold glance at the couple. The middle-aged man looked at the extraordinary girl in front of him with suspicion and involuntary shrinking. Bai Su followed Su Ija into the small room and gently said to him, "Wait, no matter what happens outside, don't come out until I call you." Su Ija quickly looked at Bai Su, a bit worried. "You?" Bai Su simply ruffled his hair, saying, "Trust me. What is yours will definitely be yours." Su Yi's heart trembled violently, feeling both sour and warm. Looking at Bai Su's clear and focused gaze, his eyes reddened slightly, wanting to speak, but ultimately only gave a soft nasal sound of acknowledgement. Bai Su ruffled his hair again, and Su Ija couldn't help but lean back dependently. After letting someone in, Bai Su closed the door and turned to walk out. She saw a nearby recliner, dragged it over, leaned it against the wall, sat down, crossed her legs, and began to fiddle with the card, not looking at the couple. She coldly said, "Since you can't take care of Su Ija and decided to let such a minor live alone outside, then you relatives should provide some support." The middle-aged woman immediately retorted, "Why should we? We kindly provided him with food and shelter. Yet he brought in some dubious people, causing us so much trouble. You still want money? Dream on." Bai Su remained unfazed, looking at them. The front door was not closed, and the dim light inside the room was illuminated by the sunlight streaming in from outside, outlining her beautiful form. She tilted her face, looking at them, and smiled. "But you have taken all the money that those relatives donated. Seeing how you usually treat Su Ija, this money probably wasn't used much. Transferring it to Su Ija would be fine." The middle-aged man's face turned sour as he retorted, "What does it have to do with you? You, an outsider, have no right to meddle in our family affairs." But for some reason, the middle-aged woman seemed a bit flustered at this moment. She moved her lips but ultimately did not support the middle-aged man. Bai Su raised the playing card between her fingers, examining it. The ghost on this card was dressed as a clown, wearing a bright red hat and sporting a smile that seemed to crack at the corners of its eyes. "So you're unwilling to give it, huh?" Bai Su's tone was indifferent. The atmosphere in the room froze as if a storm was approaching. The middle-aged woman couldn't help but tug at the man's clothes secretly. Just as she was about to say something, the middle-aged man spoke up resolutely. "This money is not much to begin with. Besides, he has been staying in our house for so long, causing us trouble. He even endangered our lives. We have been more than reasonable." Bai Su did not turn her head, but lightly raised her hand, making a gesture as if to pluck a flower. Then, with a flick of her finger, she swiftly sent the card flying. The card flew like a sword, piercing into the wall with a loud bang, embedding itself in the frame of the Harmony brings prosperity picture, causing the glass shell of the frame to shatter like a spider's web and fall, producing a cacophony of breaking sounds. The couple was stunned, staring in disbelief at the scene. Bai Su turned to them and said, "Please reconsider, uncle. After all, Harmony brings prosperity is the point." The middle-aged man's legs trembled slightly, swallowing hard, and with a fierce facade he said, "You dare to threaten me? You're destroying my family's property. Do you believe I will call the police and have you arrested?" Bai Su stood up, grabbed the recliner, which was wooden and heavy, yet she lifted it effortlessly. With her back to the front door blocking the light, her face was cast in shadow. Yet her transparent eyes revealed a chilling gleam, making her appear extremely dangerous. "Good," she said. "Before the police arrive, Bai Su revealed a hint of contempt, her brows curving, as she tilted her head to look at them, throwing the wooden chair up and down. Yes, she was throwing it. We still have plenty of time. Her sweet, ethereal voice resonated with inflections soft yet fleeting, carrying an indifferent chill and madness that sent shivers down one's spine. Perhaps you should think about what you might encounter. Is it hands, feet, or eyeballs? Or your very skin? Or perhaps your hearts? I'm truly curious if they're black. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged couple's faces grew paler with every word, their bodies trembling, violently retreating against the wall, sliding down weakly. Mad woman. Both of them thought in fright. I don't care if I go to prison. Bai Su looked at them lightly, her eyes filled with playful mischief. But the couple felt her gaze was sharp like a knife, gently scraping their skin, as if they were prey being scrutinized by a hunter. But before that, I can't guarantee whether you'll lose an arm or a leg. Her voice was light yet carried a chilling aura. As she spoke, Bai Su threw the recliner down beside them, and with a loud bang it smashed against the wall, instantly falling apart, producing a heavy yet cheerful tearing sound as if it were lamenting. It was as if it had fallen heavily on the hearts of people. The couple, gripped by overwhelming pressure and fear, trembled violently, seemingly returning to the morning scene. Even more so as they clearly felt that the girl before them was even more terrifying, because it seemed like she truly would kill them. Every word she spoke was laced with a playful yet genuine murderous intent. The middle-aged couple quaked like small animals driven to the edge of a cliff by a ferocious beast. Bai Su scoffed. Speak. The middle-aged man, drenched in cold sweat, quickly said, Okay, we'll transfer. We will transfer. 3,000. 3,000 will be fine. Bai Su coldly laughed. 3,000? Is that a pittance? She picked up another chair, looking at them icily. I will count to 3. If it doesn't satisfy me, then I'd like to see flowers blooming on your heads. 3. The chair was raised high. Heroin. 30,000. Is 30,000 good? The man hastily exclaimed. 2. The chair was lowered, landing on the ground with a muffled thud. 50,000. There's really only 50,000 left. The man was shocked. 1. 100,000. 100,000. That's really all the money left. There's nothing more. The middle-aged man looked at the chair being raised high again, pretending to smash it down. His mind went blank, and he hastily shouted, even breaking his voice with a choked tone. But the middle-aged woman immediately reacted, her face showing pain, subconsciously gripping the man's arm, anxiously saying, Why give so much? The man glared at her, fiercely, filled with anger and fear. Unable to hold back, he slapped her hard. Shut up. The woman felt a stinging pain on her cheek, looking at the man in disbelief, but was stunned by his fierce gaze. The middle-aged man turned to Bai Su, hands clenched in front of his chest, half kneeling. He said in a flattering tone, Heroin. 100,000 is 100,000 good. The money they donated is really only this much. I swear there's really no more. He spoke with a pained expression, both anxious and sorrowful, his face wrinkled, looking both crying and smiling, fearful and surprised, making him quite comical. Bai Su had already learned a bit about the situation from the system, so she put down the chair in her hand and said compassionately, Then now immediately transfer it to Su Ija. The middle-aged man nodded, repeatedly trembling as he fumbled in his pockets several times before finally pulling out his phone. Then he took out his phone to transfer money, holding the screen up to Bai Su. Heroin, is it good now? The man's expression was one of utter despair. Bai Su nodded, barely satisfied. She checked the time, it was about right, and slowly walked towards them. The couple stepped back in fear, but forgot that there was a wall behind them. Bai Su simply walked to the stairwell, knocked on the door, and when it opened, she brought out Su Ija, who was standing at the door, already packed. Su Ija was only pulling a suitcase, following Bai Su out. Bai Su held Su Yi's hand, looking at the middle-aged couple coldly, saying, Then it's farewell for now. After saying that, she took Su Ija and left. As they walked, she suddenly turned back and glanced at the two, who seemed to have breathed a sigh of relief, coldly saying, If you dare to call the police, you might as well try it. After saying that, she turned and walked out the door. Bang! The door slammed shut. The room fell into silence. Only the couple's heavy breathing could be heard. The couple completely slumped down. At this moment, the middle-aged woman looked at the middle-aged man with a mix of confusion and anger. Why give 100,000? That's a huge sum for us. The middle-aged man cast a disdainful glance at the woman. Indeed, she was short-sighted. He sneered, Fool. Otherwise, continue to be threatened. Do you really want your head to bloom before you're happy? She clearly came prepared. He became increasingly gritting his teeth, feeling heartache. He was also pained. But if he didn't change his words, the next second that wooden chair would be thrown at them. At that moment, the girl's gaze was serious. He looked at the wooden chair with lingering fear. Such a heavy wooden chair was actually smashed to pieces. He was filled with dread. Damn it, Su Ija was a disaster. He actually told others about these family matters. Ungrateful wolf. Thinking of all that happened just now, the woman indeed felt too stifled to say anything further. After a while she hesitated and asked, "Should we call the police?" The man was utterly exasperated with her stupidity, directly slapping her again. "Are you afraid we'll die too late? Did you not hear what she said? This woman is not simple." The man looked at the tightly closed door with lingering fear, spat, and angrily said, "Just consider it spending money to eliminate a disaster. It's good that this disaster has left. Look at what kind of people he has offended." Bai Su closed the door, holding Su Isha's hand, and the two walked along the road. Bai Su turned to Su Isha and said lightly, "Where to next?" Su Isha gently shook his head, his expression forlorn, somewhat self-deprecating, saying, Su, I have nowhere to go." Bai Su reached out to touch his head, saying, "How about going to my place?" Su Isha looked at Bai Su with reddened eyes. "Really? Is that okay? Would it disturb you too much?" His voice was soft like gentle moonlight. Bai Su withdrew her hand, shaking her head. "It's fine, I'll talk to Xiaoyi about it." After finishing, she took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Bai Yi saying that Su Isha would come to her house later and would stay there. After sending the message, it continued to show, typing. Bai Su didn't pay any more attention, putting her phone back in her pocket, because she began to feel somewhat unwell, as if something was swelling up in her heart, causing her to frown slightly. The two stood at the roadside preparing to take a taxi. Bai Su asked the system in her heart, "Why am I starting to feel unwell?" The system checked Bai Su's physical condition and said incredulously, "Host, it's because the potion dropped by that big man in the alley is taking effect." Bai Su, now it's taking effect. How useless. Trash. The system rolled its eyes. "Come on, host. Don't you know how strong your own physical constitution is?" The system continued, "Don't worry, host, your body is very robust, and you should be able to eliminate the toxins quickly." At that moment, the system noticed a transparent line that was invisible to the naked eye but truly existed, extending from Bai Su's heart and connecting to Su Isha's heart. Bai Su naturally felt it. She had a calm expression as this line seemed to not bring her any discomfort, and looking at Su Isha, he probably felt nothing either. She gently raised her hand but couldn't touch this line, nor could she sever it. But the line that had just connected to Su Isha seemed to sense Bai Su's touch, curling up and forming a small prominent arc, affectionately approaching and touching Bai Su's finger. It even formed a perfectly shaped little heart with its line. The system was shocked. "Damn, this line has come to life." Bai Su looked at it coldly, uninterested, and withdrew her hand. The light lost contact with her finger and gradually returned to its original state, trembling slightly as if feeling wronged. The system was speechless. "I can actually see the grievance from such a tiny thing. Is it so competitive now to vie for affection? Is it even possible to live?" Bai Su. The system panel transmitted a message, and the system said somewhat nervously, "A host." Bai Su squinted her eyes. "Speak." "Cold." She lowered her brows, her lashes faintly drooping, a glint of frost gleaming in the depths of her eyes, her presence unervingly still. When he decided to take on part-time work and move out as soon as possible, he had already packed most of his belongings. His clothes hung drying inside the room. His possessions remained neatly stowed in his suitcase, scarcely disturbed. After all, in his heart, he had always felt like a guest under someone else's roof. As he hurried through his final packing, he listened with quiet intensity to every sound beyond the door. The room's thin walls offered little soundproofing, but he worked swiftly. Once everything was packed, even then, a faint blush rose to Su Isha's cheeks. He pressed his ear gently against the door, eavesdropping with careful restraint. He heard Bai Su's voice clearly, cold, commanding, heavy with latent authority, carrying an unsettling edge. Yet she was fighting fiercely for him, revealing in that moment a side both wildly fervent and chillingly serene. He also heard the violent crash of a chair striking the wall. He had expected fear, dread, for Bai Su was perilously dangerous, even at times indifferent to human life. But he felt none of it. Not only was he unafraid, his heart swelled with overwhelming sweetness, his pulse thrummed with exhilaration. His palms pressed tightly against the door, fists clenching instinctively to suppress the surge of emotion and the tremor shaking his body. His breath came fast and feverish. How deeply he loved her, how utterly he adored Su. His heart hammered violently, each beat echoing devotion, whispering love for Bai Su. He leaned reverently against the doorframe, listening with rapt, almost devotional focus. His face flushed, his gaze brimming with tenderness, until footsteps drew near. Only then did he snap back to awareness, hastily composing his expression. He felt profoundly grateful for his mask. Its fabric concealed the flush staining his cheeks. Afterwards, he kept his head bowed, afraid Bai Su might glimpse his unguarded vulnerability. Now, however, his complexion had settled. So as he gazed upon Bai Su's aloof, untouchable demeanor, not a trace of fear stirred within him. He edged cautiously toward her, then softly rested his forehead against her shoulder. She did not pull away. A blissful smile bloomed across Su Isha's face, and in a voice soft as melted honey, he murmured, Su. What happened? Bai Su turned to look at him, her expression unreadable. Su Isha tilted his face upward, meeting her gaze, only to flinch inwardly, shyly lowering his eyes as though scorched by her presence. A sweet, tangy aroma of young love hung thickly in the rear seat. The driver, I'd really like to pee in their river of love. Su Isha traced the red thread bracelet around his wrist and ventured softly, Su. If I stay with you, I can't live rent-free. I'll pay you monthly. He thought of the 10,000 yuan recently deposited into his account, and planned to find additional part-time work while helping with household chores. From above, Bai Su's calm voice replied, You may settle it later. Just assist with grocery shopping, daily necessities, and housework. She didn't truly mind whether they paid or not, but sensing their likely unease, she chose phrasing that eased their conscience. Su Isha pressed his lips together. The system chimed mischievously, Host, remember. You must never reveal the side effects to Su Isha. Bai Su's brow furrowed faintly. Fortunately, the car arrived at the residential complex shortly after. Bai Su unlocked her phone to message Bai Yi, only then noticing his latest WeChat message, a single unadorned, yes. She studied it briefly, then typed her reply. Bai Yi responded instantly. Bai Su led Su Isha inside. Su Isha gazed at the expansive complex. Tall, imposing buildings stretching skyward, and a shadow crossed his face. Rent here must be exorbitant. Su was still a student. Could she truly afford it? He pressed his lips again, resolved to transfer money to her every month. Unaware of his thoughts, Bai Su guided him to the apartment door, knocked, entered the access code, and ushered him in. Bai Yi wore loose loungewear. He'd been sitting on the living room sofa, hugging a plush bear, lost in thought, until he heard them. He sprang up, spotting Bai Su in fresh attire, and Su Isha wearing a mask and a feminine coat. He couldn't quite name the feeling churning inside him, only that his smile faltered, slipping at the edges. Su Isha offered a polite greeting. Bai Yi forced a small smile and nodded in return, then turned to Bai Su, Would you two like something to drink? Bai Su closed the door, retrieved new slippers for Su Isha, and slipped on her own. Stepping into the living room, she addressed Bai Yi instead, Xiao Yi, are you hungry? Bai Yi managed a faint smile a little. Bai Su stayed close to Su Isha, gesturing for him to sit on the sofa. He nodded and complied. The sofa was wide. Bai Su took Bai Yi's right, drawing him gently beside her. Su Isha glanced, then quietly seated himself on Bai Yi's left. Bai Su gave Bai Yi a brief, candid overview of Su Isha's situation, and inevitably Bai Yi felt a quiet kinship, a shared resonance of hardship. He raised no objection to Su Isha's stay. After all, the apartment belonged to Bai Su. Coincidentally, one room remained vacant. A fortunate oversight, the system couldn't help but note. Bai Su had shown uncanny foresight during her initial viewing. That room sat directly opposite Bai Yi's, and Bai Su's rooms were adjacent. The room was spacious, larger than either his childhood bedroom or his aunt's cramped quarters. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing a broad desk chair and bookshelf arranged beside it. After guiding Su Isha inside, Bai Su fetched fresh sheets and a quilt from the closet. Once she helped him make the bed, she let him back out. Approaching 3 o'clock and still unfed, Bai Su suggested cooking. Both agreed, and the three headed together toward the kitchen. Yet they insisted Bai Su wait in the living room while they cooked. With a wry smile, she dragged a chair to the kitchen doorway and settled there. Bai Yi and Su Isha prepared simple home-style dishes, working in effortless harmony. Their temperaments aligned naturally, and their parallel struggles forged an immediate unspoken bond. Soon enough, they called each other by first names alone. They carried the steaming dishes out. Bai Su joined them in serving. Around the square dining table, each held a glass of lemon water. Bai Yi and Su Isha seated instinctively on either side of Bai Su. Su Isha removed his mask. Bai Yi saw the swelling on his face, and paused, carefully concealing any flicker of discomfort. So Su had gone to help Su Isha after all. He lowered his eyes, the long simmering truth surfacing at last. Bai Su lifted her glass, her voice warm and steady. Today, you both endured quite a shock. Rest well tonight. Replenish your strength. From now on, the three of us will live together. She added lightly, as for rent, don't burden yourselves. I can easily cover it. My savings are more than sufficient. You may settle the rent once you begin working. Assuming nothing unforeseen arises, we'll remain together long-term. Bai Yi and Su Isha exchanged startled glances. Live together, long-term. For daily essentials, you're welcome to cover expenses upfront. And household tasks, we'll share them equally. The system casually checked Bai Su's account. Yes, it's rather abundant. Host, how modest you are. Bai and Su Ija nodded in unison, both lifting their glasses of lemon water. Outside, dusk deepened. The autumn wind howled fiercely, rattling trees with a rhythmic rustling roar. Inside, light poured warmly from every fixture. The table bore fragrant, inviting dishes, their aromas rich and comforting. Bai Su wore no mask, her breathtaking face lit with genuine delight, like dew-kissed peach blossoms or dawn's first radiant blaze across the heavens. Beneath the bright glow, her gaze held unwavering resolve, her smile boundless warmth and grace. Bai and Su Ija felt their shoulders ease, their spirits lift, smiles blooming unbidden across their faces. Bai Su raised her glass, her voice sincere and resonant, looking back. Light boats have long since sailed past 10,000 mountains. Looking ahead, the road stretches far yet shines with promise. The past is mist, gone dissolved. We shall all step into a future radiant with hope and light. Bai's hand trembled faintly. Su Ija's eyes glistened. Together they raised their glasses to meet hers. Clink. Yes, Bai and Su Ija whispered it silently within their hearts. It will happen. It must. The three shared a tender, heartfelt meal. For Su Ija, it was the rarest, most precious sensation. The quiet, anchoring warmth of home. How wonderful. His chest burned with quiet joy. After dinner, Bai and Su Ija cleared the table and washed the dishes while Bai Su pulled a chair to the kitchen doorway and opened her laptop. Both wondered, puzzled. Why sit by the kitchen door rather than recline comfortably on the sofa? Bai Su scrolled through her screen, methodically tracing the remnants of those familial factions, finding to her satisfaction that nearly all had been apprehended. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Naturally, she noticed the torrent of data flowing beyond her firewall, and nestled within it, a small white rabbit composed entirely of shimmering information streams. Pure white and bouncing with infectious energy, the rabbit's ruby-red eyes sparkled with playful brilliance. Its fluffy tail curled into a perfect heart. Its long, faintly pink ears twitched, its tiny nose quivered, like a lively child straining to capture adult attention, chirping alongside the data flow. Sister, look at me. Sister, I helped you so much today. Sister, I broke that family's newly built firewall. Bai Su. She lowered her gaze, silent and contemplative. Elsewhere, a curly-haired boy who'd drawn low sat before a new computer. He curled tightly into a spacious gaming chair, small-boned and delicate, his golden hair and refined features lending him the air of a porcelain doll. This very appearance had once placed him at risk of assault by vile men and women alike, leaving him repulsed by human contact, preferring solitude behind locked doors. Fortunately, his extraordinary aptitude for computing allowed him to thrive as a hacker, earning substantial wealth and earning titles like Prodigy and Deity across the underground network. He prided himself immensely on his craft. Had it not been for S, who defeated him with absolute unassailable dominance, he would have dismissed everyone else as beneath notice. Yet S appeared, unyielding, awe-inspiring, awakening in him an involuntary reverence for strength. And yet S ignored his overtures. His countless acts of service met with silence. That silence gnawed at him. Staring at the motionless firewall, he pouted, dissatisfied. He craved her attention. So he scoured the web for top-rated guides, how to capture a woman's attention, becoming irresistible to all women. Truth revealed what women secretly crave. Cross-referencing his appearance, he concluded that feigning innocence could evoke feminine protectiveness, and that adorable, vulnerable creatures often attracted female interest, while fostering affinity with their owners. Su Ija. Instinct told him his sister wasn't that kind of woman, so such tactics likely wouldn't resonate. He resolved to seek better counsel. Rarely humbling himself, he hacked the guide author's contact details and bluntly queried them, describing his looks and sister's formidable nature. The author? She'd written those guides after years immersed in fiction and a dash of psychology. When this cryptic email landed in her inbox, she was stunned. Few knew her address, and she suffered from severe social anxiety. Yet this stranger had identified her precisely, and asked with endearing naivety how to win the heart of the woman he admired. A knowing, ant-like smile spread across her face, and sudden vivid curiosity sparked within her. After all, what could be more charming than a strong-willed woman paired with a tender, youthful boy? With a secretive grin, she tapped away eagerly, determined above all to bring them together. Thus the boy learned powerful women often cherish softness, gentleness, delicacy. He blinked slowly, and guided by her advice, crafted the rabbit. He modeled it meticulously after her descriptions, and the adorable images she'd kindly sent, infusing it with authentic rabbit-like mannerisms, rendering it irresistibly endearing. He'd never devoted such care to programming anything so frivolous. He'd always dismissed such creations as trivial. Yet here he was, pouring meticulous effort, profound sincerity into shaping this gentle, lovable creature. The rabbit possessed astonishing intelligence, and undeniable charm. Would she love it? With trepidation and fragile hope, he waited. But sister still ignored him. Why? Wasn't he doing enough? Was the rabbit not cute enough? Or must he oppose her, just to earn her glance? His face dipped into shadow, his emerald eyes dimmed, turning deep and cold. Just as he steeled himself toward some fateful decision, the screen flickered. He jerked upright, heart leaping with sudden fierce joy. There, on the screen, his little rabbit returned, cradling a bouquet of sunflowers, bounding toward him with unrestrained delight. As it neared the display, the blooms blazed brighter, vivid, lifelike, radiating golden warmth like miniature suns, illuminating the very depths of his pupils. Now close to the screen, the rabbit chirped happily, squeak, squeak, and proudly displayed its flowers to its master. Then, out of nowhere, a slender pale hand appeared, gently stroking the rabbit's head. Instinctively, the rabbit leaned into the touch, nuzzling back. A cool, synthetic female voice emanated from the speaker's good. Then, silence. The voice faded. The hand vanished. Bereft of that gentle caress, the rabbit lifted its head, glancing left and right, bewildered, forlorn. His heart raced wildly, as if intoxicated, not just by her response, but by a deeper, inexplicable resonance stirring within him. His cheeks burned crimson. Without thinking, he brought his hands to his face, covering it completely. A few muffled whimpers slipped through his fingers. He curled up in the gaming chair, twisting himself into a tangled knot with exhilaration. Then he declared, henceforth his absolute favorite thing in the world would no longer be his computer but sunflowers. How much time had passed? He could not tell. The boy gradually regained his composure. His hair was utterly disheveled and his hood hung loose, no longer pulled over his head. His breath came in quick, shallow gasps, his cheeks flushed rosy damp with perspiration. Strands of hair clung to his fair, smooth skin while his eyes glistened, moist and luminous like emerald gems submerged in clear water. On the screen, the rabbit still cradled its sunflower. The boy huffed, disdainfully glaring at the creature, jealousy flickering in his gaze. His sister had never once ruffled his hair, yet this silly rabbit had already received her gentle touch, even if only as a fleeting gesture rendered in data streams not by her own hand. Still, it rankled him. The rabbit's foolish, guileless expression grated on his nerves. Yet, his sister seemed fond of it. It remained, for now, indispensable to sustaining her interest in him, so it could not be deleted. He would destroy it right now. The boy fixed his cold, contemptuous gaze upon the rabbit and let out another sharp, scornful huff. Later, once his sister loved him wholly, this obtrusive little creature would have no place left in her heart. He would tolerate no rival, not person nor object, for the sovereign seat within her affections. Bai and Su Ija emerged, having finished preparing themselves. Bai Su closed her laptop. The three settled onto the sofa together. Bai Su switched on the television, the news still airing. A stern-faced female anchor reported gravely on the recent arrests of several prominent family members, accompanied by footage and photographs. The world felt unsteady, trembling on shifting ground. Bai and Su Ija watched the broadcast with solemn expressions, while Bai Su, seemingly unfazed, idly scrolled through her phone and placed an online order. After all, she had been instrumental in setting those events in motion. During the commercial break, Bai and Su Ija relaxed slightly and exchanged glances at Bai Su, who continued browsing her phone. Bai Su lifted her eyes and said, "School is expected to resume normal instruction in 1 week." Bai and Su Ija checked their phones. Class announcements and remote learning assignments were already posted. Bai Su glanced out the window at the mist-laden sky, then turned back to them. "Let's avoid going out this week. We'll stock up on essentials at home. We'll also schedule daily study sessions and physical training. This residential complex is guarded by elite security personnel. Very safe. Later we can go for runs or other exercises right here within the compound." They nibbled fruit and sipped lemon tea while watching the news, occasionally exchanging light conversation. Yet Su Ija's spirits remained low, and so did Bai Yi's. Indeed, today had been profoundly harrowing for them both. Bai Su paused thoughtfully, then suggested, "Let's retire for the night." Su Ija murmured somewhat bashfully, I'd like to freshen up first." Bai Su nodded silently. Su Ija rose and headed to his room to fetch clean clothes. She followed, stopping just outside his doorway, watching him quietly. Su Ija, flustered and puzzled, he glanced back, only to realize Bai Su wasn't looking at him at all. Yet the awareness of her presence unsettled him deeply. Su Ija entered the bathroom to wash up. Bai Su pulled a chair close and sat just outside the door. Bai. He stared, bewildered at her unexpected action, and hesitated before settling back onto the sofa. A quiet doubt stirred within him, but surely Bai Su had her reasons. After a moment's pause, he fetched another chair and sat beside her, both facing away from the bathroom, the news still murmuring softly from the television. Bai Su glanced at him and gently stroked his hair. A deep sense of calm washed over Bai Yi. His lips softened, and almost without thinking he leaned his head lightly against her shoulder. She did not pull away. He rested against her fingers, absently tracing the red cord bracelet around his wrist. A quiet, tender stillness settling between them, like time itself holding its breath. His thoughts drifted, gazing blankly at the empty wall opposite, feeling its hollow expanse, until suddenly he wondered, what if I hung a painting there? Tilting his head slightly, Bai Yi asked, voice soft, almost playful. What do you think? Bai Su met his gaze. You love painting. Why don't you create one yourself? Really? May I? He asked, startled, and then brimming with quiet eagerness. She squeezed his fingers gently. I trust you. Just do what your heart tells you. Their hands, slender, elegant, each knuckle finely defined, rested intertwined, delicate and harmonious enough to grace an advertisement for fine jewelry. A faint blush rose to Bai Yi's cheeks, and his entire demeanor softened like winter ice yielding to the first warmth of spring. He gently swayed their clasped hands, musing aloud. So what should the subject be? Bai Su replied simply, serenely, anything you wish. Leaning against her shoulder, Bai Yi let his imagination wander. Animals, nature, landscapes, or, his gaze lifted unbidden, toward Bai Su. She was gazing down at her phone, lashes long and delicately curled. Her facial contours were soft and subtly rounded, giving her an inherently sweet, gentle appearance. Yet her luminous, almond-shaped eyes, clear as peach blossoms, always held the faintest trace of distant emotion. When silent and unreadable, her presence evoked autumn mist or snowfall, at dawn ethereal, poised and quietly formidable. His fingers curled around hers, warm, supple, and astonishingly strong. As he watched, a sudden spark of inspiration lit his mind. What if he painted her? The idea bloomed, and instantly heat flooded his face. He ducked his head, flustered beyond words. How utterly embarrassing. Just then, the bathroom door clicked open. Bai Yi jolted, upright spine straightening instinctively. Su Ija stepped out, radiating warmth, cheeks vividly flushed and slightly swollen. His hair, towel-dried, was still damp and tousled to his upward slanting eyelids, shimmered with moisture, and pink lashes lowered demurely over eyes that gleamed like dew-kissed petals. His lips parted slightly, rosy, full, and tender, his entire bearing evoking the delicate blushing charm of a spring apricot blossom. Seeing Bai Su and Bai Yi seated side by side just outside the bathroom, Su Ija's eyes widened, shame rising hot and swift. His blush deepened, spreading down his neck and even tinting his eyelids with delicate rose. Clad in white loungewear, his flushed skin made him look like a luscious, peach-filled mochi. Soft, sweet, and irresistibly tempting. Stammering, he asked, Su, why are you both here? Bai Su remained seated back, still turned, voice perfectly composed. Oh, nothing in particular. Bai Yi's cheeks burned anew. He dared not turn, but surreptitiously tightened his grip on Bai Su's hand. A system notification chimed, inwardly amused. How transparent. Like lovers hiding from the mistress herself. Where have I heard that before? Bai Su fell silent. Awkwardness thickened the air. Bai Yi stiffened, then rose abruptly, voice faltering. I'll go shower too, and hurried off to retrieve his clothes. Su Ija stood frozen, suddenly aware he'd emerged at precisely the wrong moment. Bai Su regarded him, then rose gracefully. Come, I'll dry your hair. Don't catch a chill. He nodded shyly and took a seat. Her fingers moved with practiced gentleness as she warmed his damp strands with the dryer. So soothing, his scalp tingled warmly, her touch feather-light, deeply calming. Eyes closed, he surrendered fully to the quiet peace washing over him. When she judged his hair nearly dry, Bai Su ceased the motion and looked down. Su Ija had drifted off, slumped gently against the chair. His breathing was slow, and even his hair, softly tousled, framed a face both youthful and tender, though the lingering swelling marred its serenity. Bai Su sighed softly, set aside the dryer, then lifted him with effortless care, cradling him like a princess, and laid him gently upon the sofa. From the drawer she retrieved ointment, gauze, adhesive bandages, and cotton swabs, dabbed the salve carefully, and applied it with infinite tenderness to the swollen areas on his face. The cool, soothing sensation roused him slightly. Eyes fluttering open, he saw Bai Su. Her voice a soft murmur, sleep now. It's all right. He sank back into slumber. Once the ointment was fully applied, she affixed bandages and treated his wrists and ankles, bruised dark purple from tight restraints. Circulation needed restoring. Otherwise the pain would worsen upon waking. And indeed the sting eventually pierced his drowsy consciousness. Still half asleep, he blinked tearfully and whimpered, voice soft and syrupy. It hurts. Her hands, occupied by Su, pressed a kiss to his brow, and whispered, "Be brave. Just a little longer. It'll hurt more if you wake up later." Gradually he surfaced, memory returning that tender kiss upon his forehead. Heat rushed to his face again, his gaze darted everywhere, except toward her. Thankfully the treatment ended swiftly. Just as she finished, Bai emerged from his shower, fresh and clean. Su Ija sprang upright, sitting rigidly, face blazing crimson. Bai Su wiped residual ointment from her palms. Now it was her turn to shower. Bai approached naturally, still damp-haired, and asked, Su, could you dry my hair?" She acquiesced, though faintly exasperated. Su Ija watched them from the sofa, uncertain, a quiet ache blooming in his chest. Once his hair was dry, Bai Su excused herself to bathe. She called out to them before stepping into her room to fetch clothes, then paused at the threshold. "Ija, could you come here a moment?" Su, what is it?" he asked, rising to join her. She remained unruffled. "Wait for me just outside the door. I'll speak with both of you shortly." With that, she entered her room, gathered her garments, and reappeared. Her gaze swept calmly over Su Ija and Bai. "Please sit on the chairs outside the bathroom, just for now. Would that be all right?" Su Ija and Bai exchanged stunned, crimson-faced glances, utterly speechless. Bai Su entered the bathroom, pausing to glance back. "Please wait outside, on the chairs, while I'm in here. Would that be all right?" They both flushed deeply. Then, at her quiet gesture, shuffled forward awkwardly and took their seats outside the bathroom door. Though the bathroom was well insulated, they felt acutely self-conscious. Their ears sharpened, catching every faint ripple of water, and their minds inevitably wove suggestive reveries from those sounds. Neither dared meet the other's gaze, desperate to distract themselves. Yet they barely knew one another, so their stilted, earnest attempts at conversation revolved solely around academics. Both tried hard to engage, but their attention wandered restless and divided. Yet strangely time flowed onward, inevitably, inexorably. A soft click, the bathroom door opened. Bai Su stepped out, only to find them seated rigidly, bodies taut as drawn bows. She blinked, then smiled faintly. "All done. You may return to the sofa now." She reached for the hairdryer. Noticing her movement, they shifted stiffly. Bai rose first, approaching her with quiet eagerness. Su, I'll dry your hair." She looked at him, his face alight with anticipation. That once-distant, reserved young man now wore an almost childlike openness before her. She pondered this idly, and gave a casual nod. Delighted, he seized the dryer and mimicked her gentle motions, careful not to tug or scorch. Her hair dried slowly, fluffing into voluminous silken waves, jet black and luxuriant, impossibly soft and straight. It begged to be touched, cherished. She rose, her long cloud-like tresses framing her delicate features, lending her an aura of refined sweetness and quiet elegance. Both boys flushed anew. They settled onto the sofa for a brief, easy exchange, before Bai Su proposed a study session. They agreed without hesitation. "Let's gather at the coffee table," she added. Naturally, neither objected. Each retrieved textbooks from their rooms and studied in serene silence. When questions arose, Bai brought his to Bai Su. Su Ija did the same. The three worked together in effortless harmony. Time slipped by, gentle and unhurried. They prepared a simple midnight snack, relaxed, briefly watched television, and soon noticed Su Ija's weariness deepening, mirrored in by Yi's own fatigue. They decided to retire early. Bai Su spoke calmly. "Let's sleep together tonight, to deepen our bond." Su Ija and Bai simultaneously flustered, they stammered incoherently. She continued, "We'll use my room. I'll take the floor. You two may share the bed." Instantly diverted, Bai frowned. Su, how can you sleep on the floor?" Su Ija pressed a hand to his forehead. "Is that really the point?" His cheeks flushed rose-pink. Su, isn't that inappropriate?" She replied, unwavering, "It's perfectly fine. Sleeping together brings comfort and safety, and we'll continue like this for the next few days." Su is so resolute. Resistance feels impossible. Defeated, they nodded reluctantly, then fetched their quilts and pillows from their rooms. Bai Su switched on the space heater. The room soon filled with gentle, enveloping warmth. Yet Su Ija and Bai insisted on taking the floor, or refused to sleep together at all. Bai Su, well, if the room was warm, it hardly mattered. Silence settled over the night. The bedside lamp glowed at its softest setting. They lay down, Bai closest to Bai Su on the bed. Absolute stillness descended, so profound they could hear each other's breaths. Lying on the floor, both boys were rigid, tense, acutely aware of every rustle, every heartbeat. Why had they agreed to such an absurd proposal? But then, they stole a glance toward the bed, and immediately looked away. Bai buried half his face in the quilt. Cheeks warm. Exhausted Su-Ija slipped quietly into sleep amid the hush. Listening to the other's steady breathing, Bai tilted his head slightly, gazing up at the bed. Unbidden, his mind returned to that earlier tender notion. Su. A soft questioning hum answered him. He lowered his lashes. Today, you helped Ija, didn't you? Just as you helped me. Without your intervention, Ija might well have suffered the same fate. Just like me. If you weren't here, I can scarcely imagine how wretched my fate might have become. He could not fathom a world without Su. Without Su, he would surely have been reduced to a humiliated, tormented plaything. Despairing, broken, perhaps even driven to end his own life. Instead, he now rested in peace and purity, warm beneath soft blankets, nestled beside the one he loved, sharing quiet hopes for a luminous future together. Even the faintest imagining of her absence sent a searing, rending pain through his heart, as though crushed beneath an invisible weight, leaving him breathless. He closed his eyes and steadied his breathing. Don't dwell on such thoughts. Su is right beside me. Those nightmares will never come to pass. Bai Su shifted closer to the edge of the bed, rolled onto his side, and reached out gently from beneath the covers to stroke Bai's hair. Her tender touch stirred warmth in his chest, and unbidden his eyes welled with quiet emotion. He leaned instinctively into her palm. After a moment, she withdrew her hand. Bai paused, then unconsciously touched the red string bracelet on his wrist before speaking again, voice hoarse. Su. It happened before too. You vanished suddenly, then returned with Ia wounded. His voice trailed off, softening into silence. That thought in his mind grew ever sharper, ever more certain. He breathed in the gentle warmth of the air, gazed up at the ceiling, and murmured, Su. I've always had this feeling. You're as if sent here solely to save us. His words were barely audible, faint as mist exhaled upon cold glass, dreamlike and fragile. The system jolted in astonishment. My goodness. Bai is remarkably perceptive. Bai Su kept her eyes closed. In the original world she had not existed, and indeed they had suffered greatly. She spoke calmly. I am here. Indeed I came for you. Bai breathed in the gentle warmth of the air, gazed up at the ceiling, and murmured, Su. I've always had this feeling. You're as if sent here solely to save us. The system jolted in astonishment. My goodness. Bai is remarkably perceptive. Bai Su kept her eyes closed. In the original world she had not existed, and indeed they had suffered greatly. She spoke calmly. I am here. I came for you. Her voice was light, feathery as drifting down, silken as a single thread binding his very life. It carried the quiet gravity of destiny, settling deep within his heart like dew upon lush greenery, like stars racing across rivers of night. Bai Su had never made any effort to conceal her purpose. Every act she undertook bore clear intent, so discovery was hardly surprising. And now Bai's intuition had been confirmed. A tumult of emotions swirled within him. What virtue or merit did they possess to warrant Bai Su's arrival on their behalf? Would others follow? Lost in reverie, he unwittingly voiced that final question aloud. Bai Su's expression went utterly blank. Two was already complicated enough. Now more. There will be no one else. After all, this fractured world revolved entirely around the two of them. Their story, their bond, their shared destiny. Bai's face burned crimson. He buried himself completely beneath the quilt. Oh no. Had those words just sounded like jealousy? No one else. That's all that matters. One Ija had already stirred bitter pangs of envy within him. Bai Su remained wholly unaware of the tangled thoughts swirling in his mind. The system chimed softly, Host. The world's purification progress stands at 4/5 complete, though these final stages will test even your resolve. Bai Su gave a quiet, thoughtful hum. Intensify the purification efforts. Thus the three settled into shared days, eating, sleeping, living as one. Mornings began with rising, washing, breakfast. Then shopping, training, study, lunch, more training, afternoon, rest, further study, dinner, exercise, bathing, and sleep. When venturing outside, all three wore masks. Fortunately, markets still held fresh produce. Each day passed richly, fully. Gradually, more people reappeared on the streets. Soon school would resume. Both Ija and Bai felt a quiet ache at the thought of parting from these precious, unhurried days, with Su always near. Yet duty called. On Monday, the three walked to school together, drawing countless glances along the way. First, all three wore masks. Second, their striking beauty and serene, harmonious aura rendered them almost untouchable. A unity so profound no outsider could intrude. At the classroom door, they parted ways, only to be enveloped by curious, gossiping stares. Before long, classmates began shipping them as a trio. They suit each other perfectly, truly, all three. Absolutely. Bai Su shines brightest of all. Yes, she commands presence. Tall as a sovereign, 1 versus 2. A trio bound by fate. I'm officially revived. Is this real life, or a novel's world? Can I really witness this without paying? A few classmates whispered nearby, "Have you heard about the campus tyrant? Apparently he's been arrested." "No, he left the country, I think. Either way, he's nowhere to be seen on campus." Ija overheard, and glanced briefly at Bai Su. Bai Su paid no heed to such chatter. Outside class hours, the three remained inseparable, until slowly their peers grew accustomed to it. Sunday afternoon, holiday time. After waking from his nap, Bai Yi saw 2 missed calls, and a WeChat message, "Xiao Yi, I've arrived to see you." Attached was a photo of the train station exit. "Xiao Yi, is it convenient to meet? Let's go to our old bubble tea shop, the one where we used to sit and talk." Bai Yi frowned at the screen. An hour had already passed since the message. He felt no joy, only abrupt dissonance and a quiet pang of guilt. Then he chided himself for indecisiveness. He had long since clarified his heart's truth, so why should meeting someone from his past, without Bai Su, feel like a betrayal? His thoughts, his dreams, his very being were now filled only with her. He recalled the bespectacled female classmate who'd once offered him earnest advice on love, though he'd blushed furiously at the time. He'd listened nonetheless. With solemn gravity, she declared, "Once you've chosen your beloved, uphold your integrity. Boys entangled in messy affairs lose trust and affection." Bai Yi set down his phone and hurried, soft footsteps echoing, over to sit beside Bai Su. He would uphold his integrity. He refused to let even the tiniest grain of doubt, however insignificant, enter the space between him and Su. He would not risk her misunderstanding nor allow her a moment's sorrow. Even if Bai Su remained unaware, he gazed at her. Cheeks flushed, voice hushed. "Su, shall we go out this afternoon? A friend has come to visit me. Will you come with me, please?" Bai Su replied coolly, "But this is your friend's invitation, not mine." Bai Yi's tone was unwavering. "Su, it truly doesn't matter. Just a casual acquaintance. Mu Yuha, the one I mentioned before." Su, I want to be with you." "Su, please accompany me. Will you?" His usually austere features softened with quiet yearning. Faint rose tinged the corners of his eyes, like a snow lotus unfurling in pristine grace. Bai Su. And so inevitably it became a trio. Ija too was summoned by Bai Su. Bai Yi felt a twinge of unease, but said nothing. One companion or two. It made little difference. Besides, he'd learned the night before to Bai Su both he and Ija were equally cherished guardians. The cafe lay close to campus, so they walked there together. Bai Su wore a long black hoodie with a drawstring hood cinched at the waist by a slender silver belt studded with tiny pearls, accentuating her lithe silhouette. Natural-toned sheer tights and tall boots completed the look, elegant, statuesque, effortlessly commanding. Her hair was swept into a high ponytail, black ear studs gleamed against pale skin. When she lifted her gaze, she was breathtaking, beautiful, aloof, untouchable. At the sight of her, both Bai Yi and Ija flushed faintly, struck speechless. They changed as well. Bai Yi chose a slim black turtleneck, a light gray overcoat, and black trousers. Ija wore a cream-colored long coat over a soft blue undershirt and black trousers. Walking side by side, Ija and Bai Yi flanking Bai Su, they drew murmurs and lingering glances from passers-by. Their arresting beauty and refined aura made them radiant presences on the street. The bubble tea shop spanned 2 floors, the upper level serene and spacious, the lower lively and bustling. They studied the menu board. Bai Su ordered 3 drinks and a shared platter via her phone. Then while waiting, they ascended to the quieter second floor. The upper floor was wide and airy, sparsely occupied. Near the front right window sat a tall, broad-shouldered young man, glancing around restlessly until his eyes locked onto Bai Yi. He leapt up, waving eagerly, face alight with excitement. It was a brilliant, sun-drenched day. Golden light streamed through the window, illuminating the unfamiliar young man. His black leather jacket and thin sweater revealing strong, defined musculature with every movement. His smile was open and bright, his features bold and handsome, his skin a healthy bronze. Bai Yi nodded politely and approached, with Bai Su and Ija at his side. The young man, Mu Yuha, immediately noticed the girl beside Bai Yi. Though masked, her icy elegance, slender waist, and long legs made her impossible to ignore. Beside her stood Ija, graceful, reserved, also masked. Bai Yi wore one too. Mu Yuha's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Bai Yi led Bai Su forward. Sunlight caught her skin, dazzling, luminous. He introduced them formally. Mu Yuha's smile dimmed slightly, disappointment flickered across his handsome face. Even as he offered his own introduction with practiced composure, the 4 seated themselves. An awkward silence settled, unavoidable yet swiftly broken. Muyuha took the lead. Shall we order? My treat. Bai shook his head. We've already placed our order, including a shared platter. But since we didn't know your preference, we left your drink to you. Muyuha's expression stiffened, then smoothed into a polite smile. No trouble. I'll order myself. He pulled out his phone, then turned to Bai with feigned nonchalance. How have you been lately? Bai answered honestly. When he mentioned living with the two of them, Muyuha's eyelid twitched faintly. Bai in turn asked after Muyuha's life, prompting a playful light-hearted rant about his new school and classmates. Moments later, Bai Su's phone chimed. Her order was ready. She rose gracefully and excused herself to retrieve it. Muyuha stood as well. Mine's ready too. I'll join you. Bai Su gave a neutral nod. That left Ija and Bai no choice but to remain behind. Bai Su and Muyuha descended the stairs slowly, while he observed her discreetly keenly. She offered no acknowledgement, walking at her own calm, unhurried pace. What is your relationship with Xiao Yi? He finally asked. He'd noticed, during their conversation, how often Bai Yi's gaze drifted toward Bai Su, tender and adoring. So it had truly come to pass. That rare hidden tenderness, once his alone, now belonged to another. Even his own presence had grown indifferent to Bai Yi. Lately phone calls had dwindled, replies grew terse, hints multiplied, asking him gently but firmly to call less. Fear drove him here. Yet even in WeChat, Bai seemed unenthusiastic about his arrival, insisting on bringing friends along or refusing to meet at all. He'd gritted his teeth and agreed, only to find two companions, and especially her. Muyuha sensed her magnetism and power unmistakably. Even masked, he knew she must be stunningly beautiful. She would take Bai away. His glances, his demeanor, all confirmed it. Realizing this, agony tore through him. So sharp he nearly lost control, grasping at any excuse to descend the stairs. But a sliver of hope remained. What if Bai Su did not love him? Then he still had a chance. She did not glance at him, only spoke, voice cool and detached. What precisely do you wish to say? They reached the pickup counter. Muyuha's voice dropped, edged with frost. If you don't love him, if your heart lies elsewhere, then don't toy with him. Don't leave him suspended in ambiguity. Bai Su. The system choked mid-chew on its duck neck. Goodness. This man's bold. The cashier holding their tray blinked in disbelief, eavesdropping cautiously, unable to reconcile this vision of ethereal beauty with such cruel behavior. Though her beauty was unmatched, her voice like moonlight on water, she half wished to be a fish in her pond. Suddenly this man seemed utterly unnecessary. Bai Su accepted the tray and turned without pause. She had no interest in public spectacle. Muyuha hurried after her. What? Did I strike a nerve? Bai Su ignored such baseless, meddlesome interference entirely. Hey! His expression darkened. Suddenly, he shoved the tray aside and lunged, fingers darting to seize Bai Su's collar. Bai Su held the tray steady with one hand, ducked low in fluid evasion, then struck back with a lightning-fast scorpion kick. Her leg arced sideways, connecting squarely with Muyuha's torso, and sending him staggering backwards several steps. The sequence unfolded with seamless, breathtaking precision, leaving Muyuha stunned, unprepared, stumbling helplessly. Whoa! Spectators gasped. Bai Su retracted, her legs straightened, then resumed walking upward, unhurried, unruffled, as if nothing had occurred. Muyuha steadied himself, wincing at the sharp pain along his ribs, and realized with dawning certainty that she had held back. His expression soured. This woman was no ordinary foe. Then he noticed. Every eye in the vicinity was fixed upon him. His face tightened further. He glared coldly at them, his well-defined muscles intimidating enough to send many averting their gazes. However, there was a girl dressed in an LOL outfit, sipping on milk tea and swinging her legs, who sneered. What's wrong? I saw everything. You were the one who first laid hands on that girl and got taught a lesson. Now you have the audacity to be angry at us, the onlookers. Within such a sweet voice lay an incredibly sharp sarcasm. Muyuha paused, taking several deep breaths before coldly rebuking. You have no right to speak. After saying this, he resumed, carrying his items back. The girl sneered while the surrounding girls felt a chill. Meow, you're too frightening. Exactly, I'm genuinely afraid he might come charging over. Right? He looks so fierce. The girl leisurely sipped her milk tea, stirring the strawberry bits with her straw, and said softly, What's there to be afraid of? If he dares to act like that, he's just bullying the weak. Who would care about him? Humph, if he really had no shame and came at me, I'd make sure to make him pay. Besides, I'm not wrong. You see, he's already feeling guilty. But that girl is so cool. I really want to get to know her. The surrounding girls looked at the blush on her face, somewhat speechless. Bai was the first to head back, placing the tray on the table. The three of them each had a drink, and Bai Yi had ordered lemon tea. The snack platter contained 6 items. Sitting together, Bai Yi found it strange that Mu Yuha hadn't returned with them, but he didn't dwell on it. Bai Yi and Su Izha were sipping their drinks. After a while, Mu Yuha returned carrying the tray, and sitting next to Bai Yi. He smiled and said, "Xiao Yi, look, I got you your favorite waffle. Try it out." As he handed over the waffle, Bai Yi thanked him. "Thank you. You guys eat too? I can't finish it all." He first passed the plate towards Bai Su, indicating for her to try it. Bai Su shook her head, showing no interest. Bai Yi, a bit disappointed, pushed the plate forward, smiling at Mu Yuha and Su Izha, saying, "You both should try some." Su Izha graciously picked up a piece to taste. Mu Yuha's expression wasn't great, but he picked up a piece as well. Bai Yi took a piece and slowly started eating. The soft texture and rich egg flavor were just as he remembered. Bai Yi's expression softened. Mu Yuha noticed this and took the opportunity to share some amusing stories from their past interactions. Bai Yi occasionally responded. Su Izha meanwhile slowly ate his waffle, a hint of a mysterious smile playing at the corner of his lips. Though it was not entirely considerate, he was pleased to see it happening. Bai Su leaned back in her chair, slightly dazed. The sunlight was beaming down on her, making her eyes clear and bright. She held her lemon tea but didn't drink. So boring. System host, this world is about to be purified. There's still Bai Yi's bracelet that hasn't been used. Bai Su remained expressionless. Isn't that great? It means I have one less trouble to deal with. Bai Su turned to look at Bai Yi and Su Izha under the sunlight. They appeared fair and healthy, as tender as young cabbage and as upright as a poplar tree. So nice. Bai Su lowered her gaze. Su Izha noticed Bai Su's daze. He glanced at Mu Yuha, who was trying hard to keep the conversation going, seemingly attempting to keep them from joining the conversation with Bai Yi, as if he hadn't noticed Bai Yi's distraction. Su Izha sneered inwardly, fool. Yet as he looked at Bai Su, whose expression and demeanor seemed untouched by the sunlight, he felt an inexplicable panic, as if Bai Su might leave him. The sensation was suffocatingly painful, and he instinctively reached out, boldly taking Bai Su's hand under the table. Bai Su had noticed long ago but did not struggle. Holding his hand, Su Izha felt a sense of stability. Bai Yi gradually lost interest in chatting with Mu Yuha as he too noticed Bai Su's distraction. Bai Yi was close enough to notice the little gestures between them. Bai Yi. His mood inevitably sank. Indeed, was it still too boring? He suddenly lost interest in this meeting, pursing his lips as he spoke to Mu Yuha. "Well, let's call it a day. We have something else to do later." "Well, leave first." Mu Yuha hurriedly stopped him, grabbing Bai Yi's hand with some urgency, saying, "Shall we wait?" Bai Yi felt a twinge of pain and immediately wanted to pull her hand away. "Let go." Mu Yuha was unwilling to let go, but Bai Su quickly reached out and grabbed his wrist. A sharp pain shot through him, and his hand began to spasm, cold sweat breaking out as he could only release his grip. Bai Yi quickly withdrew her hand, a bit angry. "Mu Yuha, why are you being so rough?" Mu Yuha smiled bitterly. "Shao Yi, I'm sorry, I was just too anxious. Can I talk to you for a moment?" "Just a moment, I'll be done and I'll go back." Bai Yi frowned slightly. After all, they were once friends. She glanced at Bai Su, who noticed Bai Yi looking at her and casually nodded. Seeing this, Mu Yuha's expression darkened further. Bai Yi pressed her lips together, ultimately nodding. Mu Yuha led Bai Yi downstairs. The two walked slowly, looking at the street ahead. Groups of boys and girls walked together, with many snack shops lining the roadside, the air filled with the aroma of delicious food. And there were boutique stores with shiny trinkets or adorable doll-shaped items. Next to a shop selling Odin, the people inside were lively. Mu Yuha watched and reminisced, murmuring, "Shao Yi, how did we end up like this? We used to be so close." Bai Yi looked at the familiar street ahead, her expression softening. She had once had some feelings for Mu Yuha, as home had been tough for her, and he had helped her at school, so she was quite grateful to him. However, she didn't dare to tell Mu Yuha about her family situation. She was ultimately insecure. Later, Mu Yuha suddenly transferred schools and she returned to being alone. At first it was very lonely and disheartening, but since she had lived like this before, she could endure it. Then, after meeting Bai Su, she appeared with a strong and distinct presence, completely occupying Bai Yi's heart, making her forget about others. Moreover, she had no family left now. That father. She didn't even know where he went. Mu Yuha turned to look deeply at Bai Yi, then suddenly turned around and solemnly said to her, "Shao Yi, I like you." Bai Yi was taken aback by his serious demeanor, feeling something was amiss. "From the first time I saw you, I had feelings for you. I've never dared to say it because I was afraid you would hate me. I finally waited for your attitude to soften, but then I had to transfer schools. I didn't want that, but I had no choice." "Shao Yi." He reached out to take Bai Yi's hand, but she, already on guard, quickly dodged. He grasped at air, his hand falling in disappointment. "But now, I don't want to hold back anymore. I really like you. Can you give me a chance? I will treat you well." Bai E. She glanced at Mu Yuha, calming herself, then quickly reined in her emotions, lowering her head. I'm sorry. Mu Yuha clenched his fists. Do you really like that girl? She's not simple. And she's flirting with another guy too. You. Enough. Bai E interrupted him with an unfriendly expression, then turned. It's like drinking water. You know whether it's warm or cold. Su is great. Besides, I don't need you to teach me how to do things. She took a few steps back, seriously saying, let's keep our contact to a minimum from now on. Don't make me dislike you more. After saying this, she turned to find Bai Su and the others. Mu Yuha was left behind, fists clenched, breathing heavily. Bai E returned to the milk tea shop. Her mind was still a bit confused. It's still somewhat sad to truly sever ties with friends. On the second floor, Bai E saw Bai Su and Su Ija sitting with their backs to her, facing the window, basking in the autumn sunlight, sipping lemon tea, the atmosphere harmonious. She suddenly felt a bit aggrieved and upset. Taking a deep breath, she slowly walked up to them. After greeting them, she sat beside Bai Su. Bai Su noticed Bai Yi's mood was off and reached out to pat her head, asking, what's wrong? Bai Yi shook her head, remaining silent, and took a sip of her milk tea. Su Ija asked, did that guy leave? Bai Yi nodded. Su Ija blinked. Bai Su withdrew her hand. The three of them basked in the sunlight together. In this tranquil moment, as the sweet milk tea flowed into her mouth, Bai Yi's mood gradually improved. Under the sunset, the three headed home together. Today's sunset was magnificent, the orange light warmly spreading across the city, illuminating them. Bai Yi watched Bai Su, who seemed to glow warmly under the sunset, and couldn't help but quietly reach out, tentatively trying to take Bai Su's hand, only to have Bai Su hold it back. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The previously low mood was instantly dispelled by this sunlight. Looking ahead, the world was filled with light, a bright path lay before them. There will always be a breeze in the world, filling my countless dreams. The original world begins. After all, not all rescues and redemptions arrive in time, which is why tragedies occur. In the coming chapters, the male lead of the original world has already been persecuted. However, after Bai Su arrives, he will no longer suffer the slightest harm. Moreover, she will deal with the bad guys harshly. If you're sensitive, you might want to skip ahead, stock up for the next world. I ultimately still want to write this because the male lead is a victim. Just like those who have been violated, the victims are innocent. The guilty ones are those evildoers. Even if they have been persecuted, they still deserve the right to happiness. It's not the fault of those who have been violated for them to be completely negated, to be deemed worthless or unworthy of living. This is not the fault of those who have been violated. We cannot attribute these accusations to the victims, further using harmful words and insults to crush the victims, truly ruining their lives. In that case, those so-called judges are also sinners and murderers. On the contrary, we should pay more attention to the psychological state and living conditions of these victims, providing help and encouragement. I have rambled on so much because I hope everyone can continue reading. This original world won't have many chapters. The main text begins. Bai Yi's bracelet has not been used. The world is about to be purified. However, recently Bai Yi's mental state has not been good, seemingly plagued by nightmares, suffering in her dreams, yet waking with no memory. Even this morning, she discovered her bracelet was missing. She hurriedly searched everywhere but found nothing. Bai Su had anticipated that in this crumbling world, they would attempt something drastic as the purification neared its end. Sure enough, within the first hour of the bracelet's disappearance, her ring began to ring violently. But Bai Yi was right beside her. There was no danger at all. Bai Su glanced at Bai Yi, who once again seemed to be in a daze. Bai Su, system, what's going on? The system flustered, investigated. Host, this distress signal seems to be from the original world. Bai Su felt a sense of calm realization. It must be from the original world. The system nodded yes, the bracelet unexpectedly transferred to the original world. And the protagonist in the original world is being persecuted. The system was a bit anxious and troubled. Host, what should we do? Bai Su stood up, carrying the unconscious Bai Yi back to the room and settling him onto the bed. She stood up, prepare for the transfer. The system was reluctant, but... Host, cross-dimensional transfer will cause you great harm. And there's also a time difference. It might be too late. Bai Su frowned. Stop talking nonsense, started. I've long been dissatisfied with the original world. The system had no choice but to initiate the transfer. In the darkness, a young boy wearing only a loose white shirt lay on the carpet, covered in red marks. One of his hands was locked in chains. The muzzle strap was very tight. The boy was trapped like a criminal, staring blankly at the ceiling. The pain in his body had made him numb, his legs exposed to the chilling air. The scent of heather in the air seemed not to have dissipated. He wished he could die. Why was he still alive? Why? Why was he being treated this way? In this room, he had been continuously persecuted for several days by those debt collectors. Every day he was forced by different people. His tears had long dried up and his eyes were parched. So dirty. Ever since that day when a group of thugs suddenly barged into his home, the leader grinning and saying his father owed a huge debt and wanted to use him to repay it. After forcing him in the house, they brought him to this room, treating him like livestock. Life was worse than death. Why was he still alive? He closed his eyes, and suddenly he felt a strange sensation on his hand, as if something had suddenly appeared. Unfortunately, his heart seemed to have withered and died with no interest in looking at his wrist. Perhaps at first he had hoped for someone to save him. Now, he was utterly hopeless. He wanted to die. At that moment, a sound of the door opening came from the entrance. A burly man walked in with a lewd grin, rubbing his hands together, saying, "You're too charming, your body is superb. So I'm back again." The boy recoiled in disgust, trying to distance himself, but even this little effort was futile. Sure enough that. The burly man grinned broadly. Well, still refusing to give up. Do be obedient in a moment. I might even show you some mercy." With that, he yanked the youth's leg toward him and roughly stroked the slender limb with his calloused palm. "Damn it! So delicate. You're more beautiful than any woman." The youth cried out in pain and struggled, but to no avail. His legs were wrenched apart by the man's grip. As the brute began lowering his trousers, suddenly a chilling dread prickled the back of the man's skull, as if a specter had materialized behind him. His instincts screamed of imminent mortal peril. "No!" He started to raise his guard. Too late. Ugh! A brutal blow struck the back of his head. His eyes rolled white as he collapsed, only to be kicked aside with savage force. 200 pounds of muscle tumbled like a cannonball, rolling violently before crashing onto the floor like discarded refuse. The youth recoiled in shock at the sudden turn of events. Then he saw her. A girl standing before him. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her bearing serene and noble, her features so exquisite that the youth instantly felt unworthy, as though his very presence sullied her gaze. Why must he appear so broken before her? For the first time in ages, numbness receded. Panic surged. He fumbled desperately to pull his clothes together. Yet he wore no trousers at all. His body bore livid marks, his shame was raw, exposed, irredeemable. Even cloth could not veil such defilement. Despair choked him thick and suffocating. He shrank instinctively, turning his face away, only for his peripheral vision to catch blood slowly seeping from her eyes, nose, lips, and ears. His eyes widened in disbelief. A vivid horizontal gash had split her face, originating precisely at the bridge of her high-arched nose and stretching outward, its width matching a little finger, fresh crimson welling and streaming forth. This grotesque transformation warped her ethereal beauty into something terrifying and visceral. Her eyes, once black, now blazed with cold, radiant golden irises. Bai Su steadied her breath and swiftly absorbed the flood of information surging through her mind. The system panicked. Host, your face. All 7 orifices are bleeding. Silence. Bai Su lifted her gaze. Her voice icy, her aura oppressive like storm clouds gathering before cataclysm. The system flinched into utter silence. It had been eons since it last witnessed its host radiating such annihilating fury, the kind that promised heaven's collapse and earth's sundering. Bai Su closed her eyes, then opened them again, fixing her gaze upon the dazed, reedied youth before her. His disheveled state, the iron chain binding him. It required no deduction to grasp what he had endured. A deep, unsettling ache coiled within her chest. She clenched her fists, drew a slow, measured breath, and softened her aura. Then she stepped forward, slipped off her outer coat, knelt beside him, and gently draped it over his legs before reaching to help him rise. The youth jerked back reflexively. Bai Su paused, then spoke, her voice low and hoarse. "Don't be afraid. I'll take you away." He stared at her in silence. Her demeanor held no trace of disdain, no condescending pity, only quiet calm. She added softly, "Don't be afraid. First, let me remove this from your face." Her voice grew rougher still as she swallowed the metallic tang of blood. After a pause, he gave the faintest nod. Gently, she reached up and unfastened the bite inhibitor clamped across his mouth. A swollen, livid ridge marred his otherwise refined features, like a grotesque centipede marring porcelain. His lips remained slack and inflamed, muscles locked in memory of forced clenching. Saliva trickled uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. Ashamed, he twisted his face away. "Don't look at me." His voice trembled, barely audible, and, "Your face. You're bleeding everywhere." Bai Su fell silent, her gaze no longer meeting his. She lowered her head slightly and dabbed her cheeks with a handkerchief, knowing full well her visage must now seem monstrous. In truth, chaotic energies roiled within her, disrupted by temporal displacement, while wrath burned white-hot inside, tearing at her flesh, as if she were being shredded from within. Internal hemorrhaging, most likely. She observed the cracked skin and blood on her fingertips with detached indifference. Yet she uttered not a single sound. Good. Pain is deserved. This was her penance. Bowing her head, she murmured quietly, I'm sorry. I frightened you. Then with quiet resolve, I'm fine. Let me help you stand. He remained silent, then whispered, voice frayed, I can manage myself. Leaning against the wall, he strained with trembling feeble arms to lift himself, whispering hoarsely, I'm chained. I can't get free. Bai Su glanced upward, her gaze flicking briefly to the iron cuff around his wrist. I have a way. She reached out and grasped the chain. He flinched violently, instinctively recoiling. Click. A soft, brittle snap. The chain crumbled like dry sand, reducing instantly to dust. He stared stunned. He knew the chain's strength. He'd fought it before, only succeeding in shredding his own wrists raw and swollen with no escape in sight. Yet in her hands it dissolved like ash, effortless, absolute. He gaped at the impossible sight. Could he truly break free? Bai Su's gaze hardened as she noted the angry welts encircling his wrists. Her fists tightened. Rage surged, violent, incandescent, driving her eyes to lock onto the unconscious brute sprawled nearby. Her golden irises gleamed with glacial, lethal stillness. She whirled sharply toward the youth, her voice light as mist yet edged with killing frost. Let me settle a small score for you first. Shall I deal with him? Give you some measure of relief? Her gaze was unwavering, fierce, solemn, as if swearing an unbreakable vow before the altar of faith. Rest easy. Every soul who harmed you, I will erase without mercy. Rage boiled within her. She turned her gaze sharply toward the unconscious brute. Her blazing golden eyes locked onto the man with glacial precision. Then she pivoted, locking eyes with the youth, her voice featherlight yet saturated with lethal intent. Let me settle a small score for you first. Shall I deal with him? Give you some measure of relief? Her gaze was unervingly still, cold, golden, lifeless, like twin pools of molten metal frozen mid-flow. Yet her expression remained resolute, her sincerity absolute, as though pledging an oath etched in eternity. Rest easy. The girl spoke without inflection, each word precise, weighty, resonant. Every soul who harmed you, I will erase without mercy. The youth stared mute. Blood still traced paths down her face, though she'd wiped it carelessly. The crimson smear rendered her terrifying, fierce. Yet, beneath the desolation, something stirred. Faint, fragile. A tiny spark flickered in his hollow eyes. Bai Su held his gaze and extended her hand, tentative. Let me help you stand. He looked at her and knew his body was failing him. He hadn't eaten properly here. Not once. He'd been used, abused, allowed to bathe only when they desired a clean canvas for their cruelty. Even bathing had been violation. A sob rose in his throat, tears spilled stinging like salt on cracked earth. His breath came in ragged gasps. Grief, despair, hatred, revulsion crashing over him like a tsunami. Ah, so I can still cry. Bai Su watched the tear trace his cheek, turned her face aside, exhaled slowly, and carefully guided him upright, leaning him gently against the wall. Thankfully, he did not resist. His skin was ice cold. He was frighteningly thin, his bones sharp beneath her touch. Her thoughts drifted to Bai Yi, his composed, bashful smile blooming like frost lotus, his strong, healthy frame. How unlike this boy. This wilted thing crushed beneath a gale, petals scattered and trampled in mud. Bai Su said nothing, moving with deliberate restraint. Then she rose and walked step by step toward the unconscious brute. The youth noticed the blood dripping from her fingers. Why was she wounded upon arrival? Where had she come from? Only then did he notice the red cord bracelet now circling his other wrist. Its pendant was a delicately pierced metal square paired with amber stone. Frowning, he realized he'd never seen it before. How had it appeared there? The room had no windows, empty, barren, hollow. Bai Su dragged the brute by the ankle like carrion, ripped a strip from his shirt, bound his limbs tightly behind his back, and laid him flat on the floor. His face pointed directly at the youth. The bindings bit deep, drawing blood. She bound him like livestock awaiting slaughter, then gagged him with another cloth strip, pressing it hard against his face until his skin flushed crimson and wept capillary threads of blood. She also seized his belt. When finished, she stood before the youth, grabbed the brute's hair and slammed his skull hard against the floor. Thud. A dull, heavy impact. Once only. His forehead swelled instantly, skin splitting open in a fresh, bright wound, enough to jolt him awake. Blood streamed down his face as he groaned awake, dizzy, disoriented, seeing the youth pale and watchful leaning against the wall. Why did his perspective feel so wrong? His limbs were bound. A searing pain lanced through his skull. What had happened? Awake! A cool, crystalline female voice cut through the haze. Only then did he register her presence. Eyes wide with fury, mouth sealed tight, pain flaring. He thrashed wildly like a silver fish flung gasping onto dry land. He roared muffled, "You wah!" A crushing grip forced his head down again. Thud! Once, twice, 3 times, until stars exploded behind his eyes and he panted broken, "Spare me, please." Bai Su turned to the youth. "How shall I dispose of him?" The youth glared with loathing. "He deserves 1,000 cuts. Yet killing would make him complicit in lawlessness." Hesitation flickered across his face. Bai Su lowered her gaze to the brute, then drew a feather-patterned butterfly knife. "No matter. I'll handle it." She loosened the bindings on his wrists. He surged with hope, only for her blade to pierce straight through his left wrist. Tink! A crisp metallic chime as the tip struck the floor. His wrist pinned, the blade buried to the hilt. Blood dripped steadily onto the floor. Agony shot up his spine, blacking his vision, stealing his breath. Instinctively, he tried to wrench free, only for her to drive the blunt edge of his own belt buckle deep into his other wrist. It sliced through flesh like butter, nearly severing the joint. Thud! Nailing him fast to the floor. Ahak! Sweat poured from his body, chills of blood loss sharpening the torment. He tried to kick, only for her foot to clamp down hard behind his knee, freezing him utterly. She murmured soft as silk, "Kneel and beg. I may spare you." He trembled violently, forehead pressed to the floor, sweat pooling beneath him. Gasping, he rasped, "Yes, yes, I'll kneel." Bai Su tore the gag from his mouth. "If you beg, speak properly." Hands pinned, he dared not strain, lifting his torso with agonizing slowness, lowering his head with each thud. Through swollen, bruised lips, he whimpered, "Spare me, spare me." She seized his hair. "Weren't you bold before? Too quiet, too weak, not enough pain. Then perhaps your tongue isn't needed anymore." His scalp burned under her grip. He blinked up at her face, contorted between terror and desperate supplication. "No, no, I'll do it. I'll do it." She released his hair. His head dropped. He sucked air, then crashed it down again, screaming, "I deserve death. I deserve death. I am guilty. Wait. Just wait." His hatred coiled venomous. "Let them come. They'll all die." The youth watched. The man who tormented him for days, now groveling, blood spreading from his wrists like dark blossoms. His lips pressed into a thin line, face twisted by anguish and hate, unreadable, raw. Bai Su glanced at the youth, then regagged the brute, withdrew the butterfly knife, and plunged it into his ankle, severing the tendon. Muffled shrieks bled through the cloth. The coppery stench of blood thickened the air. The youth trembled, but kept his eyes wide open, clutching her coat tightly around himself. Bai Su turned to him. "What follows will be cruel. If you fear it, look away." He met her gaze, eyes glistening, stunned, then shook his head, voice firm, "I'm not afraid. I want to see him pay." A faint, grim smile touched her lips, then her blade sank deeper, piercing his spine. Click! A subtle snap, followed by the wet, sucking sound of steel parting flesh. "You should thank me. I brought only this small knife." His eyes bulged, furious. "You thinking of summoning others?" Her voice floated, light, lethal, the whisper of a reaper. "I'm waiting." She held his gaze, unblinking, unyielding. The burly man trembled in fear. Unfortunately, he had forgotten. This group had long since assumed they could do whatever they pleased to the young man, especially since he was locked up and unarmed, so they did not regard him at all. Thus, no matter what commotion occurred, given the good soundproofing of the floor, even if there was noise, they would only chuckle and lewdly tease, "What a grand play." Therefore, after a long time, no one came. What a pity. No one is coming. The burly man, having lost too much blood, soon fainted from the pain. Bai Su pulled him to the door and placed his palms against the doorframe. Bang! Ah! The burly man was painfully awakened. "Do you like it?" Bang! The sound of the door closing echoed again, accompanied by the faint sound of bones cracking. Blood seeped from the doorframe. "Those hands of yours must have done a lot of good things, right?" Bang! Something fell and blood spread. After several repetitions, the burly man completely fainted. System. Trembling. Bai Su directly drew a line across his neck, blood dripping continuously, the area beneath him expanding with blood. Bai Su wiped the blood from the knife onto the relatively clean clothes of the burly man and discarded him. At that moment, the burly man was in a pitiful state, limbs and spine broken, forehead cracked, his face swollen like a pig's head. The smell of blood intensified, large patches of blood spreading out. A flash of crimson crossed the golden pupils. The system, which had been trembling the whole time, was taken aback. "Host." Bai Su, with a cold expression, replied, "Shut up. I have it under control." The system breathed a sigh of relief. "Scared me. As long as the host is not out of control, Also previously the host's methods were much more brutal comparatively the current handling seems to be restrained. That's good. What a nightmare. Its ruin this world is going to collapse even more seriously. Bai Su tucked away her feathered butterfly knife. Her pale face no longer flowed with blood, leaving a vivid red mark that reflected in her golden inorganic eyes presenting a strange beauty amidst the bloody horror. Although she had done many things she was completely clean. She stood amidst the bloodstains yet remained untainted. It was quite abrupt. If one overlooked her face smeared with bright red, she expressionlessly played with the thin as a cicada's wing feather butterfly knife blood, seeping from her fingers the delicate bones stained with crimson. The blade warmed from repeatedly piercing flesh reflected her cold gaze. Light slanted down from above her casting shadows on her face, making her seem chillingly terrifying. System whimper, oh no, I actually think the host looks really cool like this. No salvation. Bai Su turned and walked towards the young man. The young man looked at her, his eyes brightening slightly. Bai Su knelt down gazing at the young man, as if a loyal knight respectfully saluting his king, extending her hand. Come with me first, all right? The young man stared at Bai Su intently but suddenly spoke. The extra bracelet on my wrist, is it related to you? He simultaneously extended his wrist, causing the red string bracelet to sway. System M, this young man is really sharp. Suddenly the system panel flickered with blue light. The system was taken aback. Host. Just as Bai Su was about to say something, a sudden bang echoed, a white mist rising from the young man blocking Bai Su's line of sight. Bai Su frowned and reached out to probe the white mist. But it was empty. She waved away the fog, lowered her head, and did not see the young man, instead spotting a fluffy golden chinchilla. It looked up at her with soft brown eyes, its fur fluffy and white. A small cat no larger than a palm nestled amidst a pile of scattered clothes, looking up at the tall Bai Su with a bewildered expression. Bai Su. System stammered, a host, this seems to be a side effect of the bracelet. I didn't expect it to be this explosive. Could it be due to time travel absorbing some temporal energy, and the fact that this is originally a collapsing world? Bai Su looked down at the weak and helpless little cat, gently reaching out to cradle it, softly saying, Are you all right? The little cat blinked its big watery eyes, its small pointed ears trembling, the pink fluff inside quivering, the chalky writing damp, its small body soft and fluffy. System O. Andy smile, whimper, so cute, looks so huggable. The little cat mewed sweetly, both adorable and charming. After mewing once, it widened its round eyes, mouth slightly ajar, revealing tiny sharp teeth, seemingly surprised and incredulous, mewing again in a sharp tone. The red string bracelet was tied around its neck. Bai Su frowned, wondering how to communicate. The system with sparkling eyes eagerly explained, no problem. Host, there are pills that can understand animal speech. Host, just wait a moment, I will make it right away. Bai Su's expression softened as she looked at the cat eagerly mewing at her. She gently said, Don't be afraid, I'll take you away first. After saying that, she watched the cat gradually calm down, reached out to pat its head, picked up the coat on the ground, and carefully placed the little cat in her pocket, ignoring the burly man lying on the ground whose life was fading, and directly walked out. There was no one outside. She held the butterfly knife between her fingers and quietly walked out. Opening the outer door, she descended the stairs, gently touching the little cat's head, peeking out from her pocket. System host monitoring has been destroyed. Bai Su quietly walked down the stairs. 57 collapsing world, for washing away evil, walking down the stairs. People downstairs lay in disarray, the air filled with the smell of smoke, alcohol, and heather. The wine bottles lay toppled. On the ground were a naked woman and man. The woman was stunningly beautiful while the man was robust. A large expanse of red marks and bruises lay scattered. It was a scene of chaos. Around them were remnants of beer bottles. Both the woman and the man had one hand shackled. They were not asleep, with the exhaustion and pain in their bodies, the torment and agony in their souls made it hard for them to sleep. Bai Su's footsteps were very light. It wasn't until she was in front of them that they reacted. They instinctively panicked, trying to curl up their bodies, the chains clinking. At this scene, the little cat trembled, as if it saw itself retreating back into the pocket. Bai Su gently patted its little head. They were still in shock, but looking at this girl who had never appeared before, they were captivated by her beautiful face, which despite many bloodstains could not hide her beauty. The men nearby who had committed evil deeds had fallen asleep contentedly. This place was very safe, there were cameras, and if anyone wanted to come in, security was on guard. This building was part of a large family force, and no one dared to provoke it. Moreover, those here were all sheep who could be bullied at will. They had long been accustomed to the sound of these chains. Thus the drunken and sleeping ones paid no attention, still in deep slumber. The girl stood quietly for a while, then approached them, half kneeling, extending her hand. Then the man and woman watched in astonishment as the girl grasped the chains, and in the next moment the chains shattered like powder. They widened their eyes, their faces flushing with excitement, instinctively wanting to make a sound, but quickly covering their mouths to restrain themselves. After unlocking the two, Bai Su stood up, watching them struggle to support themselves, gently saying, "Do you want revenge? You can do it now." After saying this, she slightly bent down, offering them the feather butterfly knife. The knife glimmered coldly under the light. The man trembled as he respectfully took it, looking at Bai Su, adjusting his posture, prostrating on the ground, kneeling to Bai Su. "Thank you." But soon the man's expression turned painful. "Even if we kill them now, they will still trace back to our family." The woman, weakly holding on to the wall, stood up, tears streaming down her face. Bai Su looked at them. "How many victims are there in this building?" The man shook his head, not sure. Bai Su's expression turned colder. She turned her head and saw a phone on the table, gently saying, "It's okay, I can handle it. You just do what you want to do. Moreover, you wouldn't naively think that even if they weren't dealt with, they wouldn't have already traced your families, would you?" This statement pierced through the man's self-deceit, causing him to tremble all over uncontrollably, emitting painful sobs. The little cat in Bai Su's pocket also whimpered. Just as Bai Su was about to speak, the originally weak woman suddenly burst forth with immense strength. She rushed over, snatching the feather butterfly knife from the man's hands, her eyes, red mouth, bloodied neck, marked with fingerprints, angrily gazing at the sleeping crowd, softly saying with a hoarse voice, "You're right, let's fight them. After all, they are just a bunch of scum. Even if it means death, I will drag them to hell." Each word dripped with deep hatred. Swaying unsteadily, she held the feather butterfly knife, trembling, charging towards the man who had oppressed her the most times. She looked at the man who was sleeping soundly, recalling how he had pinned her down, his arrogant demeanor in her home, and her innocent parents and pitiful sister. She raised her hand, fiercely stabbing down with force, hitting the throat, feeling it was insufficient, pulling out and stabbing down several more times. Blood gushed out, splattering onto her face. The man woke from the excruciating pain, trembling all over, clutching his gushing throat, unable to speak, blood frothing from his mouth, glaring at the woman, reaching out to grab her, yet he died on the spot. The commotion was considerable, but because they had drunk heavily and had already indulged their desires, their bodies were soft and exhausted, so they did not wake up. The man seemed inspired as he staggered forward. He picked up a shattered beer bottle nearby, which they had once used to harm themselves. Dragging his painfully wounded body, he walked step by step. The beer bottle broke into two. He grasped the long neck half of the bottle body, blooming like a crystal flower, the petals sharp and dripping with liquor. In the next second, these flowers seemed to come to life, appearing in different chests, sucking blood and gnawing flesh. The smell of blood in the air gradually overshadowed the original scents. The little cat sensed the blood and anticipated what had happened, falling silent. Bai Su did not look. She merely held a phone, effortlessly cracking the password. After a few operations, she hacked the family's dark web, exposing all the filthy transactions and bloodshed. Bai Su also had the system capture the horrific scenes of these people's tragic deaths through the surveillance cameras, then sent them to the victims in these people's phones and to the families of those who had already perished. After this, the people who received these photos looked in disbelief. The images were indeed horrific and bloody, shocking them, but once they recognized the people inside, they shed tears of excitement. They looked at the tragic state of these people with no sympathy at all, instead feeling a sense of vindication. So there was still justice in this world. There was still retribution. When they were entangled, they were utterly desperate. It was this group of beasts that ruined their families and lives. They were hopeless, crumbling, yet found no help anywhere. They even loathed the society and world, questioning why the wicked and beasts could act with impunity. In this world, was there still fairness and justice? But now, they finally waited for this. This group of people was dead. Wonderful. They didn't care who sent it. That person was their hero. They embraced each other, weeping. Finally, could they escape these demons? At this moment, they discovered an extra sum of money in their accounts marked New Life. They murmured, "New life, new life, new life, new life." Wiping tears, they exchanged glances, once again filled with hope for the future. "Thank you, 1,000 thanks to this just messenger. May Husha prosper in all things, live in peace and joy. We sincerely wish." The system stared in astonishment at the inexplicably rising faith value and the rapidly improving world purification progress. System, as expected, listening to the host's words, "Is correct, whimper whimper, what has been done has rewards," a face of comfort. Sensing the little cat in her pocket seemed a bit uncomfortable, she faintly addressed the bloodied man and woman. "Quickly clean up, wipe down any places that might have fingerprints, then leave." The man and woman awoke from their vengeful thrill, stopping their actions, hurriedly putting on the clothes of these men and wiping away fingerprints. Under the system's guidance, Bai Su took a set of keys from one man's pocket. After the woman cleaned the blood off the feather butterfly knife, she respectfully handed it to Bai Su. Bai Su accepted it, handing the keys to them and letting them leave first. Bai Su led them out the door. She instructed the system to search the entire building and discovered that they had rented the entire 10-story structure. Bai's location was on the 8th floor and 4 floors were involved in such dealings. Bai Su remained expressionless, telling them to leave first as she had matters to attend to. The man and woman supported each other, thanking Bai Su gratefully. They wanted to ask for her name, but she declined and urged them to leave quickly. Watching the two leave, Bai Su turned around, planning to go upstairs first and then come back down. Each time she ascended a floor, someone would rush down. Only the smell of blood lingered in the hallways. In the monitoring room, everything appeared normal. That group of people remained as they were not even turning over. They are really out cold. Two security guards snickered. Of course they've let it all out. Tsk, it's enough to make me feel excited. Hee. The two let out lewd laughter. Next time we switch shifts, we can enjoy it again. Hee. A sound echoed. Suddenly the door was opened. It wasn't easy to walk down 10 floors. However, Bai Su chose not to take the elevator and walk down floor by floor. When encountering the weak-minded, Bai Su handled it personally. For those on patrol, she acted ruthlessly based on the level of corruption in their souls. In the end, she reaped a bountiful harvest. The dark night sky above the city seemed to have been split open by a sword, allowing a ray of light to seep in. Dawn would eventually arrive. The building lay in complete silence, yet many people kept running out. Bai Su stood below, stroking the little kitten peeking out from her pocket. The kitten rubbed against her and mewed. "Thank you." Bai Su couldn't quite understand, but she continued to pet the kitten's head. She glanced back at the eerily quiet building, and the kitten followed suit, looking back. It had witnessed how this building of sin was cleansed in blood, seeing how those victims took revenge on their abusers. Watching the victims, some weeping, some laughing maniacally, some grateful to tears, their expressions were a mix of sorrow, relief, and madness. Cuddled in the soft, warm pocket, the kitten felt a slight sense of ease, yet also confusion. Its little head was empty, not knowing what to think. Bai Su turned and walked forward in the cool breeze. While the kitten watched the road illuminated by the streetlights, its eyes bright, ears twitching, and its soft fur swaying in the gentle wind. Daily life with the kitten 58. Bai Su instructed the system to navigate as she walked around with the kitten in her pocket. She planned to rent an apartment, but looking at the kitten in her pocket, Bai Su asked the system, "Can it eat human food now? Or does it have to eat cat food?" The system scanned the kitten's body. It seems it has already turned into a cat. It's best to stick with cat food for now. As for human food, it's better to avoid it for now. Bai Su continued walking. Since it was still early, she asked the system for a mask, put it on, and headed to the street where she spotted a breakfast shop. The breakfast shop was filled with smoke and many people. Bai Su walked over to line up, planning to take her order to go. With her long legs and slender waist, flowing black hair, she stood out among the crowd, attracting quite a bit of attention. Bai Su ignored the gazes directed her way. The system continued to prepare the pills. Bai Su asked the system, "When can it turn back?" The system hesitated. "This cannot be determined." As Bai Su's turn came, the leading auntie looked up and paused at the sight of such an extraordinary girl. Bai Su's cold yet pleasant voice made the auntie feel her ears tingle. Bai Su ordered a bowl of thin rice porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a boiled egg, and asked the auntie for an extra set of utensils. The auntie presented the items with both hands and secretly added a small steamed bun for her. Bai Su took them, paid, thanked her, and turned to leave. Suddenly she turned to one person who was taking pictures of her with a phone. The person jumped in surprise as Bai Su approached, standing in front of him. "Sorry, I don't like strangers taking pictures of me without my permission." I'm sorry." The person stuttered, nervously deleting the photo with trembling fingers. Bai Su nodded at him and left. She also visited a convenience store, buying towels, bottled water, and milk. Bai Su searched for a relatively secluded corner, since a small park was conveniently nearby. She found a stone table and set everything out on it. She folded the towel into a small square, carefully took out the little kitten and placed it on top. The kitten lost its balance and fell over softly, but Bai Su caught it in time. Watching the kitten with its limbs seeming to have minds of their own, Bai Su's expression softened slightly. The kitten shyly buried its face in its fluffy tail. Bai Su arranged the food, took out a clean plate, poured some milk that had been warmed by the staff, and another plate with some rice porridge. Both plates were placed in front of the kitten, and Bai Su gently coaxed the shy little one to eat a bit. The little kitten was also hungry. It raised its head, lifted its weak little legs, and hesitated for a moment before bending down to lick the milk and started drinking. The soft slurping sound was heard as its little tail swayed slowly. Bai Su took off her mask and began to eat her breakfast. The harmony between the girl and the kitten was quite delightful. After finishing, Bai Su wiped the kitten's mouth, tidied up everything, and then placed the kitten back in her pocket before heading to a phone store to buy a new phone. "Bai Su, when will the pills be ready?" "System, soon." Bai Su checked the time, found a rattan chair outside a milk tea shop, folded the towel neatly, and took the kitten out, placing it on top. She gently spoke, "We won't go back home yet. Let's go to my place first." The kitten blinked its clear brown eyes and softly mewed okay. Bai Su continued, As for your schooling, it'll go to the school later to help you deal with it. Apply for a leave of absence until you turn back, all right? The kitten obediently looked up at her, nodding its head. Then we'll go to the pet store to buy you some things. You can choose whatever you want. The kitten sweetly mewed, instinctively wanting to lick its fur, raising its little paw, but then stiffened and awkwardly put it down, not daring to look at Bai Su. Bai Su petted the little kitten, deciding to visit a nearby pet store. She put the kitten in her pocket and walked over slowly. The store was located at the corner of a pedestrian street, where a young man was watering and cleaning outside. Bai Su walked up, and the man looked up at the sound of footsteps, his face turning red upon seeing Bai Su. The tall man wore a white shirt and black long pants with a blue apron wrapped around him and black rectangular glasses, giving him an elegant appearance. He rolled up his sleeves, holding a broom, and stared blankly at Bai Su. Bai Su politely greeted him and mentioned wanting to buy some items. The man was stunned for a moment, a bit flustered, but quickly welcomed her inside. Inside the store was surprisingly spacious, with items neatly arranged. There was also a large chubby orange cat lounging in a cat bed. Upon seeing a person enter, it lazily lay back down. The man introduced himself as Chi Hutching, his voice gentle and pleasant. Bai Su, out of politeness, also stated her name. Then Bai Su took the kitten out of her pocket, cradling it in her hands, and told the man she wanted to buy some essential items for cat care. The man noticed that it was Bai Su's first time raising a cat, and his fair face turned even redder. He flustered and diligently introduced the cat bed, cat food, cat litter, and other essentials, mentioning some precautions. Finally, he took out his phone, blushing to his neck, and asked to add Bai Su on WeChat, saying she could ask him any questions in the future. Bai Su. The man also enthusiastically gave Bai Su a discount. However, with that, there were too many items, and it would be difficult to carry alone, so Chi Hutching kindly offered to help deliver them. Bai Su nodded, sincerely thanking him and insisting she would pay him for his help. Chi Hutching appeared a bit flustered and shy. He lowered his head with red ears, saying, No need to be so polite. The little kitten remained silent throughout this. When the man tried to take the kitten to have a look, the kitten immediately clung tightly to Bai Su's fingers, refusing to let go, curling up its small body, while its tail wrapped around Bai Su's finger, soft yet cautiously retracting its little claws. The man could only watch helplessly. He ran a pet store because he genuinely liked these small animals, so seeing such a beautiful and delicate kitten made his heart melt. However, with the kitten resisting so much, he didn't dare to push it. Noticing the kitten had been nestled in Bai Su's pocket, Chi Hutching suggested it could be temporarily placed in a new cat backpack. At that moment, the kitten suddenly looked up at Bai Su and mewed softly, gazing at her with moist eyes. Bai Su glanced at the kitten. After all, this was a little being. She gently refused Chi Hiking's suggestion. The two of them worked together to load the items into the car. Of course, Chi Hutching insisted that Bai Su shouldn't exert herself and went to handle it himself. Bai Su looked at the kitten, which had inexplicably become downcast, and patted its little head. The kitten felt the gentle touch and instinctively rubbed back. After a while, Bai Su felt a slight wetness in her hand. Very light but hard to ignore. Looking at the kitten, it had curled itself into a small ball, its body stiff. It seemed as if its body had turned pink. Bai Su chuckled softly, like petals flying under the moonlight. Bai Su gently teased the kitten with her fingertip, making it tremble as it struggled to restrain its natural instincts. By the time Chi Hutching entered, the kitten was already adorably clinging to Bai Su's finger, acting spoiled. The woman wore a mask, her features soft, flowing black hair cascading down at the beautiful girl, and the adorable kitten harmoniously coexisted, creating a truly warm scene. Bai Su nodded to Chi Hutching as they left the pet store. Chi Hutching locked the door and they drove away together. Bai Su pointed to an address. Chi Hutching looked a bit stunned. The address belonged to a well-known affluent community nearby the school where land was precious. However, Chi Hutching said nothing and the two chatted as they made their way. Bai Su learned a lot about cat care. The car arrived at the underground parking lot, and they took the elevator up to the 6th floor. Bai Su took out her keys to unlock the door. Chi Hutching looked a bit awkwardly inside, only to find it was very clean, devoid of any signs of life, almost like a new home. Curious but not asking too many questions, Chi Hutching helped arrange the items. Since it was indeed a new home, there wasn't much to unpack. Thus Bai Su invited the young man to have dinner outside that evening. He happily agreed with a smile. After sending him off, Bai Su picked up the well-behaved kitten resting on the towel in the middle of the table, preparing to take it for a bath. In the bright and spacious bathroom, Bai Su took out the basin she had just bought for washing the kitten, filled it with warm water, and placed the kitten inside. She removed the red rope bracelet from the kitten's neck. Cats instinctively fear water, so the little kitten tried to struggle, but held back, trembling all over instead. Bai Su gently comforted it and placed the kitten in the basin where the water barely covered its paws. Bai Su began to pour water over the kitten and carefully wash it. The warm water did not help the kitten relax. Its skin turned pink underneath. especially when washing its lower half the kitten become as stiff as a stone. After the bath, Bai Su gently dried it off with a soft towel, and then placed it in the dryer. Soon a fluffy little snowball emerged fresh and soft. Bai Su held it in her hands before placing it in the cat bed outside, giving an instruction before going to take her own shower. At this moment the system's pills were also ready and Bai Su took one. However, looking at her bruised face in the mirror, the system felt a bit distressed. Bai Su looked at the scars on her face, especially the one that almost stretched across half of it. Her expression remained unchanged. Her upturned peach blossom eyes were filled with a cool detachment. Although these scars marred the beauty of her face, they added a hint of mysterious wildness when paired with Bai Su's indifferent brow. Bai Su did not care about this. She glanced at her body. The internal bleeding was indeed uncomfortable, but her body was recovering. Looking at the red rope bracelet on the sink, she picked it up. The hollow metal square was already making a sound, a faint tinkling of bells. After taking a shower and drying her hair, Bai Su went to check on the kitten. It was obediently curled up in the cat bed, nodding off, seemingly very sleepy. Suddenly a faint whimper echoed. Bai Su set down her computer and bent down to look at the little cat in the cat bed. The kitten seemed to be having a nightmare, trembling all over, struggling with its limbs and whimpering. Bai Su gently stroked the little kitten. The suddenly awakened kitten looked at Bai Su with tear-filled eyes, its paws clutching her hand, letting out a pitiful meow. It was a faint cry. Bai Su picked up the cat and cradled it in her hands, softly caressing the little kitten that had just woken from its nightmare. The kitten clung to Bai Su's hand, feeling the gentle touch, and gradually calmed down, only then noticing the traces on Bai Su's face. It stared blankly. Meow. Does it hurt? Bai Su replied softly, it doesn't hurt. Don't worry. The kitten was stunned for a moment, surprised that Bai Su understood its meaning. It instinctively meowed, do you know what I'm saying? Bai Su continued to pet the little kitten. I suddenly understand now. The kitten was a bit surprised. Meow meow meow. Do you know how I suddenly became a cat? Bai Su replied, probably because of that red string bracelet. The kitten then realized the red string bracelet was not nearby, but it didn't mind and continued to meow. Then who are you? Bai Su lowered her gaze, looking at the comfortable little belly exposed by the kitten instinctively. She gently stroked it, causing the kitten to almost jump up. Bai Su continued, I am Bai Su. The kitten blushed a little and looked at Bai Su. Meow, I am Bai E. Meow, why did you appear here? Bai Su glanced at the continuously flowing data on the computer screen and did not answer. The kitten sensed that Bai Su didn't want to answer, so it hesitated before asking, is it because of the suddenly appeared red string bracelet? Bai Su nodded. The kitten looked at the scar on Bai Su's face, which no longer bled but resembled an unsightly flaw on exquisite porcelain. It gently meowed again, continuing, is your wound because you came to save me? Bai Su glanced at the kitten and simply patted its head. The kitten's eyes turned red, and it unconsciously released Bai Su's hand, curling into a ball, its large brown eyes looking at Bai Su as it softly meowed, I'm sorry. Meow, thank you. Bai Su gazed at the kitten, noticing guilt, pain, and self-loathing in its gem-like eyes. Bai Su said this pill is quite powerful. She was not a pretentious person. She gently cradled the little kitten and rubbed it, saying, it's not your fault. On the contrary, I'm really happy that I could come here to find you. As she spoke, Bai Su revealed a faint smile. The little kitten, being gently mauled, felt a warmth in its heart. Bai Su continued, I will call your school later to temporarily apply for a leave of absence for you. You can return to school once you transform back. The little kitten nodded. Bai Su placed it on the soft towel she had prepared on the table, getting ready to prepare food for the little kitten. The little kitten kept its eyes on Bai Su even as she entered the kitchen, maintaining its gaze in that direction. Suddenly realizing something, the kitten shyly curled up, but it couldn't help but gently lower its tail, peeking at the kitchen direction. Bai E thought that being so clingy was normal because it was now a cat. When would it be able to turn back into a human? Bai E watched as Bai Su came out holding warmed milk and some small supplementary food. Bai Su walked over and gently placed the food in front of the little cat. The kitten stiffened under Bai Su's gaze. Bai Su noticed and withdrew her gaze, continuing to look at the computer. The little kitten felt the disappearance of the gaze, breathed a sigh of relief, ignored a bit of disappointment, and immediately began to eat. The faint sound of munching could be heard. Bai Su completed the leave of absence application and also had the system fabricate a false identity, sending it to the school. The school was not yet in chaos, so she received a reply, but she would need to go to the school in person to process it. Bai Su switched back to the back-end page. The little kitten finished drinking and had a round belly. Seeing Bai Su busy, it remained silent, but Bai Su timely wiped the milk stains from its mouth, making Bai E feel that she was always paying attention to it. The little kitten let out a somewhat spoiled meow, prompting Bai Su to stroke its fur, making it purr with comfort. It instinctively froze. I am a human. How did I get so used to living like a cat so quickly? I am still a person. The little kitten felt it should awaken, immediately trying to break free from Bai Su's touch, but the movement was extremely slight, giving off a feeling of reluctance. Meow, Bai Su, I am a human. How can I be like this? After saying it, it felt a bit regretful for some reason. Indeed, Bai Su's fingers swiftly pulled away. I'm sorry. The little kitten watched as Bai Su coldly and ruthlessly left its feline face, showing disbelief and an uncontrollable sense of sadness. Isn't this what it wanted? Why does it feel so sad? The little kitten slowly curled up. The kitten, believing itself to be very restrained, trembled slightly all over, unconsciously letting out a bit of a pitiful whimper, but it was quickly swallowed back. Bai Su looked at the seemingly emo little cat, which resembled a wet ball side, and reached out to stroke it. The little cat, being petted, became stiff all over, then warmth and comfort spread through its body. Bai Su cradled the little cat in her hands. I know you are a human, but you are very cute and I like you, so I can't help it. Hearing Bai Su's strange compliment, the kitten's skin beneath its fluffy fur turned pink. Then it suddenly thought of something, and its cat face drooped, avoiding Bai Su's finger, body tense, and it lowly meowed intermittently. I am already not clean. Being treated like this by someone, what is meant to come will eventually come. I was never as good as Bai Su imagined. The little cat dared not look at Bai Su's expression, feeling as if it was about to be put down right there. But a bit of humble hope surged in its heart. Could it not despise me? Even if I have to remain a cat in the future, at least it will be cleaner than being a human. And I can still be praised for being cute. Bai Su, however, stood up, taking the little kitten to the balcony, carefully shielding it from the wind with her hand, letting it bask in the radiant sunlight. The entire city seemed peaceful, with sunshine flooding everywhere, warmth enveloping all. Occasionally flocks of birds would fly by. The sky was bright and clear, and the blue sky stretched for miles without a cloud, uplifting the spirits of those who looked upon it. Bai Su said softly, it was never your fault. What you mentioned is not the standard by which I judge a person's cleanliness. Whether a person is clean or not depends on their morals and actions. If one uses chastity to superficially negate a person's worth, I find that quite foolish. Bai Su adjusted the kitten's position so it could see her. Sunlight illuminated Bai Su's fair face, casting shadows from her thick eyelashes. Her golden pupils sparkled even brighter than the sunlight. Even with scars on her face, her beauty remained unblemished. Her black hair flowed like clouds dancing in the wind. In Bai Yi's eyes, she resembled a deity. Bai Su recited words she had once said, in another world. Looking back, the light boat has passed through countless mountains. Looking forward, the road ahead is bright and long. Bai Yi, you will have a bright and happy future. If anyone dares to harm you in the future, I will never let them go. So don't be sad. Returning from the balcony, the little kitten was still staring blankly at Bai Su. Bai Su placed the little kitten on the soft towel she had prepared on the table, but it clung to her hand. The little kitten hugged Bai Su's hand, gently rubbing against it, softly meowing a few times. Thank you. If you like it, you can continue to touch me. The little kitten quickly put down Bai Su's hand, curling tightly into a ball, seemingly very shy. Bai Su chuckled softly, reaching out to stroke it. Little E is so good. The little ball trembled, revealing a more pronounced pink under its still sparse fur. Bai Su did not look at the shy little ball anymore, and continued to open her computer. The little kitten took a moment to compose itself, releasing its hold and watching Bai Su as she focused intently on the screen. Bai Yi felt it should not disturb her. However, Bai Su noticed him and asked if he wanted to watch television. Actually, Bai Yi had nothing in mind to watch, but he didn't refuse and said he wanted to watch the news. Bai Su turned on the television and switched to that channel. The news was reporting a tragedy in that familiar building, but it did not elaborate in detail. Seeing that Bai Yi was watching seriously, Bai Su opened her phone, accessed the app, searched for related reports, and propped up her phone for Bai Yi to see. Since there were deaths on every floor, the situation was extremely severe, with much commotion, and everyone had died in horrific ways, while the surveillance cameras of the building and nearby areas had been destroyed. Many people below were speculating about what had happened. Bai Yi was engrossed in watching. Bai Su said calmly, I have transferred money and information about the deceased to their families. As for the deeds of the families behind this, I will expose them one by one. They will not have it easy. Even worse. The little kitten stared blankly at Bai Su, watching the warmth in her eyes, as her melodious voice spoke words filled with gruesome content. Yet it felt no fear and nuzzled back. It had witnessed the deaths of those individuals. They deserved it. It had also witnessed the victims' retaliation. Meow, thank you. Bai Su smiled gently. You have already said thank you many times. We don't need to be so polite between us. If you really want to thank me, I hope you don't dwell on the past, fear the future, and live in the present. The little kitten gazed at Bai Su for a long time, gently nuzzling. Meow. If this is what you wish for, I will do it. The little kitten, being still young, soon fell asleep while watching. Bai Su covered it with a small towel placed in order and thought about giving Bai Yi some lessons later, as she needed to return to school and couldn't fall behind in her studies. She also needed to prepare some winter clothes and other supplies for the little kitten. At that moment her phone received a message. It was Chi Huching replying to her WeChat saying he had arrived at the store. Bai Su replied with the location and time for dinner, and then stopped looking at her phone. In the evening Bai Su placed the little cat in her pocket wearing a long coat as she headed out. She wore a mask preparing to meet Chi Huching at a restaurant. The streets were bustling with people. The restaurant was situated on a relatively quiet street not far from the pet store, and had a great reputation for its delicious food. When she arrived Chi Huching was already there dressed in a long beige coat, a pure white thin sweater and black trousers wearing black framed glasses as he stood there. Upon seeing Bai Su he quickly waved. Bai Su walked over and the two entered together. Once in the private room Bai Su laid down a small towel and took out the little kitten. Chi Huching was surprised that Bai Su cared so much for the little cat. They chatted briefly and Chi Huching then began discussing the topic of the kitten. Bai Su listened intently, her eyes focused on him, causing his face to redden slightly as he stumbled over his words. Chi Huching also inquired about Bai Su's situation, curiously asking if she had foreign ancestry, because her golden eyes were incredibly beautiful. Bai Su shook her head. The two continued to chat for a while. Soon the waiter brought out the dishes and set them on the table. Bai Su looked at Chi Huching and said lightly, "My face is injured. I hope it doesn't scare you." Chi Huching was slightly surprised, but he quickly shook his head. I'm not someone who judges by appearances." Bai Su removed her mask. Chi Huching was first stunned by Bai Su's beauty, then noticed the fresh scars on her face. He felt no fear, only an unconscious pang of concern. Did she suffer some harm? His gaze held worry as he clenched his fists, feeling anxious. "Are you okay?" Bai Su shook her head. "I'm fine. It's all in the past." The little kitten looked at Bai Su and softly meowed. Bai Su stroked it. The two began to eat. Chi Huching made an effort to find topics to discuss, fearing he might provoke Bai Su. The meal went harmoniously. The little kitten also enjoyed a bite of the tender boneless fish. After finishing their meal, Bai Su took Chi Huching for a walk on a nearby street, where he continued to find topics to talk about with her, though Bai Su appeared somewhat indifferent. As the time drew near, Bai Su stood at the crossroads to bid farewell to Chi Huching, reminding him not to stray around these days. After saying that, she nodded at him and turned to leave. People came and went, but in Chi Huching's eyes Bai Su was exceptionally bright. He watched her turn and leave without hesitation, feeling inexplicably lost and dejected. No one was admitted. Chi Huching left in a daze. The next day, Bai Su did not go to the school to process a leave of absence, because the campus was already in chaos. She asked the little kitten where it wanted to go. The kitten remembered the distant sea it had seen from the balcony, and felt a flutter in its heart. It hesitated, worrying it might trouble Bai Su. Seeing its tangled expression, Bai Su scratched its chin and soothed it softly. The kitten finally spoke, so Bai Su took it to the Weihai tourist district. The usually bustling promenade was quieter than usual today. The little cat poked its head out of Bai Su's pocket and stared at the quiet yet distinctive street. The two of them walked down to Weihai's beach. The weather was fair with a gentle breeze. The cream-colored sand yielded softly beneath their feet. Under the sun, Weihai glittered with golden light as if strewn with fine fragments of gold. Near the water, the sea shimmered a beautiful pale blue. Bai Su took the kitten from her pocket and tried to set it down on the sand. The snow-white kitten curled up and instantly sank into the soft sand, letting out a frightened meow. Bai Su scooped it up and smiled. She held the kitten close to the water and crouched, letting its paw touch the cool sea. The sand and tiny shells beneath the surface were clearly visible. The kitten stared unblinking at the shells below. Bai Su picked up a small shell, wiped away the sand, and found it unexpectedly whole and pearly white. Bai Su drained the water from the shell, wiped it on her handkerchief, and handed it to the kitten, which hugged it happily. The shell bore a faint briny scent of the sea. They played and strolled along the beach before heading to eat. Many seafood restaurants lined the street, but perhaps because it was not the weekend, they were sparsely populated. Different kinds of seafood swam vivaciously in glass tanks outside, looking fresh and vigorous. Bai Su watched them with the kitten. The kitten looked both frightened and curious at the unfamiliar seafood. They all seemed robust, and even an ordinary fish or crab here was larger than the little cat. The owner greeted Bai Su warmly. Seeing her golden eyes, he was surprised and asked if she was a foreigner. Bai Su shook her head. Bai Su ordered shrimp and the signature tihu fish, asking for them simply boiled. The dishes arrived soon. She took off her mask, picked some fish and shrimp, cooled them briefly, and offered them to the kitten. The tihu fish proved worthy of its fame, sweet and tender. The kitten ate with bright eyes and wagged its tail happily. The idle owner turned and saw the adorable kitten, unable to resist speaking to Bai Su. "What a cute cat! What breed is it?" Bai Su answered faintly, Jinjila. The owner then caught sight of Bai Su's face and was shocked. Such a beautiful face marred by severe scars made him feel regretful. He began to weave countless stories of love and betrayal in his mind, and his gaze toward Bai Su softened with sympathy and pity. Bai Su said nothing. The owner politely looked away from her face and asked, How long have you had it? It looks so young. How much did you pay for it? Bai Su replied, Not long. The owner, assuming such a beautiful coat must have cost a fair sum, did not press further. He glanced at the television showing the news and sighed, murmuring, Times are changing. If this keeps up, my business will suffer. Bai Su said nothing. She and the kitten ate together in quiet harmony. When they finished, Bai Su paid and suddenly told the owner, It will soon get better. Then she left. The owner paused, watched Bai Su's departing figure, then smiled, looked up at the brilliant sunlight, and cheerfully went back inside. Walking along the street, Bai Su noticed a souvenir and gift shop and went in. Inside, trinkets hung in abundance: shell, wind chimes, postcards, dolls. The kitten stared intently. Bai Su quietly asked which one it liked. The kitten, a little shy, shook its head. After 2 rounds, Bai Su perceptively bought the items it lingered on. Don't ask. She simply had some money. Among the purchases was a beautiful photograph of Weihai, a crescent-shaped sea under flying seagulls bathed in golden sunset, magnificent and vast. The kitten adored it. At the counter, a middle-aged woman played a song on her phone. The Old Man and the Sea. Autumn nights fall among drifting leaves. A yellowed world fades away with the wind. Winter's snow whitens our Valentine's Day. The shopkeeper smiled kindly and, curious, asked Bai Su, Dear, are you a foreigner? Bai Su shook her head. The woman continued, Why are you here alone? Where is your boyfriend? Bai Su politely replied, I came with my cat. At the other question, the kitten looked up at Bai Su, its little paws nervously clutching the pocket. I don't have a boyfriend, Bai Su answered. The music flowed on softly. The sea's love is deep, time is shallow. My loving heart cannot be stranded. The old man's thread holds tight to faith and love. The sails of years drift farther. The kitten slowly shrank back into the pocket. The woman, a little embarrassed, hastened to wrap the purchases. Oh, is that so? What a pity. You were so beautiful and yet unmarried, haha. Oh, you brought a kitten too. Where is it? Bai Su replied quietly, In my pocket. The woman leaned in and joked, Oh my, it's so small it could be snatched by our fish, haha. The kitten, Auntie, are you being polite? System laughing, Auntie, why are you being so blunt and honest, haha? The music reached its final lines. When winter ends and the last pure white fades, the sea's promise slowly goes to rest. On the quiet eve, the old man keeps his wish. Across the sea lie 2 worlds, yours and mine. The kitten listened obediently to their conversation, letting the music sink into its ears. Man and cat returned home laden with purchases. That night, because the kitten had napped on the way, it was very alert. Bai Su placed the items beside it and went to shower. The kitten looked this way and that. It had longed to see Weihai signs and features, but had only known the city from postcards and store displays. Now it had seen the city in person. It was indeed as vast and beautiful and free as it had imagined. Holding the little shell, a sudden sadness crept over it. It did not know what it mourned. It was often sentimental and prone to idle thoughts. It recalled the shopkeeper asking Bai Su why she had come alone and whether she had a boyfriend. The kitten curled up with the shell. If I could turn back into a person. At that moment, a faint white light glowed from the kitten. The hollow metal charm on the red string bracelet emitted a low, crisp chime. The light soon faded. The kitten did not notice. When Bai Su emerged, the kitten was dozing, clutching the shell. Bai Su stroked the kitten, urging it to sleep on. She sat aside and, bored, resumed working on her computer. Her computer was being attacked by an arrogant hacker whose crude skill reminded her of that youth. Thinking of the boy and the foolish little rabbit, she did not directly destroy his machine. She only repelled his attack and sealed his access for a few days, giving no further response. Elsewhere, the young man stared at a screen that now blocked his entry to the dark web, unable to hide his excitement. The forbidden sign on the monitor was like his favorite toy. His eyes shone, his face flushed, and his fingers trembled as he watched, elated. He was thrilled to have found such a formidable opponent. He ignored calls from clients and dove back into the machine to try to break the blockade. But the seal was too strong. He worked at cracking it for a long time without success, and only when his body reminded him of its needs did he reluctantly get up to eat, his mind still on the screen. So difficult. For the first time, he felt what it meant to be outmatched. For the first time in a field where he had been called a genius, he encountered an unrelenting, helpless crushing. He mechanically swallowed food without taste. The boy was actually thin, his features carried exotic foreign charm, but his face bore the pallor of someone long denied sunlight. His thoughts were all on the computer. Living alone, his meals were minimal, just enough to fill his stomach and sustain him. He disliked social contact after past experiences and avoided others. He had long been estranged from his so-called parents. They had a new son and no longer cared for this worthless child. Remembering them made him ill. He finished his food hastily and returned to the computer room to continue attacking the blockade. Meanwhile, Bai Su felt much more at ease. After finishing on the computer, she was bored and planned to sleep. Seeing the kitten still asleep, she gently carried its bed to the side of her bed in her room and lay down to sleep. In the middle of the night, a light roused her. A glow woke Bai Su just in time. She saw the kitten on its bed, surrounded by a white light. The next moment, a boy appeared. He lay on the kitten's bed naked but with a pair of cat ears and a long tail. The cool floor startled him awake. The boy opened his eyes. The next moment, his body froze. A flush crawled across his face, neck, and limbs. His cat ears reddened and his tail tensed. He lay in the bed feeling as if he might die of shame. Bai Su, speechless, immediately covered him with a blanket. Warmth and a faint scent enveloped him. Slowly the boy recovered from overwhelming embarrassment and fear. Wrapped in the blanket, he dared not turn to look at Bai Su. Bai Su helped him sit up on the bed and asked if he felt unwell. Bai stiffened. Being naked made him acutely uncomfortable, as if sitting on needles. Being so close to Bai Su and surrounded by her scent muddled his thoughts. Bai Su watched his stunned state and sighed. The system scanned and reported the boy should be unharmed, and that the cat ears and tail would subside in a few days. The system chuckled. Cat ears and tail. What a playful turn of events. Bai forced himself to calm down, clutching the blanket and speaking in a trembling voice. I feel okay. It's just... He whispered that his ears kept twitching and that the sensations in his rear and ears felt strange. Bai Su, recalling the earlier scene, replied calmly, "Yes, because you still retain the cat ears and tail." Bai nearly jumped. This was absurd. Ears and a tail. He kept his head bowed and whispered, "Then, what should I do next?" Bai Su considered and said, "It's fine. Don't go to school for a few days. I have some spare clothes you can wear for now, or tomorrow I'll take you to buy more." Blushing, Bai nodded. Bai Su opened the wardrobe, took out a fresh shirt and black trousers, laid them on the bed, and signaled for him to dress, then turned away to give him privacy. Hearing the door close, Bai fumbled with the blanket. He realized he had no undergarments. His mind muddled, he clumsily dressed himself. The clothes were loose, but his tail felt awkward trapped inside the trousers. He pressed his lips together and stepped out, awkward and stiff. Bai Su sat on the sofa, operating her phone. She saw Bai walk out hesitantly, and with her usual composure said, "Sit here. I've arranged for a shop to deliver some clothes. They should arrive soon." The system admired such power of money. Bai approached, still rigid. Bai Su noticed his ears were taut and that he seemed unwilling to sit. He hesitated, embarrassed and unsure where to place himself as the cat-like appendages made him feel exposed. Bai Su maintained a calm expression and gestured for him to take a seat while she handled the arrangements on her phone. Bai tried to settle but remained awkward, torn between shame and the odd new sensations that came with his ears and tail. She turned her face slightly and noticed the small bulge at his back. Could it be because of the tail? She did not force him to remain seated and asked softly, "Is your tail uncomfortable?" Bai kept his head down, mortified, and gave a quiet Bai Su picked up the scissors on the table and said, "Then cut a slit in the trousers at the tail position and let the tail out. It might be more comfortable." Bai hesitated with the scissors. "But these are your pants." Bai Su replied, "It's fine. They're for you. They're new anyway, so don't worry and wear them." Trembling, Bai nodded and took the scissors into the room. He keenly felt Bai Su's gaze upon him as he shuffled away. "Bai Su, what is happening?" He reverted to human so quickly. Why does he still retain feline features? The system, sheepish and evasive, stammered, Host, I'm not sure. Maybe it will resolve in a few days." Bai Su fell silent. After a while, Bai emerged to his tail poked out of the slit, slightly veiled by the clothing. The tail was long and furry, but at the moment it was utterly stiff. Bai Su waved him over. Bai, suddenly timid and bewildered, walked toward her slowly. He was painfully slow. Bai Su thought idly that he was only a little faster than a snail. Bai sat beside her with his hands clenched, unable to meet her eyes. Bai Su looked at the limp tail and the tense cat ears and asked, "Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat?" Bai was about to say no when his stomach gave a loud, betraying gurgle. He immediately covered his face with both hands. He wanted to vanish from this awkward world. Seeing his embarrassment, Bai Su rose and said, "If you're hungry, I'll make you a bowl of noodles." She reached out and touched Bai's hair. "Don't be nervous." He instinctively leaned into the touch, then froze the next instant. Bai Su went to the kitchen and quickly made a bowl of noodles, poured a glass of lemon water and a glass of milk, arranged them on a tray, and carried them out. The white porcelain bowl held a simple noodle soup garnished with a scattering of scallions. Bai Su invited him to eat. Bai Yi moved stiffly, taking care not to tangle his tail, and sat down. He looked at the soup and glanced up at Bai Su. She signaled for him to eat. He picked up his chopsticks, lifted a mouthful, and blew on it. A small involuntary sound escaped him as the noodles slipped back into the broth with a soft splash. He covered his mouth, eyes brimming with tears. Bai Su felt a little helpless. She shifted to a chair nearer to Bai Yi, handed him the lemon water, and asked gently, "Did you burn yourself? Open your mouth and let me see." Bai Yi looked at her with tearful eyes and drooping ears. Comforted by Bai Su, he lowered his wet lashes, set down his hands, and trembling parted his pale pink lips. The tip of his tongue was flushed red. Likely scalded, but not badly. Bai Su brought cool water for him to hold in his mouth to soothe it. Bai Yi obediently complied. His cheeks puffed as he held the water like a small frog. Amusement softened Bai Su's expression. "It seems Bai Yi still has a cat's sensitivity to heat. Let the noodles cool before you eat them." His face flushed, he nodded. After eating, he took his bowl and offered to wash the dishes. Seeing his eagerness, Bai Su went with him. Just then the phone rang. The clothes had arrived. Bai Su told Bai Yi and went to fetch them. Bai Yi had wanted to follow, but thinking of his appearance, he kept silent. When Bai Su returned chilled by the night air, Bai Yi hurried over to help take the packages, but he flinched at the coolness radiating from her. Bai Su, helpless, told him to sit on the sofa while she warmed herself. The delivery included every article of clothing, even undergarments. It seemed the sizes matched perfectly. Bai Yi's face flamed scarlet, his ears stood up pink, and his tail shot upright, bristling. Bai Su told Bai Yi to rinse the garments, toss them into the washing machine, and hang them out to dry. By the time they finished fussing, it was very late. They slept apart. Since the boys' feline features had yet to subside and the streets were growing unsafe, they decided to remain at home. On the sofa, Bai Su watched her computer while Bai Yi sat beside her with a book. The boy retained certain cat-like habits. He could not help glancing from time to time at Bai Su's fingers and face, yearning to burrow closer to her. If he did not, he felt as if something clawed at his heart. A deep emptiness and loneliness. But he was no longer a cat. How could he behave like this? He thought, yet his longing betrayed him in his eyes and expression. Once more Bai Su met the boy's imploring gaze. Only his tail was honest in his restless longing. It sneakily slipped into Bai Su's hand, and when he realized it, he snapped it back, face burning red. Soon it crept again to Bai Su's waist, seeking her touch. The boy quickly tugged it back and held it in his hand, not daring to let it dangle and expose him to shame. Bai Su sighed inwardly. She reached out and rescued the crushed tail, smoothing its fur. A tremor ran up his tailbone, and his whole body went limp. Bai Su set the small drunken tail down and lifted a hand to stroke his pink ears. The boy blushed and yielded as if a blossom being gently plucked. After a while, the soft human-shaped cat collapsed across Bai Su's lap as if drunk on honey and faint from sweetness. One of Bai Su's hands was clutched dependently by the boy, while her other hand kept typing code. The days were quietly good. The young hacker, praised by many peers as a god, after an exhaustive day and night effort, finally breached the firewall Bai Su had erected. But the triumph was followed by a sudden difficulty breathing, dizziness, and a crushing fatigue. The next instant he drained beyond endurance, lost consciousness over his desk, and slipped into a brief, surreal dream. The first half of the dream was the nauseating, wretched 19 years of his life. Those people later transformed into monstrous figures in a rotting swamp, stretching out blackened hands. Their fetid faces split into grotesque laughter as they clamored to drag him into hell to rot with them. He struggled with all his might, but they seized his legs and pulled his body downward. Suddenly the scene shifted to masked surgeons in caps who seemed to confer about him. They raised scalpels, their blades flashing blindingly under the lights. The next moment his parents and that supposed brother stood before his grave. The brother, wearing a sanctimonious air, presented flowers and said, "Brother, thank you." The boy's mouth twisted into a wide grin, malice spilling from his eyes. "Your heart." The flowers in his arms suddenly became sunflowers. Their brown discs opened into blood-drenched maws that bit into the brother, devouring his heart in a single gulp. The brother writhed as the sunflower greedily tore at his flesh. His so-called parents rushed to intervene, but were seized by vines that unfurled from the sunflowers. Screams and cries of pain echoed as blood spattered everywhere. The photograph on the tombstone was stained with blood. The boy watched with grim satisfaction, his eyes bright. He decided then that his most beloved thing would be sunflowers. At last a vine reached toward him. Having fed on the torn flesh, it had become a vivid crimson, its sap seeming to run within, malevolent and bloody. It should have been terrifying, yet he felt no fear. In that hellish place of blood, the very spot where he stood remained clean and untouched. He looked almost angelic, golden hair, azure eyes like grapes, innocent and moist. His pure features and frail body seemed incongruous with the scene. Yet his cheeks were flushed and his eyes seemed to shine with heart-shaped light. He wore a dazed, infatuated smile and cupped his face in his hands, a look both possessed and alluring. The vine rose and slithered toward him like a serpent. It looped round one ankle, wound upward to bind his slender waist, and came to rest facing his face. He was not afraid, instead his breath quickened, his cheeks burned, his eyes glistened, his chest heaved, and his whole body trembled. A strange, indistinct pant escaped him. With trembling, pale fingers, he reached out to touch the tender green leaf on the vine before him. The little leaf did not resist. When touched, it folded into a bud that slowly blossomed into a small sunflower. From within came a mechanical feminine voice. "You are under arrest." "Good." The hacker jolted awake from the dream, heart pounding, drenched in cold sweat, breath coming in ragged gasps as he slumped over his desk. Felt too real. The sensation of being bound, tight and tingling. That tender little leaf. He covered his flushed face, let out an odd laugh, and felt his body heat and writhe with restless longing. His blood seemed to boil with unsated desire. After a while, the lingering pleasure subsided. The boy forced himself to calm down. The dream left those sickening faces. The cold glint of surgical steel. The thick metallic scent of blood that still seemed to cling to his nostrils. He looked up at the stubborn firewall on the screen and clenched his fists. And that mechanical woman's voice. The dream was so vivid it felt prophetic. He steadied himself and stared at his pale, slender palms. If it were a premonition, then what of him on the operating table and that brother thanking him for his heart? The answer pressed close. He held his pounding chest. But that was not the main point. If it truly was a premonition, then that sunflower and that vine. Could they manifest? A thick sweetness and anticipation swelled in his chest. At that moment, an alarm began to sound. He hurriedly opened the feeds. The external cameras showed anomalies. They had all been sabotaged. Not good. He was glad he habitually deadbolt and piled heavy things against the door, but it would not hold them long. They were likely coming up soon. He forced himself to work the computer despite the dizziness. His skill extended beyond ordinary surveillance. Unfortunately, he was on the 18th floor and could not easily flee. Besides, it was late and the outside was pitch black. Then the potted plant by the door, the television, the kitchen light, the teddy on the sofa, and the small cat paw charm outside his room all began to emit a faint glow. He watched the black-clad men outside on the screen and sent detailed alerts and screenshots to the authorities, then attempted to rise to fetch something to further barricade the door. But vertigo overwhelmed him. He breathed rapidly and regretted his sleepless, relentless exertion over the past day and night. Hungry, thirsty, and dizzy, he reached for a snack on the floor and tore it open. He lowered the screen brightness and, snacking, watched the team's coordinated movements on the feed, clearly professionals. What could he do? How could he stall for time? They had already interfered with the code lock, forced the door, and were searching, and now they stood just outside. They stood quietly and produced lockpicking tools. A sound came from the doorway. The boy was eating chips and drinking milk. As for his despondency, what could he do? He was only a small, pitiable, helpless hacker. Yet for some reason, a sudden inspiration struck the impenetrable firewall and that mechanical woman's voice. His fingers flew across the keyboard. The screen displayed that firewall. He did not attempt anything malicious, simply sent out a few desperate pleas for help. "Sister, bad men broke into my house. Please save me." The door opened. The burly man at the door, clad in a black suit, peered toward the light in the dark interior. The boy did not look back. The man stepped forward and grabbed him. He was nothing more than a kid. Hardly worth such effort. The boy turned startled, tearful, and trembling, and pitifully cried, "You! Who are you? Why are you trespassing in my home?" The burly man sneered, seized his wrist, and hauled him up. "We collect money and remove troubles for people." A bud suddenly appeared within the firewall on the screen. He fought desperately, tears glistening as they fell. "Who is it? Why are you taking me?" The screen's glow in the dark lit his face and hair, making his skin smooth as jade and his strands faintly luminous. He had always looked angelic, and now tear-streaked. He seemed like an angel tormented.